Yo, 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 it's that time again. Tuesday night, let the legends begin. Turn it up, don't act shy. Rock show, family in the house tonight. Oh!
Called on the neighbors, warned the town. The rock show crew is messing around. They're chasing justice sharp and bright. Welcome to the fam, keep your truth in sight. Deb C's got receipts from 1882. Hacked the database with a can of glue. Hawkeye sees your blade from another state. Still found time to bake a cake. Nota's running, not from crime. She just forgot the noodles this time. Micah singing ballads to his cat. Solved the case just like that. Black opal, sneaky, mysterious style. Caught a liar through a bathroom tile. Christopher preaches and takes the stand. Turn water to coffee with just one hand. Mama lost it where the bones are hid. She just laughs and says, guess I'm part of the grid. Beach babies tanning with suspects in tow. Solves crime while surfing, justice on the go. We're rock, chalk, wild, weird and free. Breaking down lies, men waxing spree. Truth, drama, and twists for days. We solve cold cases in chaotic ways. Dance like a suspect caught on tape. Delightfully chaotic, got rage and style. She filed an FOI right from the mile. Lavender sweet till the plot gets thick. She solved the riddle with a selfie stick. Gail's got gossip, it's top secret grade. She backed the case with a pink band-aid. Jade speeding through charts and maps on display. Racing for truth, she's blazing the way. Ostrichen boots with an attitude. Pecking the facts and serving the truth. Beat Duncan's composing the justice jam. With a mic in one hand and a jar of jam. Jezebel's casting spells in court. Summon a witness in unicorn shorts. Beautiful Holly case just glowing bright. She don't argue, she sparkles you right. Leroy snoozing with a solve file stack. He solved 5 cases and still took a nap. American honey, sugar, sass, and sting made the...
Hopefully it's working now. Hopefully it's working now.
Hey, DJ, turn me up! Hey, DJ, turn me up! Can't fight it up! Hands up, fight it up! Hands up, can't just stand up, never give up! Let's go! Fight it up! Fight it up! Fight it up! Kansas, turn it up!
Fire it up, Kansas, we don't slow it down. Bass hit hard, make it shake the ground. Hands up high when you hear that sound. Rockin' girly girl, yeah, we run this town. Fire it up, Kansas, let the beat go wild. From the front to the back, everybody get loud. No stress, no fear, just a party crowd. We live right now, yeah, we live right now. Step in the spot, yeah, the vibe on 10. DJ spin it back, let it drop again. Girly girl leading, got the whole crew hype. Every single beat got the crowd on fire. From Wichita nights to the world stage, we bring that heat, yeah, we set that rage. If you feel that bass, better move your feet. Rockin' girly girl 420, bring the energy.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Came to win, we came to shine. Every single moment, yeah, we own this time. Afroman, yeah, we chant his name. Mike in our prayers, we fuel that flame. From the plains to the lights, we rise above. Turn pain into power, turn it into love. If you're riding with us, let me hear you shout. Rockin' girly girl 420, let it all out. All out, all out, all out, all out, all out, all out.
Hands up, now drop it! Fight up, fight up! Fight up, fight up! Dance, turn it up! Fight up, fight up! Fight up, fight up! Fight up! Fight up, fight up! Fight up! Kansas don't stop, we don't give it up! Fight up, fight up! Fight up! Whole squad lit, yeah, we turn it up! Fight up, fight up! Fight up! Kansas don't stop, we don't give it up! Fight up, fight up! Fight up! Whole squad lit, yeah, we turn it up!
We run this thing, we move this crowd. Fire it up, yeah, we own this night. Together we shine, don't kill our vibe.
Fight up, fight up! Fight up, fight up! Kansas don't stop! Fight up! Fight up, fight up!
Right. All right, here we go. We got it now.
Video camera.
This is the start of a rap video,
We ought to throw crooked cops to the slammer.
but it's also a scene out of Afroman's real life.
My neighbors called me and told me that the police were all over my property.
Adams County Sheriff's deputies raided his home last summer.
You know, swooping around and looking all in my closet and everything.
According to Afroman, they were looking for drugs and evidence of kidnapping.
They thought I had a secret dungeon underneath my house or something.
No charges were filed, but he says the raid left significant damage and hurt his reputation.
I'm just doing me, you know, not out socializing, bothering anybody.
He's lived in Adams County for almost 20 years.
What's kept you here ever since?
Space and peace. I can live like a king. I got lots of land.
He captured the raid on these security cameras in and around his home, footage that's now gone viral, part of his music videos for songs he wrote about the raid.
I needed a quick way to pay for their damages, and I didn't want it to come out of my pocket. I wrote down everything that annoyed me.
One song led to another,
You help me repair my door.
and soon he'd rounded out an album.
I thought that'd be more positive than, you know, throwing a trash can at the police door.
Now, those songs and their merchandise are the subject of a lawsuit filed against him by Adams County deputies who say he used their likeness without permission.
I was appalled. I was like, what? Then I started laughing.
In court documents, deputies claim they've suffered humiliation and received death threats.
My only response to men coming through my house with guns was a rap song and some t-shirts.
Afroman plans to countersue, but in the meantime, he's staying busy, gearing up for tour next month.
Will you help me repair my game?
He's also running for president, hoping to legalize marijuana at the federal level.
So no other fellow American has to go through what I've been through. And then I would like to see some serious police reform.
He says the whole experience has ended on a high note.
They just did a parody of me on Saturday Night Live. You know, they wasn't putting me on Saturday Night Live before the Adams County Sheriff raided my house.
A legal battle over privacy for officers.
Okay, that was on me that time. I did it to myself that time. Hey, Gail, how's it going? So for some reason, it's not letting me pull all the ones that I had backed up. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird how it's doing it, but we're going to make it work. Okay. So he had one. Ooh. He had another long one. And I find it really strange how the judge went through and got rid of, he filed a lawsuit back against the police department, and the judge dismissed it without it having a hearing or anything. I felt like the judge was very biased when it came to Afroman. Like, you'll see it even in the trial. The things that this judge does is kind of crazy. We're going to make sure we use nothing but the actual trial, the news stations there, because we don't want to get zapped. That's for sure. Okay, now I finally got to pull up. Here we go. 2946. This is it right here. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What's going on here?
Say, well, you know, suspect may be in the house
There you go.
watching
That's what
officers
that's
plotting
too.
to kill the officers. Well, they was in my house. They was in my house for about like an hour before they even realized they was being filmed. Then, after the house was cleared and they know they didn't have any kidnap victims, they just stayed around trying to figure out how to rip up my camera system. And surveillance is part of law enforcement. Law enforcement relies on surveillance to figure out who did something wrong. They should let the cameras keep going. But they ripped it all up. And, after they disconnected my cameras, they could have stole whatever. After they took whatever, they reported having, I believe it was $4,600. $400 came up missing from what they said they had. So the crime scene switches from my house to the police station. They started investigating themselves, and they say it was simply a miscount. When you count money, you miscount. It's usually you're off $3, you're off $2, you're off. I mean, if you was off 15, I'd be wondering what you got in general math class. Like, gee whiz, how do you miscount $400? Why wasn't it $97, $56, $37? You miscounted $400 even. They stole my money, and I don't know why there would be kidnapping victims in my CDs. I got like some priceless CDs missing. I got, pictures missing. And if they would have simply left the cameras on, we would all know who did what. But they cut off my cameras and stole my money. They look like criminals camouflaged as law enforcement. What kidnapping victim is in my suit pocket? Every single last one of them. Country people say they got this thing about putting money in a fruit jar. Instead of kidnapping victims, I think they was in my house looking for the fruit jar.
The accusations they alleged against you were pretty intense. Kidnapping, drug trafficking. I mean, to read words like that about yourself, what goes through your mind?
I'm a rapper. I sing about I got high, I'm Afroman. I got 420 pounds of weed. I gotta talk crazy or the people ain't gonna buy my record. You know what I'm saying? I expect like some out of touch cops to assume I got millions of pounds of weed, but the kidnapping thing, to say that, and when you say that, people get away from you. If I accuse somebody of child molestation, when children go close to that guy, people start grabbing their kids' hands. They don't know. And even though you're innocent until proven guilty, you're still getting treated like you're guilty. So they cost me money by making that false accusation. No apology, vandalized and destroyed my home, ripped up my video camera, and then stole my money. These are criminals with immunity. And I think the immunity, puts them in a position to be better criminals. You know what I'm saying? Something needs to happen to where cops need to obey the law they enforce.
What else did they do to damage your home?
Ripped up my baseboards. Messed up my gate. they came right here, and I got 2 doors. So instead of kicking down just one and being in the house, they kicked down 2 doors. And, you know, when they kick down the door, they mess up the casing that the door flips on, and, you know, this and that. I mean, once they got in here, you know, my house was clean and it ain't that much stuff in here, so they didn't really have too much reason to rip nothing up. But they kicked down my door. My biggest complaint is my doors, my baseboards, you know, disconnecting my video cameras and stealing my money. And then not apologizing. Like, you know, if I was a kidnapper, then fine. If, you know, if I did have $1 million, if I did have 1 million pounds of weed, then fine. Okay, I don't have 1 million pounds of weed. Okay, I'm not a kidnapper. Okay, you want to help me put my doors back up? You want to stop stealing my money? You want to stop going through my suit pockets? You know, you want to, you know, stop disconnecting my camera, you know, so nobody won't see the criminal acts you're committing, you know? And then if they're doing this to me, you know, how many other people are they doing that to?
You decided to make some music about it. Make a song, use some of the surveillance video. Walk me through the thought process and what sort of got you there.
I just thought about, you know, that night I came home and I'm a rapper. I'm not a carpenter, so I don't know how to put my door back up. So I just had to step over my door and shattered glass and everything and go upstairs and sleep while the insects just flew in the house, you know, and I was upset. And, you know, you get mad, you don't know what to do, you know. You know, if I go down to the police station and hoop and holler, now I'm disturbing the peace. They're just going to throw me in jail. You know what I'm saying? Might Epstein me. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not going to go grab a gun and go to their house and do them like they did me. You know, that, you know. And I got mad and I just, you know, it was just like, you know, I basically wanted to raise money to fix the damages they did because, you know, I'm a black man. I may or may not win in court and all of that stuff. And the bottom line is, while I'm talking about court and suing you and this and that, insects are flying in my house. So I needed a quick way to pay for their damages. And I didn't want it to come out of my pocket per se. It was going to come out of my pocket, but I needed to come out of my pocket a different type of way. You know, just because they decided to kick down my door and mess up everything, you know, I didn't want that to cost me any money. I think that should cost them money. They did. When I do damage, I got to pay. You know, they do damage and you got to pay for what they do. And then they kind of smart aleck about that. So, you know, I'm trying to figure out a way to fix everything. So I said, I'm going to write a song. I said, I think I can. I'm gonna milk as much as possible. You know, a quiet rapper is a broke rapper, right? So the more raps I can rap, the more money I can make. So I was just like, you know, I started rapping. I wrote down everything that annoyed me. I got a song called "Why You Disconnecting My Why You Disconnecting My Video Camera." So I wrote about that, and then I wrote, "Will you help me repair my door?" That's like my little baby. That's because I got High's little brother. You know what I'm saying? That went viral. I'm back in again. I wrote, "I'm going to have a good time, even though times are bad." And I wrote everything I could come up with. And then I put out the album, Lemon Pound Cake. And then I said, you know, I'm going to sell this and try to raise money for the damages. And, you know, if I didn't get nothing from a lawsuit, maybe this, you know, maybe I could turn a bad thing into a good thing. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe I can make $50,000 off of this. Maybe I can make $100,000. Maybe I can make $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 off of this. Then, you know, it becomes a plus. You know, I turn a bad situation into a good one. You know, they brought me material.
What inspired you to use the security footage?
Rappers have to hire good dudes to play bad cops. But I didn't have to hire nobody. They were right there on my home civil. You know what I'm saying? All I had to do was splice me in singing and go back to him, looking through my CDs and checking suit pockets for kidnap victims. You know what I'm saying? And it was beautiful, and it's something I can hold over the other rappers. Like, you got fake actors in your video. No, I got real sheriffs, in my video, really violating my civil rights, really stealing my money, really disconnecting my camera. I got the lady in the act cutting off my camera. You can see her down there by my DVR, and then you can see the screen just go blank. You know what I'm saying? So I thought they saved me a lot of money by being the bad cops you would have to hire for a movie or a rap video. They volunteered their services, and this is my home, my property. I didn't commit any crimes. They broke into my house and put themselves on my home surveillance footage. And in my life, I sing about what I go through. I was going to clean my room, but then I got hot. And, I tell my story about that. Well, I'm like, will you help me repair my gate? And then I'm not just making this up. I show him destroying my gate. I said, will you help me repair my door? I ain't just making it up. You watch him blast down the door. And then, I sung Lemon Pound Cake, this, that, and the other. So done right, it was a blessing in disguise through a rapper's lens. You know what I'm saying? If I played the cards I was dealt.
Tell me, how fans have reacted to not only the songs, but the music videos.
It's funny. Am I the only person that's a victim of, corruption in law enforcement? I'm going to say no. Am I the only person getting raided and falsely accused of crimes? I'm going to say no. People out there are reacting to what they don't have a big enough platform to bring attention to. And they're like, yes, that's what happened to me. The cops took my money too. They call it asset forfeiture. It's just better terminology for robbery, force, or fear. It's both of those things. You forced me to give me your money and I was scared to take it back. You robbed me. No, it's not robbery. It's asset forfeiture. That's not a cockroach. That's a water bug. That type stuff. So fans, some kind of way, not all of them are victims, but they know somebody that is. This is something that's going on out here in society, and they loved it. And the biggest compliment I get is taking a bad situation and making it a good one. And they like, that's all I hear. Man, I love how you turned it around. I love how you turned it around. I love how you took all that bad stuff. And, man, the song was funny, but man, I'm sorry you went through that. At the same time, that was horrible. You know what I'm saying? I thought that'd be more positive than, throwing a trash can at the police door and, hooping and hollering in the middle of the street. You know what I'm saying? I thought, I'm going to just laugh, a question, an honest question can be crazy. Instead of throwing a trash can at the sheriff door, I showed him looking through my suit pocket. I'm like, any kidnapping victims inside my suit pockets? And there they are, looking inside suit pockets. Any kidnapping victims inside my CDs? And there they are, looking at my CDs. You know what I'm saying? I guess they like Madonna, Phil Collins, Ice Cube. And I don't know what they was looking for. He was probably trying to, restore some of his collection, this, that, and the other. But the fans loved it. They loved it. I'm lightweight back on top. They just did a parody of me on Saturday Night Live. They wasn't putting me on Saturday Night Live before the Adams County Sheriff raided my house. They did that after they raided. So after they raided, they inspired the album. The album got the attention, and the attention is getting me everywhere.
What was your reaction when the lawsuit was filed by some of those deputies against you?
From the first 10 seconds, I was offended. I was appalled. I was like, what? Then I started laughing. These big, bad, tough dudes came in here ready to kill me in front of my children I was watching with their assault rifles. These guys with their rifles are crying about my comedy songs. I felt like I don't know if you say that. I felt bad because my only response to men coming through my house with guns was a rap song and some t-shirts. Yeah, that's my response to you kicking down my door, stealing my money, disconnecting my cameras. What you gonna do about it? Oh, I'm gonna write a song. Huh, I'm over here feeling less than a man because I wrote a song. And then these big bad dudes is feeling humiliated. What? Like me? Mental stress? Like me? And they're suing me. I won. My rap songs are more intimidating than their rifles. My rap songs got big, bad, corrupt cops in the corner. Tell him to stop singing about me. These are the people protecting the community. People that can't take words after they do the wrong. After they steal $400, they can't take a joke. After they disconnect cameras, they can't take a comment on my social media, in my circle, in my world. I'm not in their sheriff world with everybody has their little flag with the blue stripe. I'm not in their circle saying this and saying that. No, they came into my house. I'm talking to my family members. I'm talking to my fans while they're getting mad about me saying the truth in my circle. They want to sue me because I'm showing my friends and family what happened. And then they're mad because I'm writing songs about my life. Then I started laughing. You come into my house with guns and you leave with lawsuits?
And you're planning to countersue, correct?
Yes. I plan to countersue. I think they stole my money. And no, I know they stole my money.
Unfortunately, he was countersuing, and this judge that heard this case wouldn't even give him a hearing. Threw it out immediately. So he didn't get to do his countersue. That sucks right there. Same judge.
And they disconnected my cameras. I believe that's a crime. I believe that's tampering with evidence. You know what I'm saying? They're law enforcement. They shouldn't be disconnecting anyone's cameras 4 or 5 hours after they done kicked down the door. There's no need to disconnect it now. There's no kidnapping victims in the house. There's no drugs in the house. Goodbye. But no kidnapping victims, no drug. You hang around and just vandalize my place. Going through suit pockets. Who's in my suit pocket?
You've lived here since 2005. You mentioned at the start of when we sat down that this is a place of peace. Being in this home, in this community now, if you were to need to call 911, would you feel like you could do so? Do you feel peaceful here the way you did before this happened?
The police department was not designed for Black people. The police department is here to serve and protect white people. And I'm sorry, but that's the truth. When I call them, somebody broke in my house. They took 3 days to come out, take a report, and didn't give me a copy of the report because that's what I needed to give the insurance company to get some of the stuff back that was taken from my home. And when I called consistently, checking up on the investigation, he's like, we'll let you know if anything's happening. And if you call up here again, it will get addressed because he's not here for me. You know what I mean? I had a girlfriend kick my door down and come in here. They didn't arrest her because it was no room in jail. However, when I commit a crime, there's always some room. Yeah, there's plenty of room in the back of that squad car. There's a cell waiting for me with a bed. But when this lady kicked the door in, there was no rooms in the jails. You know what I'm saying? And, when I need them, it's a delay and an excuse. When someone calls them on me, here they are, assault rifles, no knock warrants, blah, blah, blah. So I'm a black person in America. The federal government didn't protect the slaves after slavery. So the Ku Klux Klan just killed them and hung them all over the place. And the police, sometimes they do good stuff. Every now and then, I got a flat tire somewhere. He'll hold a flashlight for me, like, wow. But then he'll search me before he do all that, blah, 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 So, like I said, I ain't mad about it. Things used to be worse. Things are better. If you put a gun to my head and ask me, could there be any improvements? I would say, yeah. But I, as a black man in America, I calling the police, whatever. I go through the motions just to be as good as I can. But that's the reason why I had to get cameras, because the police wouldn't investigate burglaries in Adams County. And it's not just me. You can ask the whole county. You know what I'm saying? People are stealing left and right. You know what I'm saying? Taking packages off of porches and breaking into people's houses. You know what I'm saying? I'm from LA. You know what I'm saying? I stayed in South Central, Compton, Watts. My house has been burglarized more in Adams County than any ghetto I've ever lived in. So, but I still like certain stuff I got to do. I got to have cameras, I got to, stash stuff I care about and blah, blah, blah. But no, me personally, I probably wouldn't call the police. You know what I'm saying? I believe they're a needed scarecrow in society. Bad guys don't need to know that there's no police or there's no consequence for their bad actions. They give you a look. You know what I'm saying? But do they investigate crime? Sometimes on 48 hours they solve murders. You know what I'm saying? But there's a little boy got killed in Seaman. They never solved that murder. People's houses are getting broken in left and right. You know what I'm saying? They don't solve no murders. You know what I'm saying? And I know we need police, but I don't know. Sometimes I think they need to come off of traffic and just investigate burglars and murders. You know what I'm saying? But no, I wouldn't. Personally, I wouldn't call them.
What comes next for you? I know that tour starting in June, and here you're running for president?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm running for president. I want to get cannabis legal in all 50 states. And I want to make it federally legal. So no other fellow American has to go through what I've been through. I don't want nobody else's kids watching, you know what I'm saying, some guys run all through their house and vandalize and steal money and disconnect cameras because they heard you had some cannabis or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's great medicine. It's natural. It's getting a lot of people off of pills and Oxycontin. So I would like to get it legal in all 50 states. And then I would like to see some serious police reform. I would like for an officer not to be able to get paid if he turns off his camera. And then I want civilians to monitor the cops. I don't want the cops editing their own videos, blurring out what they don't want you to see, showing only what they want. No, they are for the people, by the people. So I would like the people to monitor their actions and make sure they're not out here committing crimes against the people that they're supposed to be protecting. I mean, I don't want those cops to die. I don't want them to go to hell and burn forever. I do want to talk a lot of crap about them and make a whole bunch of money. And I believe that's quite humane under the circumstances.
Okay, that was that part. Just because I want to be able to get.
Tell
Okay, so that was that part. I also want to show you. So they went to he went to trial, and the verdict was read yesterday. He's not guilty. The jury sided with him. But there is also, that's in Adams County, Ohio. I'm going to show you this real quick before we start this trial. And the trial is very interesting. There is some very nasty wording and some videos. So if you don't like it, you might not want to watch. But check this out. This part right here, I thought was pretty cool.
So some of you have heard, most of you haven't. Adams County Sheriff's Office in Ohio and Afroman are in litigation with each other. We know some of you have heard it though. So we want to provide you a quick geography lesson. We are the Adams County Sheriff's Office in Colorado. They are the Adams County Sheriff's Office in Ohio. So before you start sending us messages, calling us, emailing us, DMing us, you may want to Google it.
There you go. Anyway, I thought that was pretty funny. A little humor that he had there. Okay, here we go. We're going to start this trial.
The actual malice that you heard about. He doesn't have to hate people. He doesn't have to anything else. If he knows they weren't true, that's actual malice. For public officials, he can't
Opening
do that.
statements here.
Now, these deputies asked the defendant years ago to stop these posts, to take them down. He didn't. He ramped them up. Freedom of speech. I can say what I want. Worse and worse. You'll see what they are before the trial's over. Now, I'm going to ask you to come back with me to the summer of 2022. Adams County, here in West Union, here in this courthouse, the sheriff's office downstairs. There's a group of deputy sheriffs, several of them. A lot of them were raised here in Adams County, lived almost all their lives here. A lot of them have had their whole law enforcement careers here in Adams County. Some of them left Adams County for a while, but came back home here to be with the people that they know and know them. Some of them could have gone to the city, to Cincinnati or Columbus or somewhere else and made more money, but they stayed here in Adams County to be law enforcement officers, deputy sheriffs. They have wives, spouses, husbands, children, go to Adams County schools. This is where their lives are. 7 of those deputy sheriffs are here today. There's Randy Walters there on the left, Mike Eastep beside him, Lisa Phillips beside him, Sean Grooms beside him, Justin Cooley beside him, Detective Brian Newland beside him, and Sean Cooley, Justin's father, beside him. What brought them together was some information that Brian Newland came across in the summer of 2022. Some information that caused him to have to do something. So he typed up a search warrant and he took it to a local judge. The local judge looked at it, approved it, signed the search warrant, and Detective Newland started gathering deputy sheriffs to help execute this search warrant. And it was a search of defendant Foreman's property out on Russellville Road here in Adams County. Detective Newland will tell you that any search like this is potentially dangerous, so you like to have as many people as you can. The deputies had guns, of course. A couple of them had rifles, which is normal protocol in a situation like this. And there were about 10 of them altogether who were gathered to execute this search warrant in August of 2022. And these 7 were some of those deputies. The evidence is going to show that they approached, well, the evidence will show, first of all, none of these deputies had any idea when they woke up that morning that they were going to be executing a search warrant. None of them had any idea that by doing their duties that day, their lives would be turned upside down. That evening, they approached the premises, spread out the way they had it planned. They knocked on the door, no answer. Tried the doors, doors were locked, doors were secured. They ended up gaining entry with a battering ram, had to knock the door down. Again, that's procedure that happens in executing warrants when that's the way you need to get in. Nobody was home. Nobody was home. Mr. Foreman wasn't home. He was away in Chicago doing a show. The deputies searched the house. They found a small amount of marijuana. They found a significant amount of cash. They seized the marijuana. They seized the cash. That's what they do. And that was pretty much it. No evidence of a major crime was found. And so what happened was, after a while, the local sheriff ordered that decided there's not going to be any charges filed here, and so he ordered the cash to be returned. It was over $4,000 total cash found in some of Mr. Foreman's clothing and another place in his house. Shortly after that, shortly after the cash was returned to Mr. Foreman, he began claiming on the internet and every place he could that the sheriff's deputies had stolen $400 from his of his money, hadn't returned it. You're going to hear the evidence about that, and we're going to demonstrate to you that that's not true and that he knew it wasn't true. There was an independent investigation done by Claremont County, but that didn't keep him from continuing to declare that Brian Newland in particular and the rest of these deputies are thieves. Okay, that's just the beginning of it. Then he went beyond calling these deputies thieves. As I've indicated to you, he called Brian Newland a pedophile. Not called him, he posted it, published it all over the internet in various posts. He found a photo of Detective Newland from a Shop with a Cop event that Mr. Newland attended with little kids, disadvantaged kids, kids in the community, shop with a cop, get them to know law enforcement. Mr. Foreman found a photo of Brian Newland holding one of these children that he worked with. And Mr. Foreman blocked out the face and put a smiley face on it and posted this picture of Brian Newland, and it says, Brian Newland is a pedophile. Watch your kids around this man. He likes to fondle little boys' testicles. Posted it all over the internet, not once, not twice, many, many times, seen thousands of times by people. People in the community started making comments to Detective Newland. His daughter came home from school crying because some kids had called their dad a pedophile. He used to coach cross-country teams. Some of the kids on his cross-country team started calling him a thief and a pedophile. He'll testify, he'll tell you that his daughters used to have kids over all the time. They like to hang out at his house and do things. After all this started, that stopped happening. Like kids didn't come over.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there just for a minute, because even if that particular officer, his brother was arrested for sexual conducts with, I believe, minors. I believe it was minors. So they're going to get into it more.
Finally, Detective Newland felt like he couldn't continue to work in Adams County anymore. Adams County was his dream job. He started here as a deputy, worked his way up to detective. This is where he wanted to spend his career, but things soured out. He couldn't stand working here anymore. He resigned his job from the Adams County Sheriff's Department and went to Cincinnati and now works for the Norwood Police Department. He commutes, drives every day because he felt like he can't work here anymore. Now, Mr. Foreman, as I indicated a moment ago, saved his most severe attacks for Lisa Phillips.
Oh, yeah,
Lisa
Lick 'em
Phillips
Lisa.
worked as a
Yeah, I know who
research
that is.
officer in the Adams County schools for 18 years. She used to greet the children, including Mr. Foreman's children, when they were dropped off at school in the morning. Said hello to them, made them feel welcome. Mr. Foreman posted that Lisa Phillips likes to have sex with other women. He used other words. She ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Pussy, 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 eating, blah, 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 over and over, thousands of times on the internet. People saw it, people laughed, people from out of state, but people here in Adams County would sometimes yell at her when they saw her. Hey, Lisa Lick'em-Low Phillips, that was his nickname for her. Over and over. This has been going on for like almost 3 years now, folks. And it's taken a heavy toll on her. Her child came home from school crying, saying, because the kids were saying, did your mom have a sex change? Because of what they saw that he had posted. We asked him to stop. He doubled down. Thank you, Judge. She's out on call doing her duty. Someone yells at her, hey, Lisa Lick'em-Low calls her a thief. She's had to miss days of work because of the emotional upset. Her doctor has her on medication. Because of this, because of lies. Just Friday, on the eve of trial, he published the most egregious thing you can imagine. I don't know if any of you have seen it. I think you will in this trial. It's basically pornography about Lisa Phillips. Mr. Foreman also targeted Deputy Randy Walters for special treatment. In several videos seen by thousands of people, Mr. Foreman declares, I used to fuck his wife. I used to fuck his wife doggy style. His daughter came home upset because the kids at school were saying, hey, is Afroman your father? We asked him to stop. He didn't. He's still published. There's new videos today.
I got to
coming
mute
out.
myself.
In
I'm
your
laughing
face.
hard.
I'm going to do what I want. Justin Cooley was targeted by Mr. Foreman as a thief. Sean Cooley, Mike Eastep, and Sean Grooms all suffered by being called a thief. They're sheriffs. They go to people's houses to do things. Hey, you're going to steal my money too? Their reputations have been damaged. It's harder for them to do their jobs. You'll hear all the evidence. That's what this case is about in terms of the facts. At the end of the case, you'll have to decide if Mr. Foreman should be held responsible for what he's done. That's what the case is about. Should he be held responsible? I indicated during our jury selection process the kind of damages we're going to be asking for, the non-economic, the value damages. You'll hear all the evidence. You'll have to decide, how bad was this? I think you're going to decide it wasn't just a little minor, said something bad about you. It was about as bad as you can imagine for these deputies. Reputation, pain and suffering, humiliation, personal embarrassment, loss of reputation, all that stuff, you're going to have to put a value on it. And I will tell you this, as I said earlier, I'll try to help give some guidance. You can reject it or not, because it's your choice. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be asking you for a number for all these people that is in the 7 figures. That's how serious we take this. And there's also a punitive damages element that may go to you depending on what the judge decides. And that's going to be another decision you'll have to make based on how bad you think this is and what this conduct deserves that's been done to these people. At the end of the day, it's about what's legal, what's moral, what needs to be done to make up in some way for what's been done to these deputies that have spent their careers defending this community and living in this community. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flinger. Mr. Osborne.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to reintroduce myself. My name is David Osborne Jr. I represent Joseph Foreman. He does go by the stage name Afroman. And I want to thank you for your service today. This is not going to be an easy case. This is going to take a week of dedication of you to go through. Not an easy thing to ask, but something that we appreciate you are willing to do. This case is about the freedom of speech protections contained within the First Amendment of the United States and the Ohio Constitution. It is about an American citizen's right to make public comments about the actions of public officials.
Hello, Beach Baby.
Actions that took place in his own home. Actions that took place within his home were part of his artistic, creative expressions. And Americans maintain a right to criticize, to mock public officials. And that includes law enforcement officers. On August 21st of 2022, Detective Brian Newland drafted a search warrant. That search warrant was based upon an interview conducted with a confidential informant. That confidential informant gave Mr. Newland information. He put it in a search warrant, and then he went and he saw Judge Roy Gabbard. And Roy signed it. From there, they went to execute that very same day. Officers from the Adams County Sheriff's Office, 7 of the 10, descended upon Mr. Foreman's residence with a hastily prepared search warrant. For a man who's famous for a song that said, "I got high," the amount of force used was excessive, to say the least. After all, based on his song, a bag of Doritos would have been enough to take him out. But they deemed it necessary to not only go to his residence with assault rifles, body armor, and even a riot shield to execute their search warrant. And all that led to a destructive search of Mr. Foreman's residence. Deputies searched Mr. Foreman's home, every one of his outbuildings, behind the couch, under the hood of a car. And you know what they found? A couple of little joints, which, let's face it, because I got high, that was expected. And then they found cash. His cash, not theirs. His. They seized all that. It was cataloged. returned to the office by Brian Newland. Newland then does what's required by law. After you search, you have to return a thing to the court that says every single thing you seized, a return on your search warrant to tell the court what you took. In that, he puts a number for the amount of cash that was there. Now, Mr. Foreman, well, let me back up because there's something I forgot during the search. For a search for marijuana, or whatever was in the search warrant, we'll introduce that later, they disconnected his security camera system. He has a security camera system in the house. He's had break-ins before. Most Americans, he has a security camera system. Yet in the middle of their search, they disconnect it. They say it's going to be because they want to take it for evidence. But you know where that evidence ended up? On the couch over there. Just disconnect it and leave it there. Now, what precipitated next is the primary focus of the lawsuit. Mr. Foreman did what he's done through his entire career. He took his life experiences and turned them into music, social commentary, and artistic expression. After all, one only need to look at the song, Because I Got High. The lyrics are there. I was going to clean my room because I got high. He was rapping about his life then, and his posts are talking about his life and his experiences. During the search in Mr. Foreman's home, deputies' actions during the search was captured in two places. One, the security system of Mr. Foreman. Joe's security system was active until they cut it. You also have body camera footage. Now, we don't have body camera footage for all 10. Not everybody was wearing body camera, but the officers that did, there is body cam footage. And he used this footage from both those locations to make his music videos. He posts them on social media like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and even TikTok. The plaintiffs decided they did not like what Joe had to say about him, or how they portrayed him, or how he used the footage of their behavior as their job as law enforcement officers, as public officials. Their response was to sue him in order to silence his freedom of speech, threaten his livelihood. After all, have you ever heard of a law enforcement officer suing a person for making a social commentary on them? Or have you ever heard of an officer suing anybody because someone said they didn't like what they had to say? Officers deal with it all the time. I dealt with it during my election. You don't sue people. You respect the freedom of this country and move on. Because, let's face it, if we don't have freedom of speech, what else is there? 250 years ago, the founders of this great country wanted to limit the government's involvement and what government officials had power over to say. And that's why we have the freedom of speech we have today. Before we get to the evidence, I want you to understand this case started with a number of claims. Of them, 2 were dismissed by the court.
Do not go there. Do not go.
Silence his freedom of speech, threaten his livelihood. After all, have you ever heard of a law enforcement officer suing a person for making a social commentary on them? Or have you ever heard of an officer suing anybody because someone said they didn't like what they had to say? Officers deal with it all the time. I dealt with it during my election. You don't sue people. You respect the freedom of this country and move on. Because, let's face it, if we don't have freedom of speech, what else is there? 250 years ago, the founders of this great country wanted to limit the government's involvement and what government officials had power over to say. And that's why we have the freedom of speech we have today. Before we get to the evidence, I want you to understand this case started with a number of claims. Of them, 2 were dismissed by the court.
Do not go there.
Do not go there.
You know, and I know the jury doesn't need to know what's not there. I'm not hiding the ball. Claims filter out like they should. I gave the instructions, and you don't need to get distracted about what's not in front of you. Mr. Klingler talked about punitive damages, maybe, but you don't need to know that because we're not there. I'll tell you that if you need to know it later. There's a lot of things this case is not about. So he doesn't get to talk about what it's not about. It's only what it is about.
But you're the same judge, though, that threw out Afroman's claim. He didn't even get a hearing on it, and you threw it out. So of course you don't want the jury to know that, because you didn't even give him his day in court on his side. You threw it out.
Go ahead.
Forgive me. I have to readjust my opening slightly. It should be noted that public officials, such as these gentlemen and Miss Phillips over here, are held to a higher standard than an ordinary person. They're public officials. They are expected to be criticized and mocked. The evidence will indicate that Mr. Foreman created songs with titles like "Will You Repair My Door?" "Lemon Pound Cake." These songs went viral, yes. People connected with the message and understood what Joe was trying to say. The videos and songs resonated with the public because they addressed something that people care deeply about as Americans, and that is how law enforcement officers conduct themselves. Joe also made statements on social media about the search and the officers involved. Some of these statements were openly critical and expressed Joe's opinions about what happened. Statements about missing money. And he used some strong language, some exaggerated language. We call it hyperbolic language, to present his message and his opinion. But all these statements were...
So that's what they call it. Listen, I have it too. I have hyperbolic language. I exaggerate a bit myself.
...matter of public concern, as well as statements about his personal opinions. The experience of law enforcement officers executing a destructive search warrant is well beyond question, as it is a matter of public concern. The plaintiffs are going to point to specific statements that Joe made. They're going to claim these statements are defamatory. They are going to attempt to remove them from their context. Statements aren't in a vacuum. There's context. If you get called a name, if my wife yells at me, there's probably context to it. That context is what we're going to show you.
Listen, I want to say this too, and everybody has a right to their own opinion, and we've said this before, but somebody had made a comment, about Afroman having a United States flag suit. Looks like the flag as a suit. Look at his attorney. He's got a matching tie to what Afroman was wearing.
Because if you look at those statements in isolation and simply ignore the conduct that sparked them, you can't understand really what was going on. You'll be asked to forget much of that context of the statements. At least not the least of it is that the plaintiffs are public officials and the public has a right to criticize them. The evidence will show that Mr. Foreman's statements fall into three categories. The first, many of these statements are his opinions. Opinions are not assertions of fact. They are Joe's subjective views about his encounter with these public officials and the execution of their duties. The First Amendment protects the right to express those opinions, even if they're harsh, even if
I love
they're
this suit too.
even if the person who is the subject of them hates them. They are protected.
Hey,
Second,
punters.
many of the statements are exaggerated, rhetorical.
Girly girl, Lavender, Bunners, 08. She figured it out. Should we give her a wrench? I don't know. She might sabotage me. Anyway, everybody say hi to my oldest daughter. That is who Bunners is. Bunners 08. Glad to have her here. We'll just go ahead and give her a wrench. Here we go.
rhetorical exaggeration, as you might expect from a musician. After all, if you didn't have because you got high, if I said I just didn't want to clean my room, no one would
Because I got
notice.
high.
You have to
Because I got
exaggerate.
high.
You'll see he used colorful language, sarcasm, and satire. No reasonable person would have understood these statements to be literal assertions of fact. For example, Mr. Foreman created nicknames and made comparisons to cartoon characters. No reasonable person would understand those as a literal assertion of fact. That is a rhetorical satire flourish that has always been part of our social and political commentary in this country. After all, pick up the newspaper, you're going to see a political cartoon making fun of somebody. Watch Saturday Night Live. They make fun of people all the time. They even made fun of Joe. It just happens. It's part of our freedom of speech and also Mr. Foreman's artistic expression. The third is the extent that any of the statements assert facts. They relate to matters of public concern. Matters of public concern are exempted. These statements address how the search was conducted, what actions were taken, and how Mr. Foreman experienced this as a homeowner with these people executing their hasty search warrant.
So, Bunners, just so you know, a lot of people watch on their TV, and so they have to get their phone to type. And listen, I do it too. We're not as savvy with our phones as you are, so either autocorrect gets us, or we don't got our readers on and we hit the wrong thing. So sometimes you got to siphon out what we say. You'll get used to it.
Indeed, the public's concern for such issues is reflected in the viral response that his content got.
I like Afroman's attorney. He's good.
The plaintiffs bear the burden of proof in this matter, not Joe. They must carry the day. They must prove every element of their claim. Looking at the invasion of privacy due to false light, it's one of the claims that they're claiming. The plaintiffs must prove that Mr. Foreman portrayed them in a false light that would be highly offensive to a reasonable person. The evidence will show that he did not. He used real actual footage of them performing their duties, stuff in the public domain. Joe's statements were based entirely on his personal experience and within his county of residence, which that is something I do want to clear up. Mr. Foreman lives in Adams County, not Hamilton County. Mr. Klingler is wrong about that. So he is a resident of this county. Regarding the defamation claim, plaintiffs must prove that Mr. Foreman made false statements of fact, not his opinions. That's very important because we all have opinions as Americans.
Hell, I have opinions. You know
One of the
that.
great things about this country is we can share our opinions whether we like them or not. Whether they like them or not, they can hear my opinions. But they must prove those statements were not opinions. Because public officials, they must prove that Joe acted with actual malice rather than just simply exercising his First Amendment right. The evidence will show they cannot meet this burden. Plaintiffs claim that Joe portrayed them in a false light, but evidence will show Joe used direct footage from the security cameras. We can see what they did. They executed the search warrant. It's all on camera. There's nothing false about showing them that way. There's nothing false about Mr. Foreman having opinions about how they did and them. However, when they executed that search warrant, that became a matter of public scrutiny. People could watch it. People could see what was done and form their own opinions. And they can share those opinions. And he has a right to create artistic expression based on those opinions, based on that content. The plaintiffs, it goes without saying that they don't like what Mr. Foreman said about him. But they don't have to. That's part of our right in this country. They don't like his commentary. They don't like his art. But the First Amendment does not protect speech that we like. It protects all speech within it. It protects commentary, criticism, especially on occasions such as this. It protects speech that I would not like. Speech I've suffered. It protects it. You may not like the speech you hear, but it's protected. Throughout this trial, you'll hear testimony and see evidence that demonstrates several key points. You will see the actual videos and social media posts Mr. Foreman created. You'll be able to judge for yourselves whether they are false, whether they're his opinions,
He's my
whether they're
buddy. He
artistic
got high.
expression that is all protected. It's about the right to comment on criticize public officials without fear of retribution, without fear of getting sued. It is about the right to create artistic expressions that are matters of public concern. The plaintiffs are law enforcement officers. They perform a cardinal public function. But with that public role comes public accountability. It also comes a certain standard that you have to understand. And as public officials, they can be criticized. They may not like it, but it's allowed. Plaintiffs have the burden of proving their claims. The evidence will show they cannot meet that burden. The evidence will show that Joe's videos, posts, and commentary were artistic expression for matters of legitimate public concern, his opinions on the law enforcement officers, and how they were performing their duties. If the plaintiffs prevail in this case, what message will that send to this country if they prevail? It sends the message that if you criticize law enforcement, if you comment on how they conduct themselves, if you mock them, if you create art with them in it, they can sue you. That's not the America we live in. That's not why we have a Constitution and the First Amendment. That's not why the First Amendment is in the Constitution of the state of Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, upon the examination of the evidence at the end of this trial, I'm confident you'll conclude that Joe did nothing wrong. While the plaintiffs are unhappy, upset with what was said, he exercised a right he had, a right that every American has. He commented on matters of public concern. He created art. He did what any stand-up citizen would do. He made his voice heard to the people. At the end of this trial, I'm going to ask you to return a verdict in favor of Mr. Foreman on every one of their claims. I'll ask that you vindicate his First Amendment rights. And I'll ask that you send a message to the American people that you can criticize public officials and that we are not living in a dictatorship where if you don't like what is said, you just sue someone to shut them up. Thank you.
I'm just going to start calling witnesses, but I'm going to tell you what this case is not. Okay, this case is not going to be an analysis of why the magistrate issued a search warrant or what the facts were leading to the search warrant or the backstory of the warrant. That's the subject for criminal cases. So the fact that there's a search warrant is what this case is about, not the backstory of it. So we hear people talking about criticism of the why and the whole deal. That's not relevant testimony. We're living with there was a search warrant, nothing backstory. This case is not about excessive force in entering. The court's already determined as a matter of law that it was not excessive. You'll see testimony of damage, but that's a legal standard about whether it's more than customary or expected in the realm of a search warrant. Search warrants are lawful forced entry. So you won't get, was that too much force? That's outside the realm of the testimony. And I call these the third thing. This is not about vindication of the defendant or messaging to the public. That's things that happen from the political branches of government, the legislature, or the executive offices. Messaging is not what you're concerned with. It's the message the jury's sending. You're not messaging. It's all about how these facts affect these people. So when these little distractions and diversions come at you, I'm going to try to continue to narrow and keep you focused, not on the distractions, but on the issues and the law. Otherwise, you're going to ask later on, why did the judge give us instructions on messaging? Because that's not how this comes out. So I'll do this periodically along the way when things start going astray. Ready to go, Mr. Klingler?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tee it up.
Plaintiff calls Detective Brian Newland.
Oh, now it's gonna get good. This is the detective that didn't have somebody double count the money. His brother was also an officer, got charged with SA. It's gonna get interesting.
Raise your right hand.
Boy,
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated.
you remember the woman sounds like a food.
Except for probably
That guy sounds weird too, I think.
Private residence address. Klingler, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brian Newland.
And Mr. Newland, where do you live? No street address, just generally.
I live in Adams County, Ohio.
And how long have you lived in Adams County?
From 1995 to 2010, and then from 2015 to current.
What were you doing between 2010 and 2015?
I was in the United States Army.
Honorable discharge?
Yes,
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
And when did you start in law enforcement?
I originally started in law enforcement in 2014
And what position was that?
as a deputy sheriff
Where?
at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
And then how long were you a deputy in the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
The Adams County Sheriff's Office was my first full-time job in law enforcement, and that was from 2014 until 2023.
All right. And why did you become a deputy sheriff?
After I got out of the military, I just wanted a job that I thought would be exciting, something different. So I chose law enforcement.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes.
Can you tell us who?
All my family's here. My kids, my grandparents, my mom, my brothers, cousins, aunts, uncles.
Did your children go to school in Adams County, or do they?
Yes.
You were involved in the execution of a search warrant back in August of 2022.
Yes, I was.
And I want to take you back to the night of August 21st, 2022. Were you part of a team that searched Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
What was your role in obtaining that warrant?
I prepared the search warrant based off information I was provided, and then I met with the judge and the prosecutor at the time prior to serving the search warrant.
And was a warrant approved?
Yes.
Can you tell us where what the subject of the search was? Locate the property of the search.
It was the residence of Mr. Foreman. I believe the address is 1699 Russellville Road.
Okay, that's here at Adams County, correct?
Yes.
Now, were the other plaintiffs here in the courtroom, were they also deputy sheriffs or part-time deputy sheriffs that participated in that search?
Yes, they were.
And was Mr. Foreman at home during the search?
No.
Were Mr. Foreman's children present during the warrant execution?
No.
Was anyone present other than you and your fellow officers?
At the time of arrival, no.
Was anything seized or taken from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes, there was some money and a small amount of marijuana and some miscellaneous drug paraphernalia.
Why was the cash taken?
It's common with any type of drug seizure. We seize the money in cases proceeds from drug-related sales or drug trafficking activity.
Was that money potential evidence?
Correct.
What was your role in seizing this cash, Detective?
I'm sorry.
Well, maybe I got ahead of myself. Was cash located in the property?
Yes.
Do you remember how much approximately?
Approximately $4,000.
And did you play a role in taking that cash?
Yes.
What was your role?
I was provided the cash or provided the money that was located by another deputy. I counted out the money, put it in an evidence bag, and then at the end of the search, I transported it back to the sheriff's office.
All right. Did you take any of the money?
No.
Did you ever take any money from the evidence bag?
No,
Did you ever take any of Mr. Foreman's money?
no,
Was your counting of the cash recorded on your body cam?
yes,
And have you had a chance to review that?
I have.
Has Mr. Foreman accused you of taking his money?
Yes,
Are you aware that the cash was ultimately returned to Mr. Foreman?
yes.
And can you tell us why that was?
The prosecutor at the time decided we're not going to pursue any criminal charges, and the property was released back to him.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Foreman picked up the cash that had been seized?
No,
Do you know whether any press was invited to attend the return of this cash?
I learned that there was later.
Okay, but you weren't there.
Correct.
Can you tell us what happened when the money was returned to Mr. Foreman?
Your Honor, I would object to that. He's already testified he wasn't there.
Okay, let me rephrase it. That's fair. Was an allegation made that there was less cash than there should have been?
Yes,
And who made that allegation?
I believe Mr. Foreman.
How did you learn about this discrepancy?
The evidence technician at Lisa's property had called me and told me that the account was short.
Tell us what you mean by that. The account was short.
Just that there was more money listed than what there was inside, and that was less money was returned than what was indicated
And where was this amount indicated?
on the bag.
On evidence bag?
Correct.
So I'm understanding you correctly. The amount of money that was indicated on the evidence bag was more than what was actually returned to Mr. Foreman.
Correct.
And were you able to account for that discrepancy?
I wasn't. No.
What happened?
Once the allegation was made, the sheriff contacted Claremont County Sheriff's Office to conduct an independent investigation.
Do you know whether an independent investigation was conducted by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And do you know the results of that investigation?
They were to determine that I miscounted the money during my original count.
All right. Did they conclude that any money had been taken?
Okay, so he has to count the money. He has to put the amount of money on the bag. And how convenient. His same department does an internal investigation. It says he miscounted the money to begin with when Afroman says he was missing $400. What? How can that be? Not only that, as you'll hear, supposed to have two people in there counting the money. This guy didn't. It was just him. And later on, you're going to hear that this isn't the first time that this detective has been accused of stealing somebody's money. He's been accused of it many times before this case. You're going to hear it. Absolutely bullshit. I agree. I agree, Beach Baby.
There was not any money taken.
Did that stop Mr. Foreman from continuing to claim you had stolen $400?
No.
Did he accuse anyone other than you of stealing money?
Multiple times he accuses all of being thieves.
Well, if the sheriff department got the money, you put the amount of money on the bag, and that's how much money's supposed to go back to him, and he's $400 short, he's going to accuse the whole department. Somebody took his damn money.
Do you know where he made these allegations?
Instagram, Facebook, YouTube.
Yeah, go figure.
Social media.
How did you learn about these accusations on the internet that you were a thief?
Friends and family were sending them to me.
Were the accusations true?
No.
I think you said you've reviewed your body-worn camera from that night.
Yes.
And were you able to tell what happened?
From what it appears, if I began counting money, I stopped to reshuffle money that was in my hand, and then began.
Now, I want to bring this up because this will come up too. This is why it's important to watch the trial. And I watch a lot of trials, and this one's interesting to me. But also, while he's doing the interrogation of Afroman, the microphone didn't record and the video didn't record. And this same detective here says, well, if you accidentally bump the mic, it stops recording. Well, there's no record of that recording, but you're going to tell me that it stops recording as far as the audio, but how did it stop the video? Anyway, let's go on.
And counting again after putting money down. And it was at some point there was a discrepancy in the amount that there was and the amount that I counted.
Was it a miscount?
Yes.
So easy to say it was a miscount with the
Now,
400
were any
gone.
charges that are brought against Mr. Foreman as a result of this warrant execution? I may have asked you that. I'm sorry.
No.
Sometime after the execution of this warrant, Detective Newland did.
Am I the only one that thinks they're just really dumb shits at this police department? Because, yeah, imagine that. Why wouldn't they just pay the $400? Okay. Why wouldn't they say, hey, you know, we messed up, paid the $400? No, they're bound and determined to take Afroman's money and try to make him look like he's a liar. But they're the ones that put it on the bag, and it was $400 short. They should have still had to pay the $400, right? That's the way I see it. Oops.
You become aware that Mr. Foreman had posted certain things other than being a thief about you on social media?
Yes.
And how did you learn about these posts?
Friends and family were also sending them to me.
Ms. Gratcher, could we see Exhibit 16?
Yes. I'll just switch it to the issue line. I might. So what does she want his card on?
She needs to switch to left law, I believe.
It's left.
All right.
Look at that suit. Wait till you see his sunglasses that he gets up on the stand with during trial. There's a USA too.
You're gonna get a card.
Yes.
That attorney don't seem to be ready. We're gonna fast forward just a little bit.
Part of it just to make.
Oops. Of course, he'd come back to talk.
What this is?
That's one of the posts from Mr. Foreman that I was sent about.
This says, this is Afroman's post. This is the uneducated can't count pedophile police officer that stole my money. His name is baby making Brian, child molesting new baby, mama newborn Newland. Detective Brian Newland. I have a song coming out about him. The chorus goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag he used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys. Watch your little boys around Brian Newland. He's very bold. He will fondle little boys' testicles and butt cheeks right in front of you in broad daylight. This is a public service announcement. Stay safe.
About being a pedophile.
And am I reading the date right? September 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
Wait till Afroman's attorney gets up there for the cross.
And I'm not going to ask you to read it, but I will read part of it just to make sure it's in the record and that
I couldn't
people
remember
are
if you
clear on
read
what
it.
it said. This is the uneducated can't count pedophile police officer that stole my money. His name is baby making Brian, child molesting newborn baby mama newborn Newland, Detective Brian Newland. I have a song coming out about him. The chorus goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys. Watch your little boys around Brian Newland. He's very bold. He will fondle little boys' testicles and butt cheeks right in front of you in broad daylight. This is a public service announcement. Stay safe. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Can we see exhibit 17, please?
That picture is his brother, William Newland, next to him.
Can you just scroll down so we can see the whole thing for a second? All right. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, but
What? You're not going to read it?
it says in part, if you pay me back the money you stole from me, I won't tell the world about your pedophile pilgrim family, you know, like your brother. That's named Will You Stop Sending Dick Pic Williams, AKA William Newland. If you get arrested in Adams County, all you got to do is lie on me and Brian will let you go.
Yep.
And is that a picture of your brother beside your picture?
Yes.
And was your brother convicted of a misdemeanor?
Yes.
What was that?
I don't recall what the charge was.
It was a misdemeanor charge?
It was a misdemeanor, correct?
How convenient. He don't recall. He's a police officer and he don't recall what his fucking brother was charged with. Really? Come on, you're a police officer. Police officers remember, especially if it's their own family, what they were charged with. Let's go on.
Did you have anything to do with that crime?
No, I do not.
Have you ever been accused or convicted of pedophilia?
No.
But your brother was. And you and your brother were close, but you don't
Let's look
remember
at
what
it.
he was
Let's see,
charged with.
number 18, is that a video? All right. Shall we play the whole thing? Or what, do we have a clip?
Okay, I'm going to say this now. Afroman does not hold back. So if you don't like cussing or some sexual content, you might not want to listen. And you must be 18 to be watching this YouTube channel.
Yes. Baby making Brian newborn Newland. Yeah, the serial statutory rapist with the pedophile brother fired from the People's Police Station. Will you stop sending Dick Pic Williams?
And I'm pretty
All right,
sure his
let's
brother was a
take
police
a look
officer
at
too.
number 10.
We'll have to see. I think that's what they said.
Is this a,
Fixing to get to defense cross-examination. This is going to be good.
okay. Let's see. He used to do hard drugs. It says there in the third or fourth line. Did you ever do hard drugs, Detective?
Here, I'm just going to read it to you. I'll read it to you because I don't think he's going to. Baby making Brian Newland couldn't make it in hip hop. He used to do hard drugs. He snitched on all his friends, then joined the sheriff department. Now he steals money from traffic stops, bogus raids, and from the Adams County Sheriff Evidence Room under the camouflage of law enforcement. He can't write his own raps. That's why he became a Adams County sheriff, so he could steal money from a real rapper. Baby making Brian newborn Newland t-shirts on sale. Go to www.ojafroman.com to get your shirts.
No.
He snitched on all his friends. Do you have any idea what that's all about?
No.
Now he steals money from traffic stops, bogus raids, and from Adams KK County Sheriff Evidence Room under the camouflage of law.
Now there's some shorts. I'll see if I can't find them where an ex-girlfriend of his gets interviewed and she talks about his snitching and all that. So he says he don't know where it comes from. He knows where it came from. And also he's been accused of stealing money and he admits to it.
Law enforcement. Did you ever steal money from a traffic stop?
No.
Did you ever steal money from anybody?
No.
He admits to the defense attorney he's been accused of it way before this case. That's convenient, isn't it? Sounds like a pattern to me.
Then down below it says, baby making Brian Newland t-shirts on sale. You see that?
Yes.
Let's look at Exhibit 15, please. And can you tell, Detective, is this a picture of you at the entering the or somewhere in the property of Mr. Foreman during the search?
Yes.
And let's take a look at 14. And do you know where this was taken? I guess you weren't there.
It appears to be the inside of the interview room at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Would that have been where his money was returned to him?
Yes.
And part of what it says is, when I went to get my money and we realized baby making Brian Newborn Newland had stolen $400 out of the evidence money.
Here, I'll just read it. When I went to get my money and we realized baby making Brian Newborn Newland had stolen $400 out of the evidence money. Baby making Brian Newborn Newland shirts are now on sale at www.gafroman.com. Buy one of these shirts and help me get my $400 back.
Again, did you ever steal any of his money?
No.
Let's take a look at exhibit 15, please. Or did we do 15? Sorry. Number 2.
Telling the truth.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor, I would have an objection to this.
Tell me what it is.
Your Honor, this objection is video because this video, if I'm not mistaken, was published within the last 2 weeks. The law on this has changed. Ohio has actually passed what's called an anti-SLAPP law, which therefore extends immunity to things, actually, in a way, increasing a person's freedom of speech rights in Ohio. Thus, this evidence to be tried here would be tried under a completely different standard than when this case was started.
Again, this judge does not like Afroman, and it seems like everything that Afroman's attorney wants or objects to, the judge overrules.
That law doesn't apply to this case, Judge, or this evidence.
Your Honor, it would apply clearly. He has no analysis other than say that I submitted a written brief to the court on this matter.
I think that was submitted Sunday.
So I'll note the objection, overrule it, allow it to be played. Got your objection down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Overruled.
Can you expand it a little bit or not?
I cannot.
So we can see the sign? Okay. Detective Mueller, can you see what that sign says?
Yes.
What is it? Would you read it for us?
They stole my money.
Okay. Go ahead and play.
Videos selling my truth and my proof. How can you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short? You vandalized my property, and you filed a lawsuit properly. I'm a rapper, so I'm rapping. What I can't talk about what happened. Videos I exposed my
So what does that say? Sorry. What did you read? Could you read what that said?
Yeah, Brian Newland stole my money.
Brian Newland
Stole
stole my money. And that was just published in the last few days, as far as you know?
Yes.
Can we look at number 3, please?
in suit for telling the truth and the truth. Posting videos, selling my truth and my proof.
Same basis?
Same basis on, yes.
Noted.
Thank you.
And you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short. You vandalized my property,
I think that's enough.
lawsuit, property. I'm a rapper, so I'm rapping. But I can't talk about what happened. Videos I exposed my cause of.
And that was the same video, obviously. Does it tell where that was posted?
You know, I don't know if you guys caught it, but the attorney, the attorney for these officers did not want that to keep going. He tells them to stop. Kudos to whoever's running the videos because they kept playing it.
It looks like this one is on YouTube.
And the other one was Instagram?
Yes.
So 2 different platforms, same video.
Yes.
And can we look at Exhibit 9, please? And I'm looking.
Let's see if I can see it to read it. Number 1, a sheriff department, the Adams County Sheriff Department taking false information from an unconfidential informant. Lying snitch rat. Judge Roy Groupie Galbert signing fictitious, fake, bogus warrants on me today, tomorrow. It will be anybody he doesn't like and he has access to, especially in Adams County. Adams County prosecutor David Kelly issuing the fictitious take bogus warrant that Judge Roy Groupie Gabbard signed after video surveillance of the criminals camouflaged as law enforcement officers of the Adams County Sheriff's Department was exposed. The Adams County prosecutor David Kelly resigned. So the prosecutor resigned as Adams County prosecutor and has now fled to Arizona. He did this to keep from turning over the communications of the case to a superior court. For detective baby making Brian Newborn Newland stealing money. Not only did he steal money from my house, he stole money out of the evidence room at the Adams County Sheriff Department. Randy Beetle Bailey, Private Kyle Walters, vandalizing property, stealing CDs and DVDs before and after Lieutenant Lickum Low Lisa committed the crime of tampering with evidence, a felony, I believe. I don't know. And disconnected my security cameras. All of these criminals and more camouflaged as law enforcement have the audacity to sue me. The victorious victim, everybody get ready for my new album. The lawsuit is coming. And of course, the judge didn't even give him a hearing for his lawsuit against the police department.
Specifically, about halfway, a little more than halfway down, do you see, Detective, where it's posted, not only did he steal my money from my house, he stole money out of the evidence room at the Adams County Sheriff Department away from my house, making the Adams County Sheriff Department a new crime scene. I'll just stop there. Again, did you ever steal any money from his house or from the Sheriff's Department evidence room?
No.
What's the platform?
Can you see what that one was, Detective?
I can't see on here.
Is that Facebook? No, it's Facebook. I'll represent that it's Facebook, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So, and we can take that down or whatever. We don't need to keep it up. I don't care, but I'm done with the exhibits right now. Detective, I just want to ask you, the first one we saw with you holding, it looks like a child with a smiley face.
Yeah.
What was that originally a photo of?
That was from one of the shop with the cop events at the sheriff's office.
Well, what's a shop with a cop event?
It's where the community donates money, and then local law enforcement will take lower income children to Walmart and let them shop for Christmas.
And did you participate in that event regularly?
Yes.
And do you know what year that picture was taken from?
I don't recall.
All right. And the little boy you were holding there, can you tell us anything about who that was? Not his name, of course, but who it was?
Just a cool little boy that got picked for Shop the Cop and chose me to be his officer.
Chose you to be what?
His officer.
And what did you do? Did you do something with him, shop with him, or what?
We put him in the cruisers, turn the lights and sirens on, pray through town, and we go to Walmart and help him shop. And we come back to the fire department or wherever and help them get their toys ready or play or, and feed them pizza, stuff like that.
And you did that more than 1 year?
Yes.
And that was a photo that Mr. Foreman or somebody on his behalf took and used in that pedophile posting?
Yes.
Now, I do want to say this. Here just last week, we went over a case out of Oklahoma, OSBI, which is the highest law enforcement there. They had an OSBI agent that worked with missing and exploited and missing children, got charged and sent to prison. He was having sexual misconducts with these children that he was supposed to be protecting. So we have seen a lot where just because they're an officer does not say that they're a good person. We like to think that a lot of them are. But just because you're an officer does not automatically give you the right to say you're a good person.
So, Detective, how did you...
I agree.
What effect did it have on you when you saw these posts that you're a pedophile?
I was angry, sad, depressed.
And I'm going to say this too, on top of it. Usually, people that like to mess with children, they do a lot of volunteer work. I mean, we saw that some people volunteer for Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. Again, the OSBI agent working for exploited missing children. We see a lot of teachers, a lot in Oklahoma, but there's a lot in Kansas too, that are sexually abusing their students. People we're supposed to trust. So just because they got that title, that don't mean we trust them anymore. As a matter of fact, we should question everybody and maybe them a little bit more because they have a little better access to these children, especially children that have some issues going on already.
Upset.
Why were you sad or upset? Isn't it just somebody exaggerating or making jokes or making
No,
a comment?
I didn't find it funny at all. I work in law enforcement, have kids, have friends, family. I was involved in the schools, and then I'm being blasted all over social media for the entire United States to see that I'm a pedophile.
But
Did
your
you
brother
ever
is.
have any
Brother
evidence
was
that
arrested
other people
for it.
were seeing these things other than the fact that it's on social media? But did anybody ever say anything or do anything to indicate?
Listen, I have a theory about pedophiles, and this is just my own theory. I don't feel like it's something that can be cured with any kind of counseling or any kind of drug. This is my own opinion. I just don't think people that pedophiles and people that sexually abuse children, I don't think they can be cured. With that said, I also believe that it could run in the family. I've seen it more than once, where you got one person that's got a child sexual case, and I'll be damned if the brother don't got one. Well, then the nephew's got one, and then the cousin's got one. So it kind of runs in the family in a lot of times.
They'd seen it?
I've had comments made to me since day one.
Yeah.
Like what?
If you want the most recent example, yesterday there was a cheer competition with Adams. I woke my 3-year-old son in to watch his sister cheer, and somebody asked me if that was another little boy I'm touching.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Where? What competition?
At the North Adams cheerleading competition.
What other examples?
Every time you go to an event.
Did he say little boy in cheerleading? Is that what he just said? His son's in cheerleading? Is he a yell leader or is he a cheerleader? I'm just curious. I'm not judging. I'm curious. Let's go back to that. Hope I didn't go back too far.
They asked me if that was another little boy I'm touching.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Where? What competition?
At the North Adams cheerleading competition.
What other examples?
Every time you go to an event,
Maybe they were
another comments made or somebody says something. Another one I can recall was meet the team night for my daughters. We was in line to get slushies and people were making comments behind me.
What comments?
Just called me a thief and a pedophile and why was I there? And then started playing music, playing some of his songs on their phones.
Some of Mr. Foreman's Afroman songs?
Yeah, run his numbers up. Afroman, run them songs up.
This case isn't about your kids. They're not plaintiffs, but did this have any effect on your kids that affected you in turn?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. We had a motion, I filed, and
Remember,
responded.
you know it's better than asking questions because I don't care about the kids because he didn't bring the kids in. So sustained.
What other indications have you had?
Let's listen to that again. He talks so low. I'm going to try to turn it up so we can hear it better.
Did this have any effect on your kids that affected you in turn?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. We had a motion, I filed, and
Remember,
responded.
you know it's better than asking questions because I don't care about the kids because he didn't bring the kids in. So sustained.
What other indications have you had, Detective, that people are seeing
Don't
and
care about
responding
the
to
kids?
this
What?
accusation that you're a pedophile?
Just what's been said to me. It's been shared, been sent to me. I've had people make comments at games while in the store. It's just so much stuff's happened. I don't even remember half of it.
So you were a Hamilton County deputy sheriff. Sorry, I said that earlier. You were an Adams County deputy sheriff, and you're not anymore?
Correct.
Why?
I ended up leaving the sheriff's office just because of this, because of being called a pedophile and a thief.
Explain to us just a little more about why that was so upsetting that you actually left your job?
Because the sheriff's office, so I'm from Adams County, is where all my family and friends are from. The sheriff's office was my dream job, my position. I was friends with everybody.
Okay, so I wanted to look it up just so we know. The population of Adams County, Ohio is approximately 27,500 based on recent 2023 data. The population has experienced a slight decline from 28,530 in 2010, reflecting a 3.9% decrease over that period, though it remains a rural community known for its natural beauty along the Ohio River. There you go. I just wanted to know how big of an area that Adams County is. Here we go.
And it was where I planned to stay through my career. I dedicated a lot of time, over 10 years, to Adams County. Whether it was calling at 1 o'clock in the morning or working 14 hours, I dedicated a lot of my time to Adams County. And I loved working at the sheriff's office. But it just got to be so much. If you go to a call or take a phone call or you make a traffic stop, something said. You go to Walmart, something said. I stopped one of my kids' games for a little bit because every time I would show up, everybody would be looking at me or something would be said to me, and just spared their embarrassment.
So when did you leave the sheriff's office?
I ended up leaving in October of 2023.
You have, do your kids' friends come to your house and hang out?
They don't anymore.
Did they used to?
They used to have huge slumber parties, especially on their birthdays. They'd have 10 or 11 kids over, and essentially once they started, it stopped. I don't recall the last time my daughters have had a friend over, if they've had one ever since then.
Detective, did you ask Mr. Foreman to take down these posts?
I didn't personally.
Did you through your attorney?
Yes.
And have they been taken down?
No.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
This is a good time for a 10-minute break.
They take a break.
Then we'll do that.
Hold on, they take a break. But we're not taking a break because we've got the next one all lined up, ready to go. It's going to get good. Now the defense gets to do their cross-examination. Oh, I hope I got the right one. Oh, let me make sure I got the right one. Okay. I did not. Let's do this. Okay, here we go.
So, Brian, you're still employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're employed in Norwood, correct?
Yes.
When you went to Norwood, you got a pay raise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked questions about a search warrant. Is it correct to say you were the chief in charge of executing that search warrant?
Correct.
Okay. And you counted all the money?
I did.
You had full control of it the whole time?
Not the entire time, no.
Okay. So walk me through the process by which you cataloged the money.
So while we were conducting a search of the residence, another deputy located the money, I believe, in a jacket pocket from a suit. Okay. He handed me the money, explained to me where he found it. At that point, I start to count it in the same room. Once I count it, I collect it, put it in Evan's bag, and take it downstairs.
Okay. So let's back up. That was very general. So when you counted it, where did you count it?
I counted it in the bedroom where it was located.
And you counted it on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And you made specific piles?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's not all the money that was recovered is what was coming out of the suit, right?
Correct.
Where was the other money recovered?
There was more money covered from, I believe it was an office downstairs.
Okay. And where did you count that money at?
In that room.
On the floor?
I don't recall if it was on the floor or maybe on a desk that was there.
Okay. And you were wearing your body cam the whole time?
Yes.
What was the time difference between the suit jacket money and the money downstairs?
I don't recall.
You reviewed your body camera.
Yeah, it's been I reviewed it over a year ago. I don't recall what the time
Body
frame was.
cameras would tell the difference.
Now, Mr. Newland,
Not
let's ask
different.
that question. You were deposed, correct?
Yes,
You were deposed on August 8th of 2025, correct?
Post is where he had to give a deposition. Here we go.
correct.
Have you watched the body cam since then?
I haven't. Well, I take that back. I've watched pieces of it. Haven't watched the entire thing.
What pieces have you watched?
Just of me recounting, of me counting the money from the
So-
bedroom.
You watched only the part of your body cam where you recounted the money in the bedroom only.
Correct.
You never watched the part for downstairs.
I did not.
You never watched the part where you sealed the evidence bag.
No,
Did you seal the evidence bag?
the evidence bag was not initially sealed. No,
What do you mean by initially sealed?
so it's not a self-sealing bag. It has to be taped.
Mhm.
So it was placed in an evidence bag and then brought downstairs to a central location until it was transported to the sheriff's office
In a central location, where was that?
in the kitchen.
And you left it there alone?
No.
Who did you leave it with?
When I first brought it downstairs, Officer Cooley was sitting at a counter and I asked him to keep an eye on it while I continued the search.
Okay, and did he keep an eye on it?
As far as I know, yes.
What do you mean as far as you know?
I mean, I wasn't there the entire time. I went on to continue searching the residence and come back down.
But wouldn't he be in the chain of custody?
Yeah,
So did he sign the evidence bag?
no.
Am I the only one that thinks that this officer is lying? I feel like he's a liar. Just like everybody's calling him the liar.
He wasn't in charge of the custody in that sense of signing or sealing the evidence bag. I just brought the cash down while we was still conducting a search and asked for him to keep an eye on it.
So the cash was never left alone.
That's my knowledge, yeah.
But you're being trustworthy. Like, you're the one that counted it. Now you're just going to ask somebody else to keep an eye on it. It's not sealed. You say you needed tape, but you don't have tape till you get back to the police station? What? Is that what you're saying?
Were you interviewed by a Mr. Robinson in relation to this matter?
No.
Okay. Did you make a report about the missing money?
I didn't know.
So there was this question about a return on a search warrant. Can you explain what that is?
A return?
Yes.
It's just an itemized list of property that's seized from a location during a search warrant service.
Did it include an amount of money seized on it?
Yes.
Does that amount of money match what was written on the evidence bag?
Yes.
So as far as the court knows, there was more money taken than what was returned?
I'm sorry.
So as far as the court knows with the return, more money was taken than what was returned.
That's the way it appeared, yes.
Did you put in an amended search warrant return?
No, he's not good. He's not a good liar. I agree.
I don't believe so.
So you never corrected your statement to the court?
Correct.
Okay. Does the Adams County Sheriff's Office have a policy and procedure pertaining to the counting of money as evidence?
I believe so.
What do you mean you believe so?
I haven't worked there in almost 3 years.
Well, before you worked there, did they have one?
It was, I don't necessarily know that it was a written policy, but it was to have 2 people count the money.
Did 2 people count the money?
No.
Oh, man, I'm confused on that. Can you tell me why?
So explain to me why it matters, like where you're going in this case's context.
Explain to me why it matters. It matters because he didn't follow protocol. Okay. He didn't have 2 people sign it. He put on 2 separate documents an amount of money. And when they gave the money back to Afroman, he was $400 short. That's why it matters. But this judge, every time it starts to get really good, he don't like it. He wants to stop it.
2 people count the money.
Did 2 people count the money?
No.
Oh, man, I'm confused on that. Can you tell me why?
So explain to me why it matters, like where you're going in this
No, explain to him why it
case's
matters.
context. Tell me why it's relevant.
Your Honor, this is relevant because if the evidence of Mr. Robinson is admitted, which he has not been here yet, but if it is admitted, this would be direct evidence since he did not interview the person who counted the money. This would go to counter Mr. Robinson's report. And actually, in my motion in limine, I talked about it in the idea that we did not have time to depose Mr. Robinson and determine what his investigation was or who he interviewed. As such, I'm asking a leading question of Mr. Newland because he didn't follow the policies and procedures. This was not taken into account by Mr. Robinson, and Mr. Robinson has made certain conclusions in his report that this would tend to cause issue with.
Mr. Robinson on your witness list?
Mr. Robinson is listed on Mr. Klingler's witness list.
Is he going to be called?
Depending on what happens, you might be.
Like, my concern is going to be.
So hold on. So is he trying to open the door for the other attorney to not call this Mr. Robinson so that all this don't get out in the open? Is that what's going on here? That's what it looks like.
And everything you're asking the wrong witness is in that category. I get what you're doing. I just try to follow the trail of breadcrumbs.
I'm afraid I'm not understanding the hearsay argument, Your Honor.
He's going to say what another person said and observed. He didn't see it, but read about it or doesn't have it firsthand. He already said he wasn't involved in that part of it. I'm going to give you some room to work.
I have moved past that. That's where I was talking about the policies and procedures, which would not be hearsay in the idea he should know.
No, I get that. I'm just trying to track where you're going so I don't miss the ship sailing. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Newland, you worked at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
So did that judge just look like an idiot? Because I thought he looked like an idiot. What the hell?
From, what was the date on that? 2014 to 2023.
Listen, I want to throw this out there too. I bet this guy's on the Brady Giglio list there in Ohio. If he's not, he should be.
Yes. During that time when you
Is he related to Kevin McIntyre?
started the sheriff's office in 2014, you reviewed the policies and procedures?
Yes.
So you would have seen the policy on counting cash.
If there was one at the time, yes. I don't recall.
So you don't know if there was a policy at the time?
Correct.
Okay. So
Now I'm going to say I can almost guarantee there was a policy. But do you remember Kevin McIntyre, OSBI or Drug Task Force agent, got grand jury indicted in Oklahoma? What did he get grand jury indicted from? Money that was missing. And the day that he was supposed to go to court, he put in that there was a burglary at the office. The only thing that was stolen out of computers and everything, the only thing that was stolen in the Kevin McIntyre case was the money that was missing. Well, they found that to be false. And then what happens? He loses his job and moves to the Panhandle, gets the same exact job. Now, you got a guy right here. Okay, he's been accused of stealing money. That's going to come up some more. And here he is. He leaves this job to go to the county next over to have the same job. You just can't make this shit up.
how do you know it was supposed to be counted by two people?
That was the practice that we normally adhered to. It would be counted by one and then recounted by a second.
Okay. And the second person would initial the evidence back?
No, it was just kind of like almost like a system of checks and balances. And then the seizing officer would still instill the evidence.
This may sound an extremely stupid question. How many times did you count the money?
I counted it one time.
One time.
Only once.
At the time, there was so much going on. I counted the one time, put it in the bag, and until we got done.
Okay.
Yeah, I counted the money one time because, listen, and I didn't have anybody follow it because, hey, we all know it's $400 short.
So when you retrieved the bag, you never counted it again?
Correct.
Okay. Did you seal the evidence bag before you left?
I did not.
Okay. Did you seal the evidence bag at the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, it was sealed at Adams County Sheriff's Office.
I didn't ask if it was sealed. I asked if you sealed it.
Yes, I would have sealed the bag.
Back to the deposition of August 8th, 2025. Do you remember that day? Do
Yes.
you remember I asked you about the money?
Yes, you cannot make this shit up. You just can't.
I remember their conversation about the money, yes.
Do you remember I asked you if you sealed the evidence bag at that time?
I don't recall you asking that.
Really? Okay. Did you ask the sheriff to do an investigation on the missing money?
I didn't know.
Okay. So I just want to get something clear here because my notes are a little fuzzy. You were in the Army at the same time you were a deputy, right?
So yes, I was in the reserves at the time.
Okay. So that's why you would have been a full-time deputy in 2014 and then discharged honorably from the military in 2015?
Correct.
Okay. You said this job was exciting.
Yeah.
What do you mean by exciting?
So, like I said, when I left the military, I wanted a career that would be not mundane, but kind of like an exciting, something new type of career. So I chose law enforcement.
Okay. And you've been called derogatory names before, correct?
Yes.
You know, a lot of police officers want to be a police officer because they want the control. They want the power. Okay, I've said this for a long time. You have police officers that it's in their blood, and that's just really that's really what they like to do, and it's their way of giving back and getting paid for it. Then you got some that, and I know many of them too, that become police officers because they're control freaks. Which one are you, dude?
Significant derogatory names, correct?
Yes.
And that's by members of the public, correct?
Yes.
And that was prior to 2022, correct?
Yes.
Hold on.
Derogatory names, correct? By exciting.
So, like I said, when I left the military, I wanted a career that would be not mundane, but kind of like an exciting, something new type of career. So I chose law enforcement.
Okay. And you've been called derogatory names before, correct?
Yes.
Significant derogatory names, correct?
Yes.
And that's by members of the public, correct?
Yes.
And that was prior to 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned you have some brothers. Do you have a brother that worked in law enforcement?
Yes.
Was he the chief of People's
He was.
Police? Why did he leave?
Why does it matter?
Your Honor, it has been brought up because one of the
Listen, sorry, my granddaughter is playing on the tablet, so I've been muting because I don't want you to hear it. Are you kidding me? Wait till you hear what this attorney is asking about of this particular brother who was the chief of police, and the judge bumps in and says, I don't see why it matters. Then let me know what you think, if it matters.
And you mentioned you have some brothers. Do you have a brother that worked in law enforcement?
Yes.
Was he the chief of People's
He was.
Police? Why did he leave?
Why does it matter?
Your Honor, it has been brought up because one of the images has William Newland, and as you read through the post actually talks about Mr. Newland leaving the police department. So therefore, I am building a foundation to show the truth of what statements are in there.
Is that the reference to the plaintiff's picture you're talking about?
It's a reference to one of his exhibits. Yes, give me a second. I'll tell you which exhibit.
As long as it refers to that exhibit, I get where you're going, so you can keep going.
Okay. I'll re-ask the question. Why did your brother leave the People's Police Department?
He was charged with some kind of crime through the Adams County Prosecutor's Office. He was subsequently convicted, and he resigned or quit sometime during the process.
And
again, you're a police officer, your brother's a police officer, and he was convicted of some kind of crime. Dude, you know what it is. And you're under oath. He's under oath. And he knows what it is. This is bullshit.
it is a fair statement to say it involved minor children.
I really don't know anything about the investigation.
You don't know anything about
Okay, wait a minute. So you have children, and you're a police officer, and your brother was a police officer, chief of police. He gets charged with a crime, loses his job. It's been said that it is a child crime, and you're going to sit here and tell us you don't know? What? Does anybody believe that? Because I sure the hell don't believe it.
Brother's crime he was charged with.
Just what I've seen on Jail Tracker in the past.
So you're not close to your brother.
I'm not, no.
Okay. Are you close to your family then?
Yeah, most of my family.
Then why not your brother who's in law enforcement?
Well, we were both in the Army at the same
He's a
time,
liar. I think so
separate parts of
too.
the world. We kind of got close again, and then once this, his issues happened, we kind of just drifted apart again.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We were close, and then we got close again. And then once these issues happen, we don't talk no more. Wait, this guy knows what his brother was charged with. There's no way he don't know. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay, we're going to go on.
So you drifted apart once he had a criminal problem.
Correct.
Let's talk about that. Has anybody asked you about that prior to 2022 when he was charged?
No.
No one asked you about your brother?
I'm sorry. And like before he was charged and it came out to everybody? No.
What came out to everybody? Come on.
So no one asked you about your brother being charged with a
Who
crime?
knows?
Yeah, after the fact. I've been asked about it.
When was the first time you were asked about it then?
It would have been shortly after he was charged or arrested. It was all a complete surprise to me.
And that was prior to Mr. Foreman's video and post, correct?
Wait a minute. He don't know what it is, but it was a complete surprise to him. Bullshit. This is bullshit.
I believe so, yeah.
So now you've said people have treated you differently since Mr. Foreman's post.
Yes.
So people come and ask you about your brother. Did they treat you differently because of that?
It was just on a smaller scale. I was asked about it, and then that was it. It wasn't shared, and I wasn't put in music videos and everything else because of that reason.
But your brother's criminal charge and everything was in the front page of the local newspaper, correct?
Yeah.
So everybody in Adams County knew.
Wait a minute. And you don't read the local newspaper? Is he going to try to... Listen, get your boots on, okay? Get your boots on. The shit's getting deep, and his nose is growing.
That your brother was charged.
Correct.
And so did people treat you differently at that time?
Hold on. I might have cut that off where you couldn't hear it.
Not at all.
I want to play it.
And so, but your brother's criminal charge and everything was in the front page of the local newspaper, correct?
Yeah.
So everybody in Adams County knew that your brother was charged.
Correct.
Everybody but you.
And so did people treat you differently at that time?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Why didn't they treat you differently?
That'd be a question for them.
Okay. Would it be because they knew you?
Since he said he doesn't know, you shouldn't ask that question. Strike it.
We'll strike the question and move on.
Thank you.
This judge. I want to know, Judge. Shut the hell up. I want to know what he's got to say to these questions. Quit stopping it.
Why didn't they treat you differently?
That'd be a question for them.
Okay. Would it be because they knew you?
Since he said he doesn't know, you shouldn't ask that question. Strike it.
We'll strike the question and move on.
Thank you.
Let me say this, Judge. The jury's sitting there listening, and they see you trying to cover this shit up. And they can't unhear what they just fucking heard. Come on. Be for real here. Sorry, I muted myself. So you're going to tell me, chat, if you're a juror and you're hearing this bullshit that's going on, and the judge pipes in and says it's irrelevant, it don't matter, shouldn't even ask that question, aren't you going to be in the jury thinking, this judge is helping these police officers, he's helping cover it up? You don't want it out there, but you can't unhear what you've already heard. Right?
See, that would be a classic example of testimony from the lawyer, not the witness who said he doesn't.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Crap. Listen, that got me so upset that I hit the wrong button. Hello. Hello. Yeah, you can't unhear that. Be for real. What? This judge. Listen, they all work together, and it's the good old buddy system. And the judge is trying to help this police department out. I want to say this too. You know, Upchurch is fixing to have a defamation of character case come up. My sister tried to charge I don't know if my daughter's still in here, tried to charge my daughter with a defamation of character case, okay? Defamation of character cases is extremely hard to prove. And I only know of one that's ever went through, and I was just as glued to that case, and that was the Johnny Depp case. If you remember the Johnny Depp case, that defamation of character, it was ruled in Johnny Depp's favor. This is crazy.
Page of the paper. How do you know that your treatment today, or as you've testified to, was due solely to Mr. Foreman?
Well, prior to this, nobody called me a pedophile. Prior to this, there was nothing published about me being a pedophile. Prior to this, nobody asked me if I was molesting my own 3-year-old son.
Okay, so hold on. So he's going to go on this pedophile route, right? But let's not forget, he's being accused of taking Afroman's money. And you don't hear this guy say, well, I've never been accused of taking somebody's money. You know why? Because he's been accused of taking money way before this case.
What about the office?
What happened? What happened here?
Let me rephrase the
That
question.
wasn't me.
Did the officers that you work with at Norwood put up a picture or an image of Mr. Foreman on your computer?
Yes.
Did you ask them to take it down?
No.
Did they think it was funny?
Yes.
And they're in law enforcement?
Yes.
Do they think any different of you because of this?
I don't know.
They don't treat you differently?
You don't work there
Not really.
anymore.
I mean, I work with them, but I don't
Yeah.
really associate with them. I go there and I do my job and I come home.
When you interviewed for the Norwood Police Department, they never held anything Mr. Foreman said against you?
I don't believe so, no.
Would it be fair to say it did not affect your professional career then?
Oh, it absolutely did.
How so?
Even if I move locations from Adams County to Cincinnati or to Los Angeles, people still ask if I'm a pedophile. People still ask me what it's about.
Do they
People
ask
still
you if
ask
you're
me
a
if I'm a
thief?
thief.
Are you a thief?
But the people you work with do not ask that, correct?
They don't ask me, I know.
When you were interviewed, your future employer never asked you that question.
No.
So then when you say it damaged your reputation, you're only referring to people in the public, correct?
The ones that pay your salary.
No. That's just what people in the public is what I know. Maybe people do have bias against me, in law enforcement. I don't know.
Were you ever passed up for promotion because of this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Were you ever disciplined because of this?
No.
And you agree while you're out in the public, people are seeing you perform your law enforcement duties?
Yes.
And based upon what they see, they will make comments about you, correct?
Yes.
So how you perform your duties reflects on your reputation?
Yes.
Now, I want to say this. Listen, this is a very good attorney. He's very good. Yes, a lot of attorneys would be hammering the hell out of this guy. The only reason he's not is because it's obvious that the judge is on these law enforcement officers' side. So this attorney has to walk on thin ice so he's not in contempt, and that the judge don't turn the jurors against Afroman. Otherwise, this attorney would be hounding this guy, hounding him.
And you've testified in the courtroom before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever testified in a civil case before?
No.
Have you ever testified in a civil case that involved the duties of a police officer before?
No.
You've had citizens comment on your execution of your duties before, correct?
Yes.
Not all those comments have been positive, have they?
Correct.
And so you would agree that as a police officer, you are subject to public scrutiny?
Yes.
And you've never sought to keep your status as a law enforcement officer secret?
No.
We're trying to figure out how to ask him about how
Have you ever been in the local newspaper?
Yes.
Was it positive or negative?
Positive.
Okay. But not everything they write is positive, is it?
Correct.
As you've said that people can comment on your execution of your duties as a police officer, did you follow the procedure correctly in execution of the search warrant?
In the execution of the search warrant itself, yes.
Okay. So you knocked on the door as required by law?
Correct.
Okay. And then you decided to kick it in?
Correct.
And then when you couldn't kick it in, you went to the side door with a battering ram?
Correct.
Why did you try to kick the door in with your foot?
Is this what we're not trying?
Your Honor, he has opened the door and saying that his...
No, I closed the door. So I don't think we're trying the search warrant case.
This judge is pissing me off. This is why this attorney has to keep stopping, because he has to be very careful. He's treading very lightly with this asshole judge. And yes, you're an asshole judge. This attorney wants to waylay, but he knows at any minute that this judge is going to try to hold him in contempt of court. This is absolutely crazy. Have you guys ever seen anything like it? Listen, I know people's talked about the Karen Reeves case, but look at this case. And is there a way that this could be looked at by OSBI of Ohio or the Attorney General? And listen, am I the only one that thinks that Afroman should be able to file his case against them and not just a judge throw it out and not even give him a hearing? Don't you think he should be able to have a hearing? Don't you think Afroman should be able to, him and his attorney, should be able to present the evidence that's coming out now in front of a jury and get a determination that way? That's my opinion.
Correct.
Why did you try to kick the door in with your foot?
Is this what we're not trying?
Your Honor, he has opened the door and saying that his...
No, I closed the door. So I don't think we're trying the search warrant case.
And this judge, he just says, I closed the door because I'm the boss. And I'm going to dictate what you do as an attorney. I'm going to close that door. Otherwise, I'm going to hold you in contempt and you're going to go to jail. This is bullshit. Now, listen, there's a reason why we're watching this whole trial. I don't think you'll see too many other channels that's going to watch every bit of it. You know why? Because with the Rock Chalk family, we're out for justice on no matter what side it is. Listen, it seems like I'm against law enforcement. I am not. My grandfather was a law enforcement officer. I was married to a U.S. Marshal. I was a state investigator. I come from a background of law enforcement, okay? But I don't deal well with dirty cops and dirty bullshit and the good old buddy system. No way. That's a negative for me. I'll stand on my 10 toes too, Afroman. I'm with you.
Your Honor, he is claiming that his reputation is linked to how he performs his official duties. I am merely introducing that he has not followed procedures, and therefore a person can criticize him on that, and therefore he would have that as part of his reputation that everybody would have to consider.
We don't have any standard against which to measure that, which is the whole point.
Mhm.
So how are we going to get a standard against which to measure that? Otherwise, you get a dance in the pea patch. I said we're not dancing it.
If we can't present that he hasn't done his
Did the judge just call this case a pea patch? Did he seriously just say pea patch? Okay, I'm gonna mute myself because listen, from this point on, with this this witness on the stand, it's all bullshit. I call bullshit. My boots are full of shit now.
We don't have any standard against which to measure that, which is the whole point.
Mhm.
So how are we going to get a standard against which to measure that? Otherwise, you get a dance in the pea patch. I said we're not dancing it.
Hold on. I want listen, I got to hear this again. Exactly what he said that the officers did. A little bit more, sorry. This is important. This whole discussion right here. I might send it to the OSBI and the Attorney General of Ohio. This
Correct.
is crazy.
And then when you couldn't kick it in, you went to the side door with a battering ram?
Correct.
Why did you try to kick the door in with your foot?
Is this what we're not trying?
Your Honor, he has opened the door and saying that his...
No, I closed the door. So I don't think we're trying the search warrant case.
Your Honor, he is claiming that his reputation is linked to how he performs his official duties. I am merely introducing that he has not followed procedures, and therefore a person can criticize him on that, and therefore he would have that as part of his reputation that everybody would have to consider.
Put him on the Brady list. Welcome in, Rubber Ramada. Yes, I watched this trial on my own, and I wasn't going to show it to the group. And then the more I thought about it, I had to show it. And yes, I'm happy to mute myself. This is bullshit. This is all bullshit. And this judge is protecting all them. I still feel like Afroman should have the opportunity to do his case. This judge shouldn't have just threw it to the side and wouldn't even let him have a hearing. I think it's all been done wrong. This is crazy. Let's go. Good to see you, by the way.
We don't have any standard against which to measure that, which is the whole point.
Mhm.
So how are we going to get a standard against which to measure that? Otherwise, you get a dance in the pea patch. I said we're not dancing it.
If we can't present that he hasn't done his job correctly and that would reflect negative on his reputation, then I don't understand what we would be presenting that, because his reputation is exactly what he is claiming is damaged. It is the very issue that they're going to ask for money damages about.
Do you have an expert that's going to say there was a violation of the search warrant process?
No, we're just going to introduce the policies and procedures in place at that time.
There are some?
There are, yes.
Well, then put the foundation out there first. Like my prior decision, made that clear. I'm trying to work with you, don't get me wrong. But I'm pretty.
No, you are not trying to work with him. You are telling him to take his bullshit over there when it's not bullshit. You are not working with this attorney. You are working with the police department. Sir, that is the only people you're working for, is with the police department. You are not neutral in this situation. He should be out of here. I mean, the jury's get. If this would have been a judge trial, Afroman would have been screwed. Thank God it was a jury. I think they said of 8. Thank God it was a jury and not a judge trial. Jesus, Louise.
Pretty good about staying laser focused.
I'm trying to ask the questions now so I don't have to recall Mr. Newland after the sheriff, Kenny Dick, is called, so he can tell us what the policies were at that time. But I can save this line of questioning and recall him later for it, if that would be more amenable to the court.
Yeah, but I understand that. But this part with this officer, it's not about freedom of speech. Okay? Yeah, they're trying to sue Afroman. This is about him not doing his job. This is about him being accused of stealing money before. This is about them never doing an investigation on him, ever. Ever. and his brother being on the front page of the newspaper for sex crimes, and was a chief of police, and this guy don't even know why his brother was on the front of the paper and why his brother lost his job. This goes way further than this defamation case. This goes against the taxpayers' money, paying these officers to do their job, and this guy is not doing his job, and neither is that judge. That's my opinion. Okay, I'll shut the hell up. This pisses me off.
I don't see policies and procedures on your witness list.
The witness list or exhibit list, Your Honor?
It's all together, so exhibit list, like I might have an old one.
There is an amended one, if I may, Your Honor.
You have them, Mr. Klingler?
Yes.
Amended when? If mine stated March 12th, so if you amended it on Friday, I might be out of date.
March 12th.
I have amended witness list. I don't see sheriff's office policy and procedure.
Policies and procedures for Adams County Sheriff's Office.
So that's this is the whole policy procedure manual?
Yes, Your Honor, although we're going to try to tailor it to just what's relevant, so we don't have an entire manual.
Judge, we stipulated to the authenticity of
So that comes in.
that document, so I don't think you need to witness to authenticate it.
Keep her going then, Mr. Osborne.
I would note I would need Mr. Dick to come in and say they were in place at the time, as Mr. Newland can't remember that they were in place at the time.
We might be able to stipulate it.
Now, it's not every time you're in public that people yell and scream thief or pedophile, correct?
Correct.
There's quite a few times you can have a peaceful meal with your kids and never have any problems.
Correct.
It's only at certain times this occurs, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever been accused before of stealing money from traffic stops?
Yes.
It was not Mr. Foreman that accused you, correct?
There you go. There you go. And is the judge going to stop this too? Have you ever been accused of stealing money on traffic stops before this case? Yes.
Have you ever been accused before of stealing money from traffic stops?
Yes.
It was not Mr. Foreman that accused you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you seen a copy of Mr. Robinson's report?
I may have seen, I don't believe I've seen the whole report. When he first conducted the report or conducted the investigation, I was provided a copy of the report or a partial copy.
Okay. But you never sent that to Mr. Foreman, did you?
I didn't know.
You would agree if someone called someone a baby killer, that would be an exaggeration?
I'm sorry.
If someone called someone a baby killer, that would be an exaggeration, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Nobody would take that seriously, correct?
I'm sure somebody would.
So when you talk about your reputation, are you talking about your reputation only in Adams County, or are you talking about it in the whole world?
My reputation in general. Adams County, Hamilton County, the entire world.
The entire world.
Hmm.
So you care what people think about you in Australia?
When it affects me and my job, yes.
How does Australia affect your job?
I'm not saying that it does. I'm just using it as a generalization. If it affects me and my personal life and my job, yes, it matters to me.
Now you're claiming that by being called a thief, you were painted in a false light.
Yes,
And what exactly does that mean?
that I was being painted in a false light.
You've been accused of stealing from traffic stops before.
So being accused of stealing in traffic stops before was when money was seized and forfeited by the courts and no longer returned, and I was quote unquote called a thief.
Okay.
Never to this extent.
Okay.
Never to this broad,
But you would agree there is some similarity here. Money was seized here too.
Correct.
Okay.
Minute. Hold on. They stopped it for some reason. We'll go to the next one. But they killed that. Wonder why they killed that feed. They just killed it completely. Okay. Hold on. While I'm pulling up the other one, I'm going to play something real quick. Just while we're waiting. Go to the bathroom. Take a break. It's not going to be a very long one. Not very long at all.
Hey, DJ, turn me up! Hey, DJ, turn me up! Can't fight up! Hands up, fight up! Hands up, can't just stand up, never give up! Let's go! Fight up! Fight up! Can't turn it up!
Fire up, Kansas, we don't slow it down. Bass hit hard, make it shake the ground. Hands up high when you hear that sound. Rockin' girly girl, yeah, we run this town. Fire up, Kansas, let the beat go wild. From the front to the back, everybody get loud. No stress, no fear, just a party crowd. We live right now, yeah, we live right now. Step in the spot, yeah, the vibe on 10. DJ spin it back, let it drop again. Girly girl leading, got the whole crew hype. Every single beat got the crowd on fire. From Wichita nights to the world stage, we bring that heat, yeah, we set that rage. If you feel that bass, better move your feet. Rockin' girly girl 420, bring the energy.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Shine. Every single moment, yeah, we own this time. Afroman, yeah, we chant his name. Mike in our prayers, we fuel that flame. From the planes to the lights, we rise above. Turn pain into power, turn it into love. If you're riding with us, let me hear you shout. Rockin' girly girl 420, let it all out, all out, all out, all out, all out, all out, all out.
Friends up, hands up, now drop it. Fight up, fight up. Fight up.
All right. Got the other one loaded. Let's go. But if it acts like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it walks like a duck, it's a damn duck.
Times as a law enforcement officer, did any of those cause you to quit your job and find a job in another place?
No.
You said, I think, that some officers in Norwood posted, was it a picture of Afroman, of Mr. Foreman on your computer?
Yes.
Did they post a picture of the accusation that you're a pedophile?
No.
As a public official, you're subject to scrutiny, I believe.
I wanted to make sure, because yeah, this runs into her, so it's going to copy some of the stuff that they just said. It's kind of weird how they cut it off, right? Let's start here.
Subject to scrutiny.
Yes.
And when you became a police officer, did you think you were signing up for being called a pedophile and having to lose your job?
No.
Do you think do you think being called a pedophile is just an exaggeration?
No, I don't.
You got to ask a question about your emotions and whether or not you've seen a doctor. And I believe you said you haven't.
No.
Can you tell us anything about the atmosphere in law enforcement circles that, as you've experienced it, and the attitude toward therapy and emotions and that sort of thing?
There's a stigma on seeking medical help or seeing a doctor or taking therapy. You just expected to take it and move on, and it's all fun and games, kind of like, them posting that picture on my computer. I didn't find it funny at all, but they did. Like, it's just that stigma, around law enforcement in general.
So you've been
listen, that's harassment in the workplace. If you wasn't receiving it the way they were saying it, as far as your counterparts that work with you, okay? But listen, you realize, let me tell you guys, that one of the highest suicide rates is law enforcement, okay? So to say that you have to just suck it up and go on, that's not true. Like, even with the U.S. Marshals, you have to have a psychological every so many years, okay? They have the EAP program so that they make sure that you're getting the help, mental health that you need, because you might shoot somebody, you might kill somebody. This kid's full of shit. Why would they frown on you for getting mental help? I mean, you're in a very high stress job that you want it. This is crazy. Hey, Justified, good to see you.
dealing with this by yourself, as you say, without medical help.
Yes.
Those are all my questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to say this too. I can tell you on more than one hand how many law enforcement officers I know that unalived themselves in having that job, whether it be sheriff department, city, even an ATF agent. So for him to try to say that it's frowned upon and you got to suck it up in that job, that's bull. That's just bullshit.
Just a few more questions, Brian. You would agree that there was mistakes made during the search and counting the money and everything, correct?
Yes.
So it was not done perfectly, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that as an officer, you're supposed to take it and move on. Is that part of having a thick skin as a police officer?
I guess you could word it that way, yeah.
Is it correct to say that the officers at Norwood found it funny, but you didn't?
Correct.
So some people find things funny that you don't find funny?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
I'm going to step down. What do you got that's going to get me 30 or 40 minutes?
Our next witness, Judge, is Lieutenant Lisa Phillips.
Can you get through your direct by 4:15 to 4:30?
That may be difficult.
Then give me somebody you can get through.
I think I can get through my direct, Judge.
That's the goal. Thank you. Let's go.
At least 24 years or so.
You're about to give. Show me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You be seated.
Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Lisa Phillips.
And Lisa, where do you live?
Adams County.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
At least 24 years or so.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
When did you start your career in law enforcement?
2001.
And what were you doing at that time?
I graduated high school in 2000 and went to the police academy.
Well, what academy did you go to?
Greenfield Police Academy in Hillsborough.
And how long have you known you wanted to be a police officer?
Since I was a kid.
What was your first position then out of the academy?
Part-time West Virginia Police Department.
And then when did you was your next job a deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
When did you start as a deputy sheriff?
September of 2002.
And do you have family here in Adams County?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you have a husband?
Yes, sir.
You have a child?
Yes, sir.
How old is your child?
She's 21.
And did she go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir.
Do you have other family in the area?
I got grandma and cousins and family like that.
And did you ever serve as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us about that.
I took the job full-time at the sheriff's office as a school resource officer is what I started off as, deputy sheriff, school resource officer. Then was there for the kids, keep the kids safe, out of any kind of danger. I also was there for the kids, as far as bonding with the kids, keeping them, as far as like way of life, just to, you need somebody else to be there, Sometimes they need somebody to talk to. I did that quite a bit.
And did you sometimes greet the kids when they got dropped off at school?
In the morning, I directed traffic at the school.
And did you have occasion to know any of Mr. Foreman's children?
I don't know him by name, but I have let him out of the vehicle before, or not let him out, but greeted him.
They stopped it, not me. Let me fast forward.
I wasn't actually working.
You weren't on duty?
No, sir.
And is that part of your job? Even if you're off duty, if you need to be called in for something, you drop everything and go do it?
Yes.
Was Mr. Foreman home during the warrant execution?
No, sir.
Were any of his children present?
Not initially.
Did you see any of his children that night?
In the vehicle with their mother.
Just to clear that up, can you tell us what happened?
Come in the driveway, and I was on the outer post of the house as far as like the perimeter area. And she pulled up the kids, and I went over and spoke with her, and I told her we probably wouldn't be good for the kids to see us, so they wouldn't be there to be upset or anything.
Excuse me. Do you know whether the children live there or do they live somewhere else?
They live up the road. Up down the road from there.
With their mother?
Yes.
So then did they leave or did the children never went into the house or anything?
No, sir.
Did you take any money that night?
Yes, sir.
Sometime after this warrant was executed, did you start becoming aware of things Mr. Foreman was posting about you on the internet?
Yes, sir, I did.
We have some exhibits that we want to show you. Do you have them lined? Do you have them lined up, Natalie?
I have them pulled up.
Okay.
They won't play.
Yeah. Let's go to the first one. Is that the order that we put them in?
I have the order.
September 17th, 2022. Was that shortly after the execution of the warrant?
Yes, sir.
Can we blow it up just a little bit? Okay, down.
All right, I'm going to read this because he don't read it all right. This is what Afroman posted. Good morning, ladies. Here she is, the consenting C?NT. Adams Kootenai Camp Sheriff, Lieutenant Mona Lickum Low Lisa, to serve and disconnect your home video security system, surveillance system, so you won't have proof of the Adams County Sheriff Department stealing money and other things around your house, even possibly planning false kidnapping evidence. I used to speak to this lady when I dropped my kids off to the school. I always wondered why she never spoke back, just looked at me with the same consenting C?NT look. You see, and we'll just let him play it.
Near the bottom of that first paragraph, just go down a little bit more right there. Has anybody in Adams County verified her vagina? If you haven't, you should, or she might. Whoop out something bigger than yours.
They cut it off.
If this lady is your friend, I wouldn't leave her alone in my house. Or I'll put it this way, if you leave and your video system is messed up, et cetera, et cetera. And then down below a little further, my name for this particular officer is Lieutenant Mona Lickum Low Lisa. When did you first see this posting, if you recall?
Shortly after the warrant.
That was over three and a half years ago. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
All right, I'll read this one. Mona Lickum Low Lisa Full something Phillips to serve and disconnect after stealing my money and disconnecting my cameras. Lieutenant Mona Lickum Low Lisa Full Phillips is suing me for humiliating her, giving her mental stress, ridiculous, and the loss of her reputation. She doesn't like being called Lieutenant Mona Lickum Low Lisa Full Phillips, but she loves stealing my and disconnecting cameras of law-abiding tax-paying citizens. Now I'm going to throw this out here ahead of time. The music video that he made about her, it's got some really nasty stuff in it. So if you don't like sexual content or it bothers you, you're going to want to go away when they play that video, because they play it for the whole court and they play its entirety. So I'll let you know when it's coming up in case you don't want to watch it. Or hear it.
And you see here, it says disconnect after stealing my money.
What's the number?
Sorry, exhibit plaintiff 20, Your Honor, thank you. Is suing me for humiliating her, giving her mental stress, ridicule, and the loss of her reputation. She doesn't like being called Lieutenant Mona Lickum Low Lisa Full of Shit Phillips, but she loves stealing money and disconnecting cameras of law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. That's March 25th of 2023, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Go to the next one. Which number is this?
Number 21 in the video.
Lieutenant Lickum Low Lisa, stop looking at pussy back.
Here it goes. It's fixing to get started. Now, if you was somebody that thought the Colt 45 and 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need, that song of Afroman's, if you thought that one was bad, you won't want to hear this one. Here we go.
Here, that's the problem. You always look at pussy and you don't even know how many pussies you licked. You don't even know how many video cameras you've disconnected.
What number? That was 21?
Yes.
Did you see that video when it was posted?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
The record needs to know it. Work with me here. Go with it. 22.
22. Was that the same one over again, or was that a different one?
That is number 22.
That's
the same-
22.
Yes.
Same one. All right. Lieutenant Lickhamlow Lisa ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Is that what you understood that to say?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
This is 23.
That's the same thing on a different platform. Do you know what? Can you tell what platform that is?
Search YouTube.
And the other one was Instagram. But don't play it. Just pull it up. See if we can.
Number 22.
It's
Number
YouTube.
22. Yeah.
It's YouTube.
That's
Is that
22 again.
that's YouTube?
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out which two platforms. Were they both the same platform?
Do you want me to go to the next? Or both of those are both YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And then there's more exhibits of this.
Yes. I don't know why we had two of the same one, but I'm sorry. Let's go. Let's
Can
turn.
we stop here? So for the record, are we saying that Exhibit 22 and Exhibit 23 are duplicates?
They are not duplicates. They are postings of the same video. One was posted on October 4th, 2022. One was posted on October 23rd, 2022. They were posted on his YouTube account on two separate occasions. One is like
Can
that.
we clear that up for the record, Your Honor?
I think we just did.
I don't know when which one was posted when.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
You're thinking like I'm thinking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Let's play the next exhibit.
24.
Yes. Exhibit 24. When was that posted? Do you see a date? Is that a different date? Oh, should have the witness testify probably ideally. if we can,
September
but-
25th of 2022.
Okay. And is that a different? That's a different date from the other two?
Yes.
Thank you. Next exhibit. Number
25.
Number 25. And is that a different date? Whoops. Was that a different date? Well, it's not up there anymore, is it? Or
It is up there.
okay. Can you tell, Lisa? Sorry.
Yes, sir. It's October 4th of 2022.
Thank you. Different date. Okay. Next exhibit. Is that it? All right. We have another video. We're ready to do that?
Yes.
I'm just assuming I'm going to object.
Yes, you're going to object to
This
this.
is the one I'm going to renew my objection on.
So don't play it. Just tell me what it is first. What is this?
This is a video that was posted, I believe, last Friday. Yes.
Your Honor, I will enter an objection on this. The law has changed. As I said, in April of 2025, a new law was passed, an anti-SLAPP law, which would apply to this, and therefore would have a completely different standard of evidence, and we would renew our objection to it being admitted or even posted at this point.
That law does not apply to this video or to this case, Judge.
Your Honor, that pertains to matters of public, for the press. It also covers artistic expression and stuff. Just to have no analysis is not an answer to the question. But I will renew it.
So a really good objection, and I'll be consistent and overrule it. We'll play it, and you might be right. Rule it. I think I'm right. Okay. Number 26.
And this is not 26. I apologize, Your Honor. It's 34. Sorry, we're out of order because of the way that they.
All right, okay. 34.
Then for the record, Your Honor, my objection would pertain to Exhibit 34, just for the record.
Did you see this already, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, when they listed it, I did find it and take a look at it. I was never supplied a copy, but I did find a copy on YouTube.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, there's going to be some nasty words in here and some nasty things going on. FYI.
I wanna know. Liquor came to town. She got the percent all around. From Adams County to the 275. Licking every pussy alive. Lisa, 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 pussy alive. Lisa, Lisa, pussy alive. Lisa, you really don't know her. I noticed her voice is a few octaves lower. She's not too ugly. She's not too fine, but she's not too fun. Might put out something that's bigger than mine. Lick 'em low, Lisa, lick 'em low, Lisa, pussy life, Lisa, Lisa, lick 'em Lisa, she raided my house. She disconnected my camera. Then she went down on my spouse. I just don't know what I'm gonna do. Y'all keep on laughing. She gonna eat your wife's pussy. When Liquor Lisa joined the Adams County Sheriff's Department, husband was complaining that she was munching on their wives' carpet. Lisa licked them slow. Lisa licked them fast. Lisa licked that percent. Lisa licked that. Lick 'em low. Lisa, lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy life. Lisa, Come on, Lisa. Full of shit, Phillips. She'll pull your woman over, spread her legs and feel their lips.
Client dancing in the driveway, saying how the pussies. I need to learn how to count how many pussies I get. You know, and that is the main where I have to swallow. Ladies being said, are you pretend looking for a Lisa pillows, pussy lady pillows? And I'd be at Walmart. You call the guy on your voice. They're asking you. I was like that. Like a guy asking you to China. Unless anything, have me on the page. Obviously, I never said change that job. They didn't make money off of it. They should decide she had to put that in my penis. I was on my way to work one morning. I companion to a stop sign. Commissioners had a contracted crew that was working with the companion. I get hollered, Lieutenant Luke Low, Lisa Field. No one calls or even has to work. Get a holler from Lieutenant Luke Low, Lisa Field. Pussy lady. Not a good cop, not a thief. Not sure what I do. I feel weak because I can't keep it. Yeah. Number one, I have to be emotional because lying, lies. I've had a deep voice in my entire life. I ended up waking up one morning, better not have a deep voice. I did not have sex change. I did not have a penis. I shouldn't have to prove I don't have a penis. Or I have a penis here and the rest of the guys not working. And kill people over and live with pussy on me come front. Look at me. Obviously, it's right here.
Lisa, I'm sorry. I didn't know that hurt you like that. You know, you kind of intimidated. I know you. I'm sorry. I mean, you got raided my house. You knocked down my door. I was upset. I would never shoot you, or I would never try to punch you. I thought I cracked some musical jokes that I didn't know they hurt you at. But I'm sorry. I think you're a nice little lady. I didn't know you was in my life. I'm sorry. I was just having fun with the bad situation. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Oh man, Jesus. Hang on, let's take a little break, everybody.
Can you imagine being the attorney having to play this video? Lordy mercy. Oh, God.
Wait a minute. What the fuck? Oh, yes. I did a show one night, and this girl said, "Hey, Afroman, I want to give you some sisters."
Listen, Rick couldn't believe Colt 45 and them words. When I played this for him last night, he was in shock. Is the judge sucking his thumb? It looked like he might be sucking his thumb. He's sucking his thumb? You know, they say sucking your thumb is a coping mechanism. Are you sucking his thumb?
Okay. Is this part of it? That it?
I'll give you 15 minutes tomorrow.
Why, do you want more?
We're done. She's still under direct. You're directed not to coach her testimony. You can talk about other matters, but not her direct.
Understood, Judge. Thank you.
We'll start at 8:15
Hi, Hawkeyes.
tomorrow, and you can have your 15 or so then.
Thank you.
Thank you for good work today, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go ahead and go off the record.
Okay. Okay, let's get going to the next one. Here we go. It's going to move right along. Oh, hold on. I don't have it, Sharon. We're still on the plaintiff's case, he says. Yep, that's true. Still on the plaintiff's case. Oh, here we go.
Thank you, sir. Okay, go ahead, be seated, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, if the lunch break helped you, we did our housekeeping while you were actually assembled back there, so I think we're ready to go with the afternoon. We're still on the plaintiff's case, so Mr. Klingler's got another witness ready to go, right? Right. Go, there you are. Okay. Who's next?
Judge, the plaintiff's called Michael Robinson. Your Honor, for the record, the defense would renew its objection, abandon the motion limiting file stamped March 16th. That was certified that day.
Thank you for filing the motion to eliminate. What if you thought really objection, and then that preserves your issue? Very good. Go ahead.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Certainly. My name is Mike Robinson. I'm a deputy sheriff at the Claremont County Sheriff's Office and been employed there for 35 years.
You like that song, Do You Beat Baby?
And can you tell us your current position and responsibilities with the Claremont County's Sheriff's Office?
Sure. I'm assigned under the investigative section with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office. I'm an evidence technician. I'm a certified evidence technician through the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory. I am a certified
I'm going to object. He's testifying to stuff that was not contained in the report that was provided to us, nor anything about his background was provided. This is improper to ask this at this point. It was not disclosed.
His name and his purpose here were certainly disclosed. I'm simply giving background information so the jury knows who's talking to them. He can certainly be cross-examined by Mr. Osborne if Mr. Osborne finds anything that he wants to question him about, but
Is there a written report?
there is.
Was that provided?
It was.
It was provided upon request. It's contained in the motion and limited email response to it and everything, noting the dates and times. There is no CV attached to it. He is asking stuff that would paint this gentleman as an expert. Expert requires at least 28 days notice prior to trial. It was never disclosed 28 days before. So it does not meet that. Asking him is training and everything, which we were not disclosed of, puts us at a disadvantage because we had no ability to research it, and we would object to that or paint him as an expert when it has not been followed per the rules.
He's going to be testifying as a fact witness, Judge, as to the investigation he conducted into the alleged missing cash in this case.
So the amended witness list is March 11. I don't remember the date of the first witness list. So as a fact witness, that's how I took him also. So his qualifications are relevant. I understand the objection. I overrule it. And you can go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Continue, please. And your title is detective. Is that how we should refer to you? Or
That's, yes.
Detective Robinson, you were talking about your certifications, I believe.
Yes, I'm a certified evidence technician through the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory. I'm a certified CVSA examiner, computer voice stress analysis for the last 25 years. I'm also a certified Part 107 drone pilot through the FAA, where I head up our Claremont County Sheriff's Office drone unit and flight missions operations. I'm also.
I'm going to object again. What does drone training have to do with this? Was there a drone flown? It was not in the report.
Maybe nothing.
It has to do with who he is, Judge.
Yeah. Not right on point, but
I'm also, I've been certified Cellbrite examiner, which is the conducting forensic cell phone data extractions. I also serve as a backup coroner investigator with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office, or coroner's office.
Thank you, Detective Robinson. Did you have occasion to conduct an investigation into an alleged missing amount of cash at the Adams County Sheriff's Department, the evidence room in particular?
Yes.
And just tell us how you became involved in an investigation into that.
I was contacted by our administration, who was contacted by what I believe to be the former sheriff, Adams County Sheriff Kimmy Rogers, to conduct an investigation involving the alleged missing money.
And can you explain to us what your investigation consisted of? What did you do?
Well, I met with Sheriff Kimmy Rogers, and I wanted to conduct an audit, actually, of the property evidence room that consisted of monies that would be brought in or had been brought in by deputies, detectives, agents, and so forth. So we were given, when I say we, my partner and I, were given full access to that, where we counted monies that were brought in from other investigations and so forth.
And is it fair to say that your investigation really focused on an alleged cash discrepancy from a search warrant that had been executed not too long before your investigation?
That's correct.
And can you tell us any more about that investigation? For example, does the name Brian Newland ring a bell to you?
Yes. We were forwarded video footage, body cam footage of the search warrant that was conducted. And I focused attention to the body cam footage that involved the money count. And when I say money count, there were actually two money counts. There was from the body cam video footage, there was money that was collected from one room of the home, and there was other monies that were collected from another, what appeared to be another room of the home. So you had a money count in this room that totaled a certain amount, and then you had a money count in another room that totaled a certain amount.
And do you remember what the alleged discrepancy was? Maybe not in terms of numbers right now, we'll get to that, but just in general, what was the problem? There was something, an amount was recorded that didn't actually comport with the amount of money that was there. Is that?
That's correct. So what was reported altogether was $400 missing, alleged to be missing. $390 from the first money count, from the one room money count, and $10 from another money count from the other room. So that totaled the $400.
All right. And did you review, you mentioned you reviewed some body cam. Do you know whose body cam footage that was?
That was Detective Newland's body cam.
Okay. And you reviewed that body cam?
I did.
And were you able to come to any conclusions after your review of that body cam?
So the body cam footage that I reviewed in the one room that was counted as $4,390, I reviewed that body cam footage, and it was clear to me that there was a miscount of $390.
And can you explain to us what it was about the body cam footage that led you to that conclusion?
Well, it's just also not the video footage. It also includes audio. So video and audio together assisted me to determine this, but it's clearly on video. If you want me to explain.
Please do, yeah.
So what detective?
So did the detective, did he count out loud to himself? I don't know.
Newland does in counting this money was, you can see as he starts, he lays two $100 bills on the ground. You can clearly see that. And as he's counting the money, you can see it in body cam video, such as I'll demonstrate as I'm talking. And you can hear him count. With $200 on the ground, you can hear him count 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then he shuffles the money. And then when he lays down on the...
But what if you don't count right? Like, what? You're going by what he's saying?
$200, he lays a single $100 bill down, and now he's counting 7, 8, 9, 10. So what he's counting as $1,000 is clearly that he only has $600 in the pile. And as he continue on with the body cam video footage, he makes piles of one.
Now, wait a minute. So you're telling me that he counts that there's 1,000, but there's only 600. That's $400 difference. That's a pretty big difference, don't you say? Seems to me it'd be a big difference. He never got wrote up for even doing all this wrong.
100, and there's several piles of 100, hence $4,000, over $4,000. But as he's collecting the amount, the money from the piles that he made, he collects. You can clearly see on body cam where he's collecting as $100. It actually contains $110. Now you can clearly see this on body cam video where there's a $50 bill underneath 3 20s. He picks that up and he collects it as 100, but it's clearly 110. He had a pile over to, in the video footage, you see it on his left side. He's got a pile over there and he counted of $90. So he has 3 piles of 100s now in front of him.
So our detective don't know how to do just regular fucking math? Is that what you're telling us? And he don't know the difference between a 50 and a 20? This is... Listen, you can't even make this up. It just gets worse. Lordy mercy. But he's carrying a gun, and he can't count. Okay.
He picks that up, and he picks up what he collected as $90, and he calls it $390. So he writes down on a piece of paper $4,390, when in fact the $390 doesn't really exist.
And your review of the body cam convinced you that that was the source of the discrepancy between the $4,000 that was actually in the bag and the $4,390 that was written on the bag?
Absolutely.
Now you mentioned.
Now, this is the other thing. Where's this body cam that you was able to count the money and see it was off? Where's this body camera at? Also, was it when he brought the money from upstairs? Because remember, he counted money upstairs and then counted money downstairs, and then he left it with his buddy while he went to look for more stuff. Like, at what point was this body cam filming it? This is strange.
And the second pile of money, or a second bunch of money that was collected from another floor or another room. Can you tell us about your investigation into that alleged discrepancy?
Yes. So in watching that body footage, now this is the monies, I guess, that were uncovered in another room of the home. I could not make a determination like I could on the other count. It just didn't provide me a clear, it was counted as $641 was what was written on the packaging material that was used, and counted as 641. When in essence, I believe when it was returned to the homeowner, I believe $631 was actually in the bag, a $10 discrepancy.
What, you believe? So not only did this detective count the first stack of money wrong, he counted the second stack of money wrong too? Lordy. Get him into some regular 101 math classes. Shit.
I couldn't account for that on body video or the audio displayed, so I couldn't come to a conclusion to that amount.
So you, for this $10 discrepancy between 631 and 641, you were not able to determine one way or the other.
That's correct.
What happened to that money?
That's correct.
On the $390 discrepancy, you were able to conclude what happened?
Absolutely. And
did you draw any conclusions at all about the $10 discrepancy, even though you couldn't see anything on video?
Yeah, I didn't conduct an interview with Detective Nolan. I didn't find it necessary, but I couldn't come to a conclusion of the 10. And I don't think it would be so far forward for me to conclude that might have been a miscount. But again, I couldn't come to that conclusion. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. And did you know Detective Newland before you started this investigation?
No.
Did you know anybody or have any relationship with anybody who was involved in this, in the cash that you were counting and investigating?
No.
Did you issue a report as a result of your investigation?
I did.
And is that report part of, kept in the public record as part of your normal duties as a detective?
Yes.
Could we have, what exhibit is that, Natalie?
31.
Thank you. Okay, we're showing you exhibit 31, Detective Robinson. And it looks like, first of all, from this little snippet we're looking at here from the first page, do you recognize this as part of the report you issued?
I do.
And it looks like the report date is December 8th of 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you go to the second page of the report, please? And then the third page of the report. And do you recognize this, Detective, as the beginning of your narrative report of your investigation and the results contained in it?
Yes.
And we don't need to take time right now to review everything, but down at the last sentence of the second paragraph, you wrote, "The monies returned did not equal to what was indicated that had been originally removed from the home." Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly.
And that's referring to this cash discrepancy that you just talked about.
Correct.
And then let's go down a little bit further. And there in your report, there's some numbers there on the left, 1 through 7, with various numbers. What are those and why are those there? Just give us a little snippet of what you're doing.
I mentioned that I wanted to conduct an audit of the monies coming in that were brought in to the sheriff's office by deputies, detectives, agents, what have you, from scenes, to see if there's a pattern or an issue. There were nearly 70 items, 60 something items that we counted. We actually broke open the packages, examined what was on the packaging, the amount, and then physically counted the money in each package. In almost those nearly 70 packages, we did find 7 discrepancies in those money counts. by various deputies, detectives, agents, whoever brought those in. I don't have that list. But, of those 7 discrepancies, 3 contained monies that were less than what was indicated on the package, with the highest amount being $5. 4 of those discrepancies, 4 of the 7, actually contained more money that was in the packaging that was listed on the packaging, and that highest amount being $2.40. And a lot of this involved some coin change, if you will.
Okay. And Detective, what did you conclude as a result, if anything, as a result of this investigation into the whole evidence room here at Adams County?
You know, this didn't cause any red flags to us that that there was a huge issue or anything. But this is a common mistake of counting money and coin. It really didn't send us a red flag.
And then let's turn to the, no, hang on once, I'm sorry. Yeah, while we're still at this page at the very bottom, this is simply, I think, reciting what you just testified to. Can you just read that for us, starting with while counting out? Can you see your computer monitor, or is it?
Can you see it on this one?
Is that easier or
Actually, that's
not?
better.
Is it okay? Yeah.
Well,
Feel free. Yeah, no. We can blow it up a little too.
That's fine. While counting out 100 bills, 2 $100 bills was placed down on the ground and counted aloud by Detective Nolan as being 2. The counting continues, 3, 4, 5, 6. Though you don't have a clear view of these bills being counted, the audio suggests that he has counted to the number 6. There is a pause and it goes on. What seemingly is the arranging of monies in hand while the 2 $100 bills remain on the floor. Next you hear 7, and a $100 bill is placed atop of the other 2 on the floor. This is followed by 8, 9, and 10. This completes the pile the detective has established and collects it as $1,000. When it appears that he actually has $600. The video audio continues, and after counting out piles of money totaling $100 each, he begins collecting these piles, making a pile of 1,000. He makes 4 piles that appear to be totaling $4,000. With 4 piles remaining, 3 piles were collected and totaled as $300, and the third pile collects as $100. It is clear that it contains $110. This is what I was testifying earlier. A $50 bill and 3 $20 bills. The fourth pile he adds with the other 3 and states on audio $390 and records on a piece of paper $4,390. Though he records $4,390, the video audio suggests to me that he actually has $4,000. I believe this accounts for the alleged missing $390 associated with item number 1.
All right, thank you. And then you also describe your conclusion with the second bag, and I don't know that we need to read that. The jury will have it back in the jury room if they want to, but essentially you weren't able to account for the $10 from the second bag. Is that right?
Yeah. In reviewing that video footage and watching and listening, I couldn't make a determination to that amount.
All right. And do you know, was this amount of $4,390 on the first bag, was that written on the bag or somewhere in relation to the bag?
He writes it on a piece of paper. I don't recall if it was written on the bag.
And he puts it in the bag then? Is that your
I
understanding?
believe that's what was done.
All right.
Yes.
And the video shows that?
Yes.
Detective Robinson.
I'm going to skip over this to the 4306. I left a whole big part out. So skip to this, and then I'm going to go back because we got a couple more police officers that we need to go over. We're going to go ahead and listen. We know that the defense attorney for Afroman knows what he's doing. So we're just going to get to his cross because anything that's a discrepancy, he's going to bring up. Look at this guy's eyes. That's where I stopped it. What the heck? That's kind of weird.
Speak later.
So when he made that statement, he did not have his money, correct?
I'm sorry.
When he made that statement to the news, he did not have his money back, correct?
I don't know that for sure, but I don't believe he did.
How about, let me finish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Perfect. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you. Okay, Detective Robinson, we have this Exhibit 31 back up on the screen. And the page we're looking at has a second to the last paragraph there from the bottom. And you wrote, as I'm reading it, as to evidence item number 2 and the alleged missing $10 from the counted and recorded $641, I cannot determine from the body cam footage the amount possibly collected. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And was that true?
That's true.
That's an accurate representation of your conclusion?
Yes.
While we're on this page, and since Mr. Osborne asked you a question about Channel 19 footage, I want to ask you about the short paragraph right above the one we just looked at, where you wrote, I would like to note that a news article published by WXIX reporter Ken Baker on August 30th, 2022, a week after the execution of the search warrant, the homeowner reported that investigators removed $4,000 from his home. Why was that important for you to include in your report?
I felt that if someone, this money was collected, I believe, if I recall correctly, from some clothing, an article of clothing, maybe in a pocket or something of that sort, that it would be strange to have 4,390 tucked away like that. It would make more sense if you had $4,000 maybe tucked away. And when I saw this article, I found it of some interest, so I put that in my report.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. So, Detective Robinson, you found the news article of interest? Is that correct?
Yes.
More interest in interviewing anybody who was there, Brian Newland, Mr. Foreman, or anything?
I didn't find it necessary to interview them.
So this news article, though, would have occurred before Mr. Foreman got back his money, correct?
All I recall and what I documented is that it was a week after the search warrant execution.
Do you even know when he got back his money?
Not off the top of my head.
So you don't know if he got it back a week or 10 months later? Is that correct?
Well, he didn't get it back a week later.
So when he made that statement, he did not have his money, correct?
I'm sorry.
When he made that statement to the news, he did not have his money back, correct?
I don't know that for sure,
Mr.
but I don't believe he did.
How about, let me finish, it's easy to step on each other. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Robinson, let's cut the crap on this. You said he didn't have back his money a week after the raid, right?
I don't know when he got the money back. I don't recall the date. I'm assuming that it was a week after the search warrant execution that he did not have his money returned.
So when he made that statement, you would assume he did not know or have his money back from the police department at that time.
Are you saying he didn't know the amount of money, or?
I'm asking you, based on what you just testified to, did he have back his money a week after the raid?
No, I don't believe he did.
Okay. Did you call Ken Baker?
No, I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
Go ahead, step down, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next.
The plaintiffs called Joseph Foreman as if on cross-examination.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And have a seat.
Go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afroman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50.
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year?
That was Here We Go, but listen, I wanted to get to this other one first. This other one's more important. Well, not more important, but it's very important. Let's see here. Sorry about that. We got to play this one. It's important.
Okay, and so one of them is dipshit, one is receding hairline,
Yep.
and the other is meth heads.
Yes.
Is there any more?
Well, when he's sitting there making accusations against the organization that I, at that time, was working for, destroying community trust, all based off of a lie, that's what ultimately stopped.
And that's community trust in the Adams County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Let's go back to what was plaintiff's exhibit 5.
Okay.
I unfortunately don't do technology very well. But this was plaintiff's exhibit 5. You said this was referring to you. Where's your picture in this?
I said, you asked me earlier.
Where's your picture?
No, no. You asked me earlier.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to answer the question.
Okay.
You can clarify that there's read.
Okay. Okay.
Is your picture in this post?
No.
Is that a picture of your father?
Yes.
So this actually pertains more to your father than you.
Correct.
I'd like to look at what was plaintiff's exhibit A.
Can you turn a little bit up?
Well, here, help me then.
Just turn it slightly. There. Right. Yep. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's no plaintiff's exhibit A.
Oh, sorry, plaintiff's exhibit 1.
Thank you.
So this would have been plaintiff's exhibit 1. It says in court early. Were you at that hearing?
No.
So this is a post about a legitimate hearing that we have in this case.
Right.
But you weren't present.
No. No, sir.
Do you know if your attorney was present?
I don't know.
This kind of goes without saying, you're not a judge.
Nope.
You're not.
Exhibit number.
Oh, are you not?
Thank you.
This would be plaintiff's exhibit number 6, the one about Roy Gabbard. You're not a judge?
Nope.
You're not Roy Gabbard?
Nope.
And other than this referring to the Adams County Sheriff's Department somewhere towards the end, that is the only thing in it that you believe is the plaintiff?
I'm sorry. It kicked on right when you were talking. I couldn't hear you. The AC
Let's
kicked on.
strike the question.
Okay. I'm sorry. Poor timing.
This would be plaintiff's exhibit number 8. You said you saw this sometime after.
Yeah, it wasn't the day of. It was sometime after. I don't recall.
How long after?
Within a week, I'd say probably.
But you're not identified in here?
No.
And it just talks about the department in general.
Correct.
It just talks about a guy that hit Mr. Foreman's mailbox.
Correct.
And you didn't hit Mr. Foreman's mailbox?
No.
Okay. Were you ever disciplined because of what happened in the raid?
No.
Were you ever disciplined for anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Other than your voluntary resignation, have you lost any other income?
I've been employed in a year. I've been living off savings. You know, I can't keep gainful employment because I'm going to VA appointments 5 days a week sometimes.
Well, you said that you went to surgery. When did you go into surgery?
I don't remember that. That's been so long ago. It was
It was a nice time at home. You didn't have
oh my
any duties.
gosh. Yes.
Was it a long time ago?
I don't recall. I'd say it's been over a year, but the dates I'm sorry, I can't recall it.
So, is the allegations of you being a thief come out of the handling of the money during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
During depositions, I asked you some questions about how money should be counted and cataloged as evidence. Can you explain the process to me of how you count and catalog money as evidence?
Yeah, I mean, you, as far as like what the policy is, or because I don't that policy has changed since then, and we had, but usually what you do is we have a special type of evidence bag. That evidence bag, it'll have denominations of bills.
Okay.
On that, you count it and you mark it. You know, I got 3 20s, I have 1 10. You know, you put that money in the bag and seal it up. Does that answer your question?
Well, so you have these evidence bags. You would count out the money. You'd have it recounted. You would then like put a stack of 20s, 10s, 5s, and then down the denomination.
Yeah, it's not counted by the total on the bag. It's counted by each individual bill and the amount of each bill. So you have 3 20s.
Mm-hmm.
You don't put the total amount of currency. You put the number of bills.
So you
on that type of evidence bag, yes, sir.
Okay. So let me rephrase my question as we were talking at the same time. So if I look at the evidence bag, I can know exactly how many 5s are in it, 10s, 20s, 100s.
Correct.
Okay. And the evidence is sealed when it leaves the scene?
Most of the time, yes. But as long as it stays in your care and custody, as long as it's not something, if this was something that had a fingerprint, of course, you have to protect that fingerprint until you can get it to a lab. I'm not going to say that every time you leave somewhere, something is sealed, because sometimes, I mean, that's an unrealistic expectation. You know, if I got a gun, but I don't have a gun box to put it in, well, that's going in the trunk of my car until I get a gun box to put it in. I mean, that's the reality of law enforcement.
But if that gun changed hands by 3 or 4 people, they would all sign the box when they got it to show the chain of
Correct.
evidence.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So anybody in possession, that must be in the chain of evidence.
Correct.
And that's put on the bag or the box in that case.
Well, there's a little thing right on the front. It'll have an evidence chain right below the denominations. It has an evidence chain.
So if you collect a gun, you would sign first. If I hold it, I'd sign second, and so forth and so forth.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what happens if you don't have these special evidence bags and you just have a clear bag?
Can you tell me where you're going with this and why it matters?
This matters, Your Honor, because there is a question about the policies and procedures. And as I said, Mr. Robinson is going to testify, if he's admitted to testify, about an investigation he did. His investigation is very limited, at least from his report, would indicate he only watched video footage, never interviewed anybody. So one of the things I have to counteract that is the fact that the evidence was not handled correctly. And that is what I'm building here. Mr. Cooley is testifying about the exact way in which you would put that in.
What does that have to do with any issue in this case?
Your Honor, the issue of money is, and missing money is at the very issue of, they say they're being called thieves. They're trying to prove it's not a fact. I'm trying to prove that from the evidence and how things were done, you cannot even make that conclusion.
You said to call.
Yes, we do, Judge. He's asking to be here.
In one respect, it's your time to spend. I look at this as marginally relevant, but you can spend the time.
Thank you.
Have at it.
So if you had a plain evidence bag that did not have the place for 5s and 10s, would you handwrite in that information with a permanent marker?
Yes.
So even if the bag was plain, you could write 10 5s, 2 20s, and such?
You can.
But that's the way it should be done, though, correct?
Well, I'm not going to say that's the way that happens every time. I mean, it's as long as you can protect that evidence to display in court, that's the purpose. You know, I mean, there's a little bit of flexibility in evidence handling based off the situation, but in general, if cash is seized, then yes, you know, you can put the amount. The amount is always going to be on the outside of the bag. Anybody that took exclusive possession of that, yes, they're all going to sign that.
Okay, and so, and the money's always counted twice, correct?
Correct.
At least twice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Even the officer himself probably counts it twice, correct?
10 times, honestly. Personal choice, there it is.
First, you would count it though twice, correct?
Yeah, but
Did you ever have possession of the money during the search of Mr. Foreman's home?
To be honest with you, I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I don't recall.
Forgive me. Come in, sir. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Cooley at this, or Justin Cooley at this time.
Thank you.
No redirect. I just call Mike Easton.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Michael Eastep,
And Mr. Eastep, how are you currently employed?
Adams County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
over 24 years.
What's your current position with that office?
Road Patrol Supervisor.
How did you get started in law enforcement?
Through the fire service. Actually, some friends in law enforcement were in the fire service and kind of hung out with them. And that's how I began to take an interest in law enforcement.
You live here in Adams County?
I do.
How long have you been in Adams County?
All my life.
Do you have family here?
I do.
You married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
The children go to school here, did they?
Yes.
You were part of the team that executed the search warrant on Mr. Foreman's home, is that right?
Yes.
Did you steal any money from Mr. Foreman's home?
No.
We've seen, you've been here the whole trial so far, the last day and a half, right?
Yes.
You've seen all the exhibits?
Yes.
You saw the exhibits that were just shown to Justin Cooley?
Yes.
You know, this bothers me too. Okay, so usually when you have to testify, you don't get to sit and listen to everybody else's testimony. But in Adams County, Ohio, all 7 of them got to sit there and listen to each other's testimony. How can that be fair? And they're all still saying such crazy stuff. It's nuts.
Did the posts that we've been talking about here in this trial have any effect on you?
Yes.
Explain what you mean, please.
People that we deal with in providing services into the community has called us out, called me a thief. We assisted with a search warrant service here with another agency, and the people who was inside the residence looked at us and says, why are they allowed to do what they're doing? And then they look at us and say, well, you done it to Afroman, they can get by with it, they can do it to us.
Did you ever receive any calls having to do with this case?
Not directly.
Are you aware of calls that were received by dispatch?
Lots of them.
Tell us about that.
My daughter actually works in the dispatch center, along with all the dispatchers that I'm very familiar with, that I work with as co-workers on a day-to-day basis, called and anything from why did you do this to why did you tear down the door? Why don't you pay the guy back? You guys are thieves, and on and on and on.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's hearsay. He was not there. He did not have the phone calls. He's hearing them actually third hand the way he's describing it. He's hearing them from the idea of, from the dispatchers telling him what another person said. So hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay.
What's the purpose?
The purpose, Judge, is my next question was going to be, what effect hearing about these calls to dispatch had on Mr. Estep?
Wait. Just for the jury's benefit, if the content of the calls was an important issue, then we wouldn't let it come in. The speaker or the hearer would have to testify. But the nature of the call, how it affected him, is probative, relevant in this case. So the general description of the calls in the context of how it affected him is the reason you're allowed to hear it. Not the accuracy of the call, but the effect on the person. Something else, Mr. Osborne?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Just for the record.
No, you're correct. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Estep, tell us what effect it had on you hearing about these calls that dispatch was receiving about this warrant execution. And
it developed a serious concern of safety to not only me, but the people working with me on those shifts of the days that I was working. Basically, overwhelming of calls that came through, and they were hardly able to keep up with what we have going on in the services that we're providing with nonsense phone calls.
Are you aware of any effect that these these posts had on the sheriff's website?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That is beyond the scope and not even relevant to this. The Sheriff's Department is a government agency. You cannot defame a government agency.
Okay.
For the record.
Mr. Estep, did you, through your attorney, ask Mr. Foreman to take these posts down?
I did.
Have they been taken down to your knowledge?
No.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ron.
Mr. Estep, do you mind if I call you Mike?
That's fine.
You've been an officer for a very long time, over 21 years.
Actually, over 24 full-time years and over 38 and a half as a certified peace officer, state of Ohio.
Okay. And during that time, you've never hid your identity as an officer?
No.
Everybody's seen you out in public?
Yes.
Seen you with your wife and kids?
Yes.
And your wife? Strike that question. And so you wear a uniform while you're on duty?
I do.
And you were a sheriff's deputy in 8/21 of 22?
I was.
Okay. And people have criticized your duties before, correct?
Yes.
And you've been called a lot of names by people in 24 years, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Things worse than a thief, correct?
Name-wise, but not not as detrimental how people look at you. I mean, you're seeing, people calling you names directly, but not put out there to be detrimental in something that is criminally related.
So people have come up to you and asked you if you were a thief.
I've had phone calls and I've had it happen.
When was the first time that happened to you personally during your career?
In my entire career?
Yes.
I never had anything until this came about.
You never had anybody
Not
ask you
told me.
about being a thief and when
No.
your wife was charged with theft?
No.
When your wife pled guilty to stealing from her employer?
Tell me why you would do that to the jury.
Your Honor, I
Why
would
you
ask
do
this.
that to the jury?
Your Honor, I'm asking a question that builds on his reputation. He says he has never been called a thief before. Yet he keeps saying that everybody treats him differently. This goes to his reputation. He is used to this. Has happened before. To say that this is the only thing causing the problem has ever hurt his reputation, he's opening up the door so that I can ask the question about what's affecting his reputation.
Thank you. Kramer?
We're not gonna, I assume, have a trial about every family member and what every family member of these plaintiffs might have done in their lives. This is a case about these deputies and about Mr. Estep. It's not about his wife. It's not about his family. We're gonna try a case here about what somebody else might or might have done, or whether they might or might have not been guilty. It's about what he experienced as a result.
Now, do you think that, I mean, good for Afroman that he stands on 10 and he fought this, right? I believe this has probably happened to others in that area. The way that they are messing everything up so bad, it seems like this is common practice for them. Also, would you be surprised if I told you that the ex-wife actually comes to testify in Afroman's favor? I got that one too, and we're going to play it here in a bit. Very interesting.
Of these,
And how it affected his reputation, which is exactly at issue. He is talking about his reputation, how it's been affected. He's opened it up. Your reputation is your entire life. Everything you do in the community, your family affects your reputation. You can't say that you have, if my brother gets in
this
trouble and
case is
people ask me about that.
This case is about what he did to his reputation, not about what.
What was his reputation like before this started then?
So I thought you play this out in front of the jury so they can understand how to separate the evidence. There's no claims here for your benefit, ladies and gentlemen, for family member injury. Right? But how family members' reactions to claims affect a person's relevant. So you get to hear that my daughter was upset when I was called a derogative term for the benefit, for the relevance of how it's me. Right? Now, take that to this step. If we allow, and we will, testimony about the wife's prior experience, it only goes not to the character of that person, but how it affects the witness. So, like, we're not here to try to decide whether or not the spouse has a character flaw or not, but how the whole thief reference should play into his claim for damages, right? Their law school example and arguing with each other is what lawyers do, but you need to understand how to see it. So I'm going to allow this so you can see how it does or does not affect him alone. Just don't get caught up that your spouse's character is your character, because it's not. Enough said, overrule the objection, and then you can renew them as you feel appropriate. Go, re-ask the question.
He answered the question, Your Honor.
Then re-ask it because he shouldn't have.
Okay. So restating the question, Mr. Estep, your wife did steal from her employer, correct?
Yes.
And it was a felony sum of money, correct?
Yes.
Which is over $1,000.
Yes.
And you were part of the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have any contact with the money?
I noticed money in a coat pocket and I pointed it out to Detective Newland.
And is that the money that Mr. Newland testified earlier that was upstairs?
That should have been some of it, yes. I didn't do the collection of it.
You just pointed it out in the pocket?
Yes.
Another officer took it out of the pocket?
I assume.
Okay. Do you remember which officer you pointed it out to?
I told Detective Newland.
You realize that during that search, everything you said was captured on your body cam, correct?
Absolutely.
Did you ever make derogatory remarks during the search warrant about Mr. Foreman?
Not that I can recall.
Wait, we'll lay the foundation. Mr. Estep, On October 21st, 2022, did you have a body cam on during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
Was that body cam active the entire time?
Yes.
Does it have audio and video recording capabilities? If I show you a clip of that body cam, can you
Sure.
identify it?
Sure.
For the benefit of the record, this would be marked Defense Exhibit B. And for the sake of the record, the file would be ACSO3_OK0019_21252.mp4. This is a clip of that file.
Is there a way to know what portion of the time a clock, or when you plug it in, there's a clock time?
It should have the date, time, and the timestamp it goes through on it.
So the court appears to know that you didn't play the whole thing, you just played X amount of time.
Yes, Your
That's what I'm
Honor.
looking for.
As there's over 8 hours of body cam footage, we
Yeah,
have to.
we just have to make a note. Tell me where you're starting it, when you're starting the time clock.
Is this? Yes. Okay. Okay. Your Honor, this would be marked body cam in the upper left-hand corner, in the bottom left-hand corner. It has 8/21/2022. Sorry, 8/21/2022, starting at 20:56:02.
That's where you're gonna start playing.
Actually, Your Honor, hold on a second here. It would be starting at 20:56:00.
Thank you.
Mr. Estep, I'm going to ask you a few questions before I play this. Can you see what's been marked Exhibit B?
Yes.
So when your body cam is recording, does it record in color?
Yes.
Does it also record in black and white?
Yes.
Okay. Now looking at this, does this appear, as you can recall it, to be the inside of Mr. Foreman's bedroom?
Yes.
And is the, I don't know why I did that. Did you have the date in the bottom corner of it?
Yes.
Is that the correct date for when you searched?
Yes.
So this would be a copy, a segment of your body cam taken that day?
Yes.
I love technology.
Your Honor, maybe approach.
What's it have to do with?
It has to do with what I think might be coming up. I wasn't aware that this was going to be shown, but I'm concerned about something.
Sure. Stand up, don't leave, just stretch in front of your chair.
We're holding. We are holding. They're doing a sidebar. Is this not the craziest case you ever saw, though? Absolutely crazy. Gonna fast forward it here.
So you say you want to flip something? your name. CDs.
I'm gonna fast forward it a little bit.
And just back up and
Come on, guys.
Some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just denied it. Says, I let Ron Polo look at that stuff because some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just denied it. Says.
were you able to hear at that time, Mr.
Yeah.
Would you agree that you called Mr. Foreman a sex addict?
Yeah.
Okay. You would agree that this is a public record?
Yes.
So the body cam is available to the public?
Upon request.
Okay. And Mr. Foreman cannot edit any of it, can he?
No.
Do you believe how you do your job duties reflects on your reputation?
Yes.
So someone seeing this could reflect badly on your reputation based on what you did?
Possibly.
Now, this is going to be very stupid questions, but Mr. Klingler referred to previous posts when he was asking you about how they affected you. Did any of those posts name you by name?
No.
They just referred generally to the Adams County Sheriff's
Yes.
Office. So you're just seeking damages based upon what he said about the Sheriff's Department?
No. It's what's been directed to me.
What was directed to you?
Being called a thief.
Okay. Other than that, anything else?
No.
Was there a direct post of you being called a thief?
No. Just directed by the people in the community.
One of them wore a shirt to the Christmas party?
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was a joke, correct?
I don't know if they thought it was a joke. I mean, I don't know what the true intent of it was, but they wore it. I saw.
Have you ever had jokes made at your expense?
Oh, yeah.
Made jokes at other people's expense?
Yeah.
So it's a reasonable assumption they bought it as a joke against you?
I would hope.
Okay.
But it's not a good joke.
And I'll wrap up that day. So after the search, you went home, correct?
Yes.
And you left directly from the search to go home
Yes.
after a 19-hour shift?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Very much. Go ahead. Thank you. Mike, what's your wife's name?
Renee.
How long have you been married to Renee?
Since 2000. I think 2000.
Since 2000?
Yes.
26 years?
Yes.
Damn, he had to think about it, didn't he?
Did this felony that Mr. Osborne brought up occur before or after this search?
Long before.
Long before?
Yep.
Did you stay married to Renee in spite of
did.
this?
Wait a minute.
Do you think her problem?
So is he on the Brady list too? Should he be on the Brady list?
With this felony
hurt your reputation?
No. I never got no backlash. I wasn't a part of it.
Was
I
your
didn't
wife?
support it.
Mm.
You know, she paid the consequences and she moved on with life.
And you're still with her?
I'm still with her.
This body cam footage that we saw, did you ever publish that body cam to the world?
No.
Did you ever post that body cam on the internet?
No.
Did you ever share that body cam, and specifically that part of the body cam where you refer to Mr. Foreman as a sex addict? Did you ever share that with anybody?
No.
We saw Mr. Osborne just showed you a post of you being called hunchback or something.
King Kong Bundy.
Vince would like, we can put it back up so he gets the term correct. There is going to be specific names for specific people, and we need to keep things as orderly as possible as to who's called what.
What did he call you in that?
Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Thank you, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Was that post made in the context of all these other posts that call the sheriff's department thieves?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Three cross.
Mr. Estep, look at what's been marked. This is the post where you're called King Kong Bundy, correct?
Yes.
Does it call you a liar? Strike that. Would you read the entire post?
It says, "Good morning, ladies. This guy was easy. Introducing Colonel King Kong Bundy. LOL. Let me know if you have a nickname better than mine. What you got?" And then
So, well, you don't need to read the rest. I'm just worried about Mr. Foreman's statement.
Okay.
So he didn't call you a liar in this post?
I'll stop this. Hey, Sin Love, good to see you. Glad you're here. We are going over the trial of Afroman. And boy, there's a lot that was unpacked here. It's very interesting. Seems like everybody on that law enforcement team has a problem of some kind. Anyway, good to see you. And feel free to stick around if you want to. If not, that's okay. We're doing good. Babysitting the grandkids and going over this whole trial. And the chat can tell you, the ones that stayed and watched it, it has been very interesting. I only know of another case that I was so interested in, and that was the Johnny Depp case. And I'll tell you, the media and a lot of people are not going over the testimonies that was done, and that's the meat and potatoes of this case. It's crazy. Anyway, I'm going to get back to it. Glad to see you're here. I'll share your, or if you want to, go ahead and share your link to your channels in. I know you're going to start putting out some good music. So chat, please go and subscribe to Zen. He does the country rap scene, and it's not AI. He does not do AI. It's good to see you.
No.
Didn't call you a thief?
No.
So all the other posts that you would refer to are solely about the sheriff's department being called thieves?
Yes.
Actually, I'll probably do it from my phone.
Your
Oh,
Honor,
there,
Hawkeye's
Hawkeye's got it. Thank you, Hawkeye. Thank you, Hawkeye. Hawkeye, share your channel too. Hawkeye has a nature channel. As soon as she gets caught up at work, she's going to be back doing lives and stuff. Please sub to her too. We're all one big family. We support each other over here. Okay, we're going to go a little fast forward here while they're doing the sidebar. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. These police officers are line dogs. Line dogs.
Yes.
Previously. And so when you're referring to those exhibits that he's presented for, you're referring to the general ones that talked about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as thieves?
Them and some of the posts that was on about me.
Thanks for
personally.
subbing to Hawkeyes in Love.
Pardon me?
What kind of posts?
Ones that was just been posted.
Okay.
Been the last few days.
So, okay. And you've been in law enforcement between the West Union and Adams County Sheriff's Department for 21 years.
Correct.
And you've arrested a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to verbally, because a shaking of the head doesn't get
Yes.
recorded. And you've been criticized before for your job duties?
Yeah.
And you've been called names before?
Yeah, but not a thief.
No person ever before has called you a thief in 21 years.
No, they have not.
Yes, in Love. And I'll tell you what, the main detective, he couldn't even count money. He can't even do regular math. This last one right before him can't read. Like, they got all kinds of problems with that department. Every one of them should be on the Brady Giglio list, too.
And you were employed with the Sheriff's Department on 8/21/22?
Correct.
And you took part in the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Correct.
Did you ever encounter the money?
No.
Did you ever see it?
No.
You were never present in any room when it was being counted?
Not when it was being counted.
But when it was maybe sitting on a table or something?
No.
Okay. Do you ever remember seeing the money during the search?
I've seen some when they pulled it out of some of the pockets.
Okay. So you were there when they pulled the money out of the pockets?
Yeah.
Now, let's remember, the detective did not seal the money. He left it in a bag laying on the table while he searched for other shit. So nobody knows who got in that bag, who didn't get in that bag, right?
And that's all you saw in
That's
reference
all
to
I've
the money?
seen.
Okay. So your job duties were other places during the search?
Yes.
Have you ever been disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Reprimanded in any way?
No.
Were you ever interviewed as part of this investigation into the missing money?
No.
Now, let's get this right. There really was an investigation into the money. The one guy just went and watched body cam and said that the detective miscounted. He counted 50s as 20s because he can't count. But there was no investigation into the detective that did the counting. There was no investigation other than watching body cam to try to see what money was counted. And on the second one, he said he couldn't even tell. So no investigation was really done. And we're going to spare this attorney because the judge is on
Is
the
it true that Mr.
side.
Foreman called you a hunchback?
Yes.
And specifically compared you to Quasimodo,
Yes.
the Disney hero?
I'm
They are
sure
Chris.
it is.
Quasimodo from the Disney movie, The Hunchback of Notre Dame?
I've never watched it, so I don't know.
Has he got autism? What's going on with him?
So you would
Real
agree that
low
when a
on the
person
spectrum or
says that someone's a crooked defense attorney, they're not meaning that I'm like a vine. They're meaning that as a opinion, correct?
Correct.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Would you agree that when someone calls you a thief, it might be an opinion of theirs?
Can be, yeah.
Same as if when people say crooked cops, it's just an opinion?
Yeah.
And so is your entire claim for false light that you were called a thief?
Yes.
And you would agree that Mr. Foreman is an artist subject to exaggeration?
I guess so, yeah.
And just for the sake of question, nobody would ever think you're Quasimodo from the book, correct?
I don't guess. People think different things.
Has he got a dip in while he's trying to talk? What is that? What's going on here?
Have you ever taken a chance to talk with the local newspaper, the People's Defender or Informer, to tell them your side of the story?
No.
So how long before you filed the lawsuit through your attorney did you send the cease and desist letter to Mr. Foreman?
It was whenever he sent it. When my attorney sent it to him.
So you never sent a cease and desist letter before the lawsuit was filed?
No.
And you're seeking damages due to your reputation, correct?
Correct.
Your reputation in the community locally.
Correct.
Okay. So you don't care what people think of you in Australia?
Not really.
Would you agree that everything you do as an officer reflects on your reputation?
Yeah.
All the good and the bad?
Yeah.
Anything wrong you would have done would be a stain on it?
Yeah.
And you mentioned that people had came up to you in public and called you a thief, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the reason this attorney takes so long is because the judge.
You've been criticized for your job duties before, correct? By the public?
The judge has been siding with the other side, the police side, and so he's out. You hear him. I don't know if you guys can hear it as well as I can. He's marking out stuff that he knows that he's not going to be able to talk about because the judge is going to get him for contempt.
Kind of, yeah.
People have said they didn't think you did things right?
Yeah.
And they have a right to criticize you for how you do your job?
Pardon me?
They have a right to comment on how you do your job?
Yeah.
Did you wear a body cam during the search?
Yes.
Can I have a second now?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to see if I can't fast forward a little bit.
Come back a couple times.
Oh, got another guy up here, so he must have ended his cross.
Oh,
I think all these cops are damn liars. Crook, liars. I don't even know that they finish high school. Their education don't finish
Do
that
you
great.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Sean Cooley,
How is Sean spelled?
SHAWN.
Thank you.
And Mr. Cooley, are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm retired from the sheriff's office.
When did you retire from the sheriff's office?
I originally retired in 2014. The sheriff, then Kimmy Rogers, asked me to come back a couple times.
Beach Baby, what's that language you're talking? Because I'm not even able to decipher that out, hon. I don't even know what you're saying. Maybe looks something. I don't know. You got a foreign language going here.
So eventually I did, and I worked up until about 2 months ago.
So up until 2 months ago, you were back as a deputy sheriff?
Yeah, I started out as a part-time deputy, and then
Looks like he's been losing
as their
sleep.
manpower dropped, I went ahead and took a full-time position to help them for a while.
And that's here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
When did you begin with the sheriff's department? Sheriff's office?
It would have been late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, long time ago.
Long time ago, yes.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
Over 40 years.
And one of your family members is Justin?
Yes, sir, that's my youngest son.
And he's another plaintiff in this case?
Yes, sir, he is.
You worked with him for a while in the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did. Most of the time we were different shifts.
Okay, but I meant you worked for the same sheriff's department for a while?
Absolutely.
Yes. Are you married?
Yes, sir, I am.
How many children?
4, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Did they go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, they did.
Sean, do you remember giving me a call back in late 2022?
Your Honor, I'm going to object here. I do believe he's starting to move into the realm of attorney-client privilege and opening that. If he opens that door, we do intend to exploit it. And so we would just give the court notice that's what we believe is happening at this time.
Thank you for the heads up. We're good.
Thank you, Judge. Let me ask the question this way. Were you looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022?
Yes, sir, we all were.
And just in a nutshell, what were you trying to accomplish by contacting a lawyer?
The posts and the things that were put on the internet about us, as far as us being thieves and different things with our image. We had went to the sheriff when this originally started. Mr. Foreman had an attorney, but he's had 2 attorneys prior to this one. We had the sheriff contacted, try to get it stopped. Then again with the next one, then again with this one. So our only other alternative was to try to file some kind of suit.
And that's why you ultimately decided to file suit to get it to stop?
Yeah, that was our last alternative.
Did you catch that? 2 attorneys prior to this. 2 different attorneys. This is their 3rd attorney. You're on a defamation case. It's really hard to prove a defamation case. Like I said, the only one I ever know of that even went through was the Johnny Depp trial, the defamation case there. This is crazy. I'm a firm believer that if this wouldn't have been a jury trial for Afroman, he would have lost. I believe the judge is on their side over there.
Has it stopped?
It's gotten much worse.
You were part of the team that executed the warrant on Mr. Foreman's property?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you steal any money?
No, I did not.
Did you have anything
Did
to
you
do
tell
with
us
the
if
money
you
that
did?
evening?
Probably
The
not.
only thing I had to do with the money, I sat in the kitchen and talked to Mr. Foreman's wife.
Mr.
And-
Foreman's wife, Angela?
Yes.
Now, let me just stop you
Or
there.
ex-wife.
Oh, thank you. Ex-wife. Let me stop you there for just a second. How did Angela Foreman end up being in the kitchen of the home that evening?
I don't know which supervisor it was that let her come in.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. If the search warrant is not going to be an issue, if Mr. If we want to open that door, then I will ask to present that evidence and make that case. But Mr. Klingler now wants to bring up who everybody is there. So if he wants to open that door, I'm going to ask for the same latitude upon my presentation of the case. And I think the court has already made it clear we are not litigating a search warrant.
I withdraw the question. I don't need to know how she got there, Judge.
Just for everybody's benefits, they spoke the question beyond what I was willing to do, so let's try to keep it focused. Thank you for withdrawing the question.
Thank you, Judge.
Again.
You were explaining what you had to do with the money that evening, so go ahead.
I was sitting in the kitchen on a stool, I believe. Brian Newland brought in a package that he said contained money, laid it there, and asked me to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
And
Who was in the kitchen? Sorry, who was in the kitchen with you?
Mr. Foreman's wife.
Okay.
Or ex-wife, I'm not sure.
Just the
what
two of you
status is.
at the time?
Oh, there was people in and out.
Other deputies?
Other deputies coming in
All
and
right.
out, going back and forth to their cars to get different items. Sergeant Walters came in at one time and talked to Mr. Foreman on the cell phone.
Okay. So back to the cash. You were asked by Detective Newland to keep an eye on it, and what happened then?
Well, that's what I did. And then a short time later, Mr. Newland came and got it and secured it somewhere.
And that was the extent of your...
Yeah, I never touched the
contact.
money, never was even really close.
All right. Now, you mentioned earlier your reason for contacting a lawyer in this case. I want to just jump ahead right now to how these posts that referred to you and the other deputies as thieves, has that affected your reputation in the community, do you believe?
Absolutely. There's no doubt it is.
Well, tell us what makes you think that.
You know, to understand that, you got to go back before this happened. We would go on calls. You very seldom ever have any trouble with anybody. Very, very rarely. You might get a drunk that was smart off or something of this nature. Then he starts calling us thieves on the internet, starts selling merchandise with our photo on it. So now when you go into a bar for a call, you've got people in there screaming, hey, you going to steal all of our money, or you go on a call. I had one guy come out of a bedroom after me, call me a thief, and want to know why I stole Afroman's money. It just went from being a nice, quiet community, a job you felt safe in, to a place where you had to look over your shoulder every second.
Do you, based on what you've explained and what you've been through, do you think some of these people who called you thieves really thought you were?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you receive any phone calls about this?
I would answer the phone at the sheriff's department because they were overwhelmed. I remember one day there was over 300 calls threatening us, calling us thieves. So we would have to go over and help dispatch because they were overwhelmed. There's only 2 dispatchers. So yeah, they didn't call me directly, but I answered the phone. They would cuss me, threaten to kill me, threaten to kill my kids, threaten to kill my wife. And it got to the point to where my wife and my children couldn't even go to Walmart. You couldn't go into a gas station around here. My youngest daughter would hear the dogs bark at night and come in my room, wake me up terrified that somebody was there to kill us. Because even though they were young, they're still on Facebook.
Hold on. I got to stop this right here for a minute. What about Afroman? His kids went to school there. You were charging him. You were saying that he was a drug trafficker. He was laundering money. He was kidnapping. But the judge wouldn't even let him have a hearing. And oh, heavens forbid, these police officers are being called thieves because you're probably thieves. You probably stole Afroman's $400.
Still see this stuff. And it was just one after another after another. And when it would start to slow down, he would go back and do it all over again and get it all started again.
And I bet you had that title before this happened with Afroman, honestly. But they all had that title.
That are continuing to come out as recently as yesterday.
Some I are.
I'm going to put my objection in place here. It'll take a second. So Ohio law has changed since April of 2025. More protections under the anti-stalking thing. With that, we would have a 60-day notice.
So I sustain your objection. You can sit down. Thank you. Like at some point in time, we draw the line. I just drew the line.
Listen, you asshole judge. I hit the wrong thing. This judge is an absolute asshole, isn't he? What did I do? Did I take it off of here? Oh, I hope I didn't. Oh, I did. I kicked this all over the place. That pissed me off. I got us everywhere. Let's see. What the hell did I do? What did I do? Losing track of what I did. Let me get to where it was. Jesus. Shame on me. That damn judge.
I don't think we'll have to stop them.
Where were we at with it?
Package that he said contained money, laid it there and asked me to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
And
Who was in the kitchen? Sorry, who was in the kitchen with you?
Mr. Foreman's wife.
Okay.
Or ex-wife, I'm not sure.
Just
what
the two of you
status is.
at the time?
Oh, there's people.
Sorry, my bad.
Other deputies?
Other deputies coming in
All
and
right.
out, going back and forth to their cars to, get different items. In a nice, quiet community, a job you felt safe in, to a place where you had to look over your shoulder every second.
Do you, based on what you've explained and what you've been through, do you think some of these people who called you thieves really thought you were?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You are. You probably
Did
are.
you receive any phone calls about this?
I would answer the phone at the sheriff's department because they were overwhelmed. I remember one day there was over 300 calls threatening us, calling us thieves. So we would have to go over and help dispatch because they were overwhelmed. There's only 2 dispatchers. So yeah, they didn't call me directly, but I answered the phone. They would cuss me, threaten to kill me, threaten to kill my kids.
Okay, so 300 phone calls. Just in a little bit of time, you answered the phone in a county of 27,000 people. What? Sounds like they need to be recalling you guys, getting you out.
Threatening to kill my wife. And it got to the point to where my wife and my children couldn't even go to Walmart. He couldn't go into a gas station around here. My youngest daughter would hear the dogs bark at night and come in my room, wake me up terrified that somebody was there to kill us. Because even though they were young, they're still on Facebook. They still see this stuff. And it was just one after another after another. And when it would start to slow down, he would go back and do it all over again and get it all started again. Just like he did a couple of days ago.
Are you aware of posts that are continuing to come out as recently as yesterday?
Some I are.
I'm gonna put my objection in place here. And it'll take a second. So Ohio law has changed since April of 2025. More protection under the anti-stop. With that, we would have a 60-day notice.
So
of
I
any evidence.
sustained your objection. You can sit down. Thank you. Like at some point in time, we draw the line. I just drew the line of what's involving in the public. Like we started this trial yesterday, so let's try to stay before yesterday. You're all doing a fine job.
Thank you, Judge.
Fluid.
Yeah.
But the trial can't be that fluid. Same.
Are there any other examples that you can think of as you sit here today of ways that these posts about being a thief have affected you in a negative way?
One of the things that really kind of upset me, I was doing an investigation as a detective, and I had to go all the way up to eastern Ohio on the Pennsylvania border. And when I walked into the deputy's room up there to talk to them, they all knew me, all knew that I'd been called a thief, lemon pound cake. It's everywhere. You can go anywhere. And if people recognize you, they start that stuff, whether they're being sarcastic or what. But
And has your image, your face been posted on some of these posts along with, or in the context of the thief accusation?
Well, according to he has posted my image, yes, several times on the internet. He sold merchandise, sweatshirts, T-shirts, things of that nature at all of his venues.
Of course he sold merchandise. He had to pay for his damn good attorney he's got. He did the videos to make money, to pay for his attorney.
As a matter of fact, they were for sale at a smoke shop here in town.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
John, for the sake of the record, we have to keep things straight because there is another plaintiff named Sean. Right?
Absolutely, yes.
So do you mind if I call you Sean or Sean Cooley during this time?
Whatever you like. Well, let's rephrase that. Yeah, that'd be fine.
I like to pick right up with this visit to the Pennsylvania border. You said they knew you as Lemon Pound Cake.
Yeah, that was what they referred to me as. A person.
And they asked you for your autograph, correct?
One of them did, yes.
And so Your Honor, if you could have a sidebar about the Exhibit D that defense intends to exhibit.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll ask a couple of questions. So, Mr. Cooley, or sorry, Sean, you were called Officer Pound Cake by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You
You
were
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the
Lemon
context
pound
of that
cake,
name comes
right?
from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that question.
Well, I'm going to play what's marked Defense Exhibit D. I'd like you to watch this.
Okay.
Listen, I want to say this. There's probably some offensive stuff in here. So if you don't want to hear it, you might walk away. I'm here for it. Let's go.
Oh. Stop it there. So you've seen Exhibit D, correct?
Mhm.
You would admit that's you with the glasses walking by the lemon pound cake on the counter?
Yes,
And that is security footage from the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
I assume, yes.
But there's no question that's you during the search.
Yes.
There is question. There's
No, that was me, yes, absolutely.
So during the search, Mr. Newman asked you to watch the money,
Correct.
and you watched that money until he came back and got it.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna play what's gonna be Defense Exhibit E, which is like a sidebar.
Very technical.
And this would be during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
Yes.
Let me rewind this a second. Looking at the table here in the bottom right-hand corner,
Mhm.
is that the evidence bags with money?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those were the evidence bags you were just testified to, that you watched the entire time for Mr. Newman?
It's a evidence bag, yes.
So it's not the money evidence bag?
It is the money evidence bag, yes.
And you're watching it right now, and you're looking at it?
Yes.
And you're walking outside now?
Okay.
The person's following you?
Yeah, how's he gonna watch it if he's outside? This is nuts.
Sean, it would be a fair statement to say you didn't watch that money the entire time that Brian Newman left it in your possession, correct?
No, you are correct. But you can also hear me telling the deputy, keep an eye on that money. If you want to play
Which
it back.
deputy was that?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You don't even know who you asked to
And see
keep
me
the
talking to
eye
the
on the
deputy
money?
Before I walked out.
The guy walking right behind you would have been the one.
No, I was looking, the guy behind me would have been behind me. Just play it back and that's it.
Let's replay.
He's a liar too. They're all a liar.
Right there.
You said you're not worried, no one's here.
No.
Well, let's
I
replay.
believe I told him to keep an eye on the money before that.
Well, let's play it again. Let's start at
Well, let's go back to, do you agree that 0 to 16 seconds in?
Yeah,
will be
that's
after
fine.
that?
Yeah. Did you hear it say, what's the money?
No,
Before it said, I'm not worried, there's no one in there.
Yeah, that's what you said.
That's why I said yes. Yes.
So the person asked you about watching money. You said you weren't worried because no one was in the place.
It does appear that way, yes.
For the record, 35.47 to 36 minutes even. I got it.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to ask a question. I do not want you to tell me anything you have talked with any attorney with Mr. Klingler or his associate. I do not want to know that. But I do want to know, you said you were looking for an attorney in the fall of 2023, correct?
We all were.
Okay. And so you employed an attorney to send a cease and desist letter prior to sending lawsuit, correct?
No.
Okay.
the testimony was fall of 2022. The litigation was filed in March of 2023, just to make it record.
No, let me rephrase that. Then. So when I mistakenly referred to fall of 23, it was actually fall of 22, correct?
What was the fall of 22? I'm not sure what
You started looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022.
I believe, I don't think I'm the one that made the original call for an attorney.
Okay.
It was one of the other deputies. We had discussed it. We had to have permission from the sheriff at that time to do anything.
You took some of the phone calls, the threatening phone calls, correct?
In dispatch.
Yeah. Did you make a report of those?
They were all documented, yes.
And they investigated and traced the calls?
Couldn't trace them. They were all ghost numbers or showed up as no phone number at all.
So nobody was ever prosecuted? No one was called in to?
Well, they couldn't find them. They don't have any idea who they were.
But you're not saying that was Mr. Foreman making the call, correct?
I don't know whether he did or not. His rhetoric led up to it.
Well, trying to get perjury with this judge would be not happening. But every one of these swore under oath that they would tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help them God.
People, during your significant time as a law enforcement officer, the public has criticized your duties, correct?
Yeah, some, yes.
You've been called a lot of derogatory names?
Not really.
This may sound stupid, but I believe it applies to myself. We're not the thinnest people in the world, are we?
I'm going to call you fat, but okay.
I was calling myself fat. But you would agree that we're not thin people.
Absolutely.
And you would agree that how you conduct yourself during a search and everything reflects directly on your reputation?
Absolutely.
You don't believe everything you read on the internet, do you?
No.
You actually probably don't believe everything you read in the newspaper, do you?
No.
You would agree that Exhibit D that I played, the song Lemon Pound Cake, is a music video for entertainment?
There again, he made accusations that I smoke weed on there, which I don't.
So
that was a lie as well.
So you are suing based upon him saying?
You sure you don't smoke weed? Everybody should smoke weed. What are you talking about, Willis?
So that statement is not part of this lawsuit.
He's done.
That's your problem. You should smoke weed.
I say that goes along with some of the other rhetoric that he's told about us, lies he's told about us.
Okay. Could that be exaggeration to make the song funny?
I don't think it's funny.
Would a reasonable person listening to that believe that Mr. Foreman is stating facts?
You don't know what somebody's thinking. You wouldn't think we get 300 calls a day threatening to kill us. Somebody's buying into it.
So when Jerry Reed sung the song, when you're hot, when you're not, and the judge said that to him right before he sentenced him to prison, that's an actual fact, or is that an exaggeration
So
for
we're going to
entertainment?
strike all that because we don't know anything about that case, and he's not going to become a witness. So until you establish a foundation that he knows what you're saying, you don't get to testify. So set it up right, I'll let you do it.
Mr. Cooley, what is your favorite genre of music?
60s.
Give me an example of a song.
Freebird, American Pie.
Let's take American Pie.
Leonard Skinner.
Is the song American Pie, you've listened to it, correct?
Multiple times, yes.
Is it literally about a pie?
No.
It's more about something else.
Yes.
It's for entertainment.
Yes.
And you were entertained by it.
I like the lyrics, yes.
And you don't, in that song, American Pie, do you believe that was fact?
That what was fact?
What was said in that song?
No.
This may sound stupid, but when people talk about dirty defense attorneys, are they just saying I didn't wash my suit, or are they exaggerating?
I don't know what's on their mind.
It would probably be an opinion now.
There again, I don't know. Maybe they know something on you.
Like I didn't take a shower that day?
Well, that or you've done something you shouldn't be doing.
So when a person yells crooked cops, they may be just referring to cops in general doing bad things?
It could be.
Okay. Expressing their opinions about what they think?
They could be, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to get this straight. So you're saying that being called Officer Pound Cake has colored you in a false light, correct?
No.
Okay, so being called Officer Pound Cake has nothing to do with this lawsuit.
No.
So the only thing that you're saying painted you in a negative light is the general comments calling the Adams County Sheriff's Department thieves.
They're
correct?
calling me a thief.
So there is a specific post that calls you a thief.
There's photographs of me on it, and he's accusing all of us of being thieves. So that incorporates me as well.
So it refers to the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a group then, and you're part of that.
Just members of the Sheriff's Department, not the entire Sheriff's Office.
But it doesn't list your name.
Yeah, there's posts that list my name, I'm sure.
You mean you're sure?
I'm pretty sure that there was some that had my name on it. I mean, I don't recall which one.
Okay, I got. Head, it's going to be in your head too. Here we go.
We haven't introduced any to evidence by your attorney. What post are you referring to? I need a date and time.
I don't know. I'm just saying that there could be. I don't know.
There could be, but you don't know.
Right, right.
Do you mind keeping your testimony to what you know, not what you're guessing at?
Yeah, I have been as far as I can.
As far as you can. So in your defamation claim would be based solely on being called a thief as a group of people, and you're one of those groups.
I'm concerned about me being called a thief as well as my fellow officers.
They get their chance. Let's talk about you.
Right.
But that's the sole basis of your defamation claim?
Being called a thief?
Yes.
That's the majority of it, yes.
Okay. But not being called Officer Pound Cake?
No.
And may I have a second?
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Redirect?
No regret.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up.
Next up is Randy Walters.
Good kids. Where are you currently employed?
I am a sergeant with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I'm not for sure the date that I was promoted to sergeant. I've been with the Sheriff's Office since 2010, I think it was.
Since 2010?
Yes,
How long have you lived in Adams County?
my entire life.
You went to school here?
Yes,
Do you have family here?
yes, I do.
You have a wife and children?
I have a wife, 4 daughters, and 2 little boys, or 2 sons.
So 6 kids altogether?
Yes.
Are all of those your own kids?
We are a little bit of a mixed bag. I have 3 biological kids and 3 children that I adopted through foster care, yes.
What are the ages of your children?
My little boy, who's biological, is 10 years old. My next daughter is 14 years old, who's adopted. And I have a 17-year-old that's adopted, an 18-year-old that's adopted. My 22-year-old son is biologically mine, and my oldest daughter, who's 26, is mine. They're all mine, but biological and otherwise.
Yeah.
And I've had the girls since my 14-year-old was about 2 months old.
And this will become relevant, I think, just a little later, but I'm going to ask you about the race of your adopted kids.
So 2 of my adopted daughters are biracial Hispanic, and my youngest adopted daughter is biracial African American.
And your youngest is the 14-year-old?
Now she's 14 years.
And in the fall of 2022, she would have been
Around 11, I think.
around 11 or so. How'd you get into law enforcement?
My father was a police officer, and it's just something that I've always worked towards doing.
And you're the rank of sergeant right now?
I am.
You know, this is going to sound kind of strange, but he talks like Dennis Rader. Is so crazy. I was sitting here going, where have I heard that voice? I said that last night too. He talks like Dennis Rader. Okay, go on.
And you took part in this search of Mr. Foreman's home back in 2022, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us just a little bit about what your role was in that search, just generally?
I was called in to assist with the search, and you have what's called an entry team. I was asked to come in and help with the entry team on the search.
Did you have anything to do with counting or keeping the money that night?
No.
Have you been accused of stealing money from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
Can we look at Exhibit 27, please? Before we, I don't know if we can do this, Natalie, but can we see the date? Before we, I don't know if we can do this.
Okay, I want to warn you guys ahead. This song is going to have some nasty stuff in it. Talks about having sex with this guy's wife. And yeah, it's got some nasty words in it, just so you know. If you don't want to listen, might turn it for a minute. Here we go.
And the number of views on this?
It's in the bottom. It's really hard to see with the way that the media playing system works because it's blocked by this gray bar, and the gray bar doesn't go away.
All right, so let's just play it and see what happens. Thank you.
I pay taxes, I work daily, I get paid, my Beetle Bailey, Randy Walters, private eye, I used to fuck his wife, doggy style.
Could you see anywhere on there the date on this video?
It says 3 years ago, 727K on the views.
So it says 3 years ago. That would have been sometime in 2023, I guess. And did
Your
you?
Honor, I'm going to ask, is there a specific date and time on this?
This one, just with the way that it on YouTube, it doesn't show the specific date, but I can represent that it was the 23rd of October 2022.
I would object to representing Your Honor.
Okay.
So we don't know the exact date from this image.
From this image now.
Okay.
2023.
three years ago, and did you say 727,000 views?
Yes.
Now, we have 3 other exhibits that show the same clip on different platforms and dates. Is that right, Natalie? I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to do this. Can you bring up Exhibit 28 and just show us the first slide? All right. Now, do we know when that one was posted? Can we see that?
I cannot make out when that one was posted. No.
Can you tell what platform that was posted on?
That's on YouTube, and it seems like 974,000 views.
All right.
Hello, Christopher.
And is there any indication of
Hello,
the date that you can see?
Christopher.
Not with the words, it's covering it up now.
We'll have to figure out how to do that because it would be doable.
Well, yeah.
All right. Can we do it?
Oh, October 4th, 2022.
You find it?
Yeah, when it was, it says down below it, October 24th, 2022.
October 4th?
Whatever she did, it took the line down and you can actually see it.
It doesn't go away while the video is paused. It has to be playing for the
You have to play the whole thing again, so let's don't do that. Well,
it didn't go away this time.
Play it again.
512, 574.
Thank you. October 4th, 2022. We got a date on that. Let's go to Exhibit 29. And before we, do we know what, can you tell what platform this is?
It says Instagram.
Instagram, and can we find a date?
Yes, I have the granddaughter.
All right.
Getting her shoes on, going outside.
So, well, October 4th, 2022. It says right here.
All right. So,
Your Honor, he says right here, could they please indicate where that is in this?
Yeah, you'll see a logo on the bottom corner. It says Afroman with a symbol in the middle of it. If you look just to the side of that, it says October 4th, 2022 with a heart with 1.1K and messages at 71.
Okay.
I cannot read that from here.
Next question. Go ahead.
We got the date on that one. Let's go to Exhibit 30, please.
I work daily. I get ready. I beat up Bailey. Randy Walters, private eye. I used to fuck his wife, doggy style.
Do we know the platform on that one, Mr. Walters?
Is this the same video right here? It's still up because it's
Yes,
Instagram.
same one that's still up. Yes.
Instagram.
Instagram, and can you see a date?
September 25th, I believe, of 2022.
All right, thank you.
They're
And
coming
can
up on
we
the
look at
YouTube
Exhibit
video.
26?
Go after man.
All right. And I guess we should identify the platform for that one. Can you tell what platform that is?
That's Facebook, August 26, 2023.
Thank you. All right. Did you become aware of these posts, Mr. Walters, at or about the time they were posted?
Yes.
How did you become aware of them?
Of my personal post, I found out from my children. When my daughter came home and advised me that she was getting
Yeah, they
to
are.
school because
Run up
apparently
his
her mom
numbers.
is having
We'll
sex
get
with
like
Afroman, and
subscribe.
since she's biracial, that must be her daddy, along with being a thief.
And how did that affect you?
It's horrible. It's hard when your job that you're doing affects your family, which affects you. When you have a kid come home crying that's already been through a life, and now they're getting hazed and harassed because somebody thinks it's funny. Somebody knows it's not true. Been with my wife for 28 years. She didn't have an affair with Mr. Foreman. She didn't make my daughter with Mr. Foreman. But now my family has to be harmed because of straight up 100% lies. Where in the world is it okay to make something up for fun that's damaging to others when you know for sure it's an absolute lie? That's a problem.
Well, you're right. I see a problem here. There's been a lot of lies, and it's all been your police officers that's been lying. So yeah, there is a problem. Run up Afroman
Some of these posts
videos,
that we've
guys.
seen call you a thief.
Yes.
Did that affect you or your job in any way?
Yes. We as we've already heard, we can't go to calls, not figuratively every call, but the frequency of it, like people automatically, you're stealing Mr. Foreman's money. You illegally raided him. You've done all these things. You know, your wife's having sex with him. Is that why you stole his money? Never touched his money. It's been proven. He knows. We never
Somebody
touched
say
his
that to you?
Yes. You can't make these simple street arrests with people that are mouthy. I get that. But now there's just fuel to the rage. And then the fact that at the time I worked night shift, Adams County is a rural county. You do your work in your car a lot of times. You do your paperwork in your car. Well, try to find someplace safe to sit when you're literally getting death threats because of lies. You're absolutely in fear for your safety to begin with as a police officer. But now intensify that because somebody is lying about a situation that they know the facts of. Now you have to worry about it because the calls, the comments, everything, all lying. It created a situation that was uncalled for, that was unsafe and unhealthy for the officers involved. The problem I have is the respect for my family wasn't near the respect.
This is going to beyond the narrative. If
Overruled.
Mr. Foreman could ask a
Thank
question.
you. Responsive. Overruled.
Go ahead.
The respect for my family, including the law enforcement family, wasn't nothing like the respect I gave to his children the night of the raid. I stopped what I was doing when his wife, who I know and have been friendly with for years as far as being associates, said, hey, somebody pulled, they were next door. Somebody pulled in and they're scared. I stopped what I did, what I was doing, and went and checked on his kids to make sure they were safe because that's a priority to me. But the same respect that was given to his
You
family
did your job?
had no regard to mine
Wow.
or me. And that affects me because to see my family in distress because of my job is distressful to me. To have the public send you death threats over lies is distressing. And it was easy. Stop with the lies. But that wasn't enough. It's happening today. My kids came home yesterday because of new posts,
Your
same
Honor,
thing.
I'm going to renew this objection again. It's beyond the narrative at this point, and further, this is not bringing in evidence that is beyond this.
We're not going to allow like videos from yesterday. I get that. Last Friday, we have a video. I get what you're saying about the evolving nature of the conduct.
Thanks, Bright.
That testimony is
Hey, Bright guy.
consistent with other people's experiences of the harm. But we're not going to bring in the exhibits. We're not going to bring in the content.
But they can testify about stuff that's happening at this time.
Yeah, it's the effect.
Okay, I
not
would
the
register
content.
an objection for the record on
Got
that.
it. You're in. Next question.
Had you finished your answer?
Yes.
Any other ways you haven't mentioned that you want to share about how these accusations of a theft and your wife having sex with Mr. Foreman have affected you or your reputation?
It's affected all of our reputations from a baseless lie till now that we are not thieves. We didn't steal his money. I never touched his money, but I'm in the group of thieves. We stole his money. I spoke to him on the phone when he was concerned that he was going to be arrested that night. And apparently in some way on the phone, he didn't like my attitude towards not fixing his door. I'm sorry if you felt that I disrespected you in some way. I was explaining to him that we don't have the means to fix his door. We're leaving it in care of his wife. But I also cooled his fears that we're not coming to arrest you. Deputy or Sergeant Newland would like to talk to you. Get your attorney and come and talk to us. There's not going to be an arrest warrant for you. If we need to talk to you, we can find you. We can call you. You can come in. If an arrest warrant would occur, turn yourself in, go through the system, and do whatever. Nobody's chasing you through the woods as reported. Nobody's doing any of that. The respect that was given to him, which I guess is not required in society, was not put forward to us.
Oh,
Cross-examination.
poor baby.
For the record, you stated previously your name was Randy Walters.
Randolph Lee Walters Jr.
Okay.
I go
And
by
so
Randy.
you go by Randy. Do you mind if I call you Randy?
It's perfect. Perfectly fine, sir.
So you extended Mr. Foreman a significant amount of respect that night.
I felt that I did.
If I show you some of the surveillance footage, can you explain how to show you respect?
Sure.
Do you want to cycle?
The exhibit number.
This will be exhibit F, defense exhibit F. This will be an excerpt of the security camera footage of Mr. Foreman for the kitchen of his home. From the time in question of August 21st, 2022.
Make sure we get the counter time, so we know what the jury saw.
Pardon me, I'm
Make
sorry.
sure we get the counter time, so the court gets know what the jury saw.
Part of the entry it was.
Let me play some more. Okay, so this will be starting security camera footage of 8/21/2022, starting at 8:13 and 4 seconds PM.
Thank you, Brian.
I've stopped it here because I'm going to ask a question. So you talked about a ballistic shield. Is that the ballistic shield you're referring to?
Yes.
And you would be behind that ballistic shield?
Yes.
Oh, he's the one that flipped off the camera, right? That thing weighs 35 pounds.
So putting this image in perspective, you're behind the riot shield.
Yes.
Officer Cooley's behind, or sorry, Officer Sean Cooley's behind you. Brian Nillen's in front of you. And Sean Grooms is going forward with the assault rifle. And you're flipping off the security camera.
No.
That's not your middle finger.
No, do you know how to use a ballistic shield, or do you like me to tell you?
Let's watch it. Finger went down, right?
There's a light activation on that shield. It's 35
The
pounds.
finger went down, correct?
If you think I split him off, you can think that that's not what it was.
Okay.
There is a light activation on the handle of the shield.
Mr. Walters,
Okay. Yeah.
wait for the question. So you were called a couple of names by Mr. Foreman, one of those being, what was it, Beetle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone believe you're Beetle Bailey?
Probably not. That's a drawn cartoon.
Beetle Bailey is a cartoon that's in the newspaper.
Sure.
Been there for years. So that would be an exaggeration. Okay. And when they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion.
I'd assume that would be an opinion.
Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
She's been dead for years.
Sorry. I'm sorry about your mother on that. Yeah. But
I
you
can't
would agree
remember
that
if they
when
do it.
someone calls
So
someone a son of a bitch, it's
we'll
not
go finish
necessarily a
watching
statement of
this.
fact.
Hold on. I gotta do this. Absolutely have to do it. Mm-hmm. I got one up his too, so Okay, back to the show. Back to the show. I had to play it. Mm-hmm.
It's more a statement of opinion or a description of a person.
Sure.
The same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Yes.
No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie.
Obviously, that's a character in a movie.
Yeah. But you're not that person.
No.
This may sound stupid, but you've been a law enforcement officer for a long time, correct?
Yes.
You've been called many derogatory names, correct?
Over the years, yes.
You've been called a son of a bitch before, correct?
Not published, but yes.
Okay. You've been called other things even worse, correct?
I'm sure over the years I've been called many things.
It would be fair to say that during those years, people probably said bad things about you and your family also.
You know, I honestly can't remember bad things being said to my family, but I can remember bad things being done to them.
Do you believe everything you read on the internet?
No.
Do you believe everything you read in the newspaper?
No.
You probably tell your kids, don't believe everything you hear, right?
Especially now.
So are you testifying and claiming that because Mr. Foreman called you Gomer Pyle, you've been painted in a false light with the public? I'm taking it one at a time, so I'm going to get to
the Gomer Pyle?
Yes.
I'm not claiming that, sir.
You're not claiming that being called a son of a bitch is a claim you're pursuing that Mr. Foreman's called you.
Correct, sir.
Being called Beetle Bailey, you're not claiming that as part of defamation proceeding on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And neither one of those three statements have painted you in a false light, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, it paints you in a different light than what you are, but correct.
So you're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know.
You know what they say about
I would hope
African
so.
American
You
guys.
know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there.
Your wife might be
And
cheating.
it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot
You
verify.
probably got an itty bitty one.
Is it a thing that can be
That
verified,
attitude.
true or false?
Ask your client.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for direct the witness to answer the question. Yes or no, please.
That you don't like his answer doesn't mean he didn't answer.
He didn't answer the question. He told me to ask another person. That is not an answer to the question.
So ask him another question.
Okay.
That was his answer. You didn't like how it came out, but it was his answer. I can't make him say something else. You can ask him another question.
Yeah, he is.
And so are you claiming that Mr. Foreman saying he had sex with your wife is a private fact about your life?
My family is a private part of my life.
About your wife?
Him having an affair with my wife would definitely be a private part of my life if that was occurring.
And that has affected your reputation?
Yes.
Okay. And so am I right in concluding that the other final statement that you are claiming that Mr. Foreman said about you that painted you in a false light is that you're a thief?
Yes.
And that stems from all the posts that and all the exhibits that Mr. Klingler referenced earlier,
That's what he showed.
the ones that talk about the police officers in general?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Ever passed up for promotion?
No.
This may be a stupid question. Were you a sergeant before or after the
Before.
search? Okay. Because I know you couldn't remember when, so I was just curious on that.
It was from before.
Okay. Have you ever talked to the People's Defender or Informer about the statements?
We were not allowed.
So you were not allowed by the sheriff of Adams County?
Yes.
And you had a cease and desist letter sent prior to January 1st of 2023?
I personally made no notification.
Okay.
Everything's been made through my attorney.
But that would be after January 1st, 2023, to your knowledge?
I'm not for sure of the date.
If this lawsuit was filed after January 1st, 2023, you would agree then that it would have happened after that?
I don't know if they sent you guys a letter before or after they filed suit.
Okay.
I do not know that.
So that would be something I should ask another plaintiff?
Yeah, I didn't handle the paperwork. I don't know what date you got that, sir.
Okay. Do you agree that how you act during your job duties affects your reputation?
It does.
And I think I've asked this, but I'll ask again.
He sure
The
is
public
clicking that
has
pin.
commented on your
Shake
job
that
duties in the past?
chair.
I'm sure they have.
They've been critical of you?
I'm sure they have.
Did you order Lisa Phillips to disconnect the security camera?
I don't, and I haven't reviewed the body cam since that event. I know that the intent, if I can, for the camera system is, in speaking with Detective Newland, that they thought there was some type of operation of narcotics transfers there. So it would be obvious that if there's a surveillance system, that would be on it. That camera system was disconnected with my multi-tool by Sergeant Phillips. I will trust in the fact, because I have not reviewed it, that I said, hey, disconnect it. I don't know for sure that I did, but I know that she used the multi-tool to disconnect it, and it was placed in the central area in that room for evidence to be collected, because it was to be collected. Because obviously, if you thought something was going on in the residence, you collect the surveillance system, you go later and get another search warrant. I didn't find out until a couple of days later that that was not actually collected.
It was left at the scene,
Yes,
but it was disconnected.
Yes.
And you were
to
standing
take
there
as evidence.
to take as evidence,
Yes,
but it was not taken as evidence.
it was not.
So the only thing taken as evidence, significant evidence, was the cash.
There was a jar of marijuana that was found in like the ball cap room, some cash, and some vapes, as I remember.
Hell, you took the man's weed? Are you kidding me?
No one was arrested for threatening you, correct?
Not our choice, but no.
That was a choice made by the sheriff?
I can't tell you whose choice it was. I know that the agency as a whole was very upset and very concerned, and between the powers that be, whoever that is, there was no charges filed.
I'm waiting for his chair to spin around while clicking that pin.
This may sound stupid, but being a son of a bitch is not a crime, correct?
No.
You might have a second now.
But still, you can't take Afroman's weed, man. No way. It's like taking Snoop Dogg's
Your Honor, I have no
weed.
further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Walters, I'm going to put the body cam up again. I was frankly a little confused about what it was supposed to show, but explain to me what it was that Mr. Osborne said he thought he saw that you were explaining.
May I stand up, sir?
Yeah.
A ballistic shield weighs about 35 pounds. Okay, it's very big. One hand has your firearm, or if you're using it for something. The other hand, there's a bar like this. To activate the lights that's on the front of it, there is an activation switch on that shield. That's what occurred.
So so your finger moved or something?
Yes, that's how you activate the shield. And it's also 35 pounds. Once you're carrying it for a while, it takes a toll.
So were you trying to flip the bird to his security camera or something? Or
no?
We're trying to make a disrespectful gesture in any way?
That's what Afroman said in his video. Come on now.
You were asked a lot of questions by Mr. Osborne about things you might have been called before, criticisms you might have undergone before. Has anyone called you a thief before and published it?
No.
Has anyone ever published a statement that they fucked your wife?
No.
Have your kids come home upset because somebody said Afroman somebody else was their father at some point before this?
As recent as yesterday. Because everything is brought back up again.
Well, maybe you should move out of town, buddy.
Were you at Mr. Foreman's deposition?
I was not.
Okay.
Listen, Afro moved to town and houses went up for sale, dude. You were supposed to sell. Sell your place. Get the fuck out. Because Afro Man came to town. That's right.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Recross.
Oh, them his glasses that he's clicking. Thought it was a pin.
Your Honor, I had to recross it about Mr. Walters.
Okay, go ahead, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
You have a witness coming at 1 o'clock, right? Okay, so we have lunch break till
Into this.
about 1 o'clock.
We're about
Enjoy
to
yourself.
guys.
Don't talk about the case, don't research. Decompress.
I
whatever
don't
means,
like
just
this
right
news
there,
at all.
stretch. Don't deliberate early. Have a good lunch.
Okay. I am not a fan of that judge's at all. Here we go. This is the ex-wife. The ex-wife is being brought in here. Not Afro Man's ex-wife. This is going to be, you'll see. Here we go. Here we go.
Once, and
Play some of Mr. Foreman's music from time to time.
they do.
You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You've got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song WAP?
I think I've heard
Sorry,
it.
no, strike that. I'm going to give you the complete song and then summarize it because I only want to say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes,
Is that a rap song?
it is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No,
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
no,
So you didn't have to teach them that wasn't real?
right. No, I did not.
You've heard the song, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No,
Would you agree it's derogatory towards women,
no,
even though it says nasty things about them?
yeah, no. I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one.
Go ahead.
So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Sean or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No,
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Sean?
if it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to go into too many detail, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department, everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Sean and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage?
No.
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Groves.
Good morning.
I'm sorry you have to be here.
I am too.
Thanks
Getting
for
closer
coming.
to Afroman's testimony. We're almost done.
Where to start? You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I
Did
had a
you?
restraining order.
Did you got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it when they would say, I saw your husband in the video. And I would say, yeah, that was him, and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And
Why?
they didn't either,
Why didn't you elaborate on
because I didn't think it was the student's business.
it? Okay. So they had seen your husband in videos?
Yes,
And did you tell your husband about that?
about,
That your kids had mentioned it?
no, it was just a mention and that was it.
Okay. And did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No.
Just your kids?
It's my students in the school.
Students? Okay. The song that Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Sorry. I'm wondering, what is that them on the TV camera, or are they watching some other thing? No, that's them. Look at that TV camera. Okay. Couldn't tell.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, ma'am.
This court has the shittiest cameras, though. Horrible quality cameras. This crowd will be real quick. I would hire this attorney, though.
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students. Your students saw the posts
Yes.
and they articulated it to you?
Yeah. Just say, hey, I saw your husband in this video.
Students can, would it be a fair statement to say children can be mean? Cruel?
Absolutely.
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
Absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students and teachers?
Yes.
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes.
You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
Coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, you know, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they lash out.
Yes.
But they're not calling names a fact or anything.
No, no.
And they've seen these posts.
Yes.
Did your students treat you any differently?
No.
So could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
No.
No, he didn't, because her ex-husband said that because of what Afroman did and saying that they were thieves in these videos, that's why she divorced him. And so she's here to say Afroman had nothing to do with her divorce. She probably wants to say more than that.
I'm going to ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Klinger?
No further questions.
Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon me?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced in this.
Right. And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. If a doctor comes in a medical malpractice case, they're an expert. This is a lay person, the same as any other. Some of the questions.
Okay, Judge, don't make it
generally about
difficult.
Society and
God
public
dang.
perception.
She's an expert that her,
which would
on her
seem
marriage.
like
It
more of
sucks.
an expert opinion, when in fact, as a lay witness, she can only testify about what she experienced herself. So you have to understand the scope. She's just what happened to her, lay average person, not educated expert. Thanks for being here. You can make the excuse.
Why do you care, Judge? Why is he so against everybody but the police officers?
Your Honor, I'd
It's
ask for a
sickening.
short 10-minute break so I can talk with Mr. Foreman. Based upon the ruling in the Rule 50, I want to juggle some of my witnesses, make some corrections to that, as I had anticipated a different verdict due to the evidence, or different ruling due to the evidence, so I'm going to need to shift for that. I'd like 10 minutes to consult with my client to strategize on that.
Comments, Mr. Klinger?
No, I have no objection to that, Judge.
If you're doing well managing your time, I think that's a good idea. I would like, you know how I am with getting the jury on schedule.
Your Honor, that's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully.
Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would please. Short break will be helpful.
Okay. Well, they didn't stay gone very long. Let's see here.
Objections of the exhibits, Judge.
So there'll be admitted without objection. Rebuttal, please. But those clearly become fact issues to weigh, which I shouldn't do. So as a matter of law, I couldn't dismiss the claims. There's at least enough evidence when I construe the plaintiff's evidence in their favor to get past the Rule 50 motion. But you are spot on to remind me to do that.
Your Honor, there's also another matter we need to clean up. We probably should do at the sidebar before we go into oral arguments.
Okay. I like cleaning things up.
Like you're supposed to.
Everything you need to know is right here. But some. For instance, I'm not submitting to the jury whether the 5 plaintiffs are private figures or public figures because Judge McBride decided that. So in the instructions, I've taken prior decisions of law where necessary and put them in. And you didn't deal with that, but sometimes I have to tell the jury how we got to where we are. And that becomes instructional law. The law of the case goes into the instructions. So I don't explain it to them. I'm just saying in the record, I took prior traditional law of the case findings and slotted it in where necessary, because that's what we always do. Sound right, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, I had no objection.
No objection, Judge.
Okay.
Yes.
Off the record, you want to start?
I would love it.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir. We're off the record.
well, we have the 2 housekeeping things. I have to renew my verdict, and then we have to also discuss the music company.
Okay.
We're back on the record.
Okay, so 2 points came up. You wanted to renew your motion for Rule 50
Yes.
dismissal, which the court overruled. Mr. Klingler responded to your inquiry about the Access Incorporated.
Yes, Your Honor, just for the sake of the record, We had a telephone conference on this. We had discussed this issue. They had not pled. They are technically in default of the answer. During that telephone conference, which was not on the records, we discussed what would happen with that. Mr. Klingler said he would evaluate it. We are now about ready to do closing statements. No evidence has been presented against him. Mr. Klingler has not asked for a default judgment. He seems to be wanting to put everything on my client, which is very strange why when he has a default, he wouldn't make a motion for such. But we would ask that the record be cleaned up in that issue.
Yeah, I'm going to clean up the record and we are going to dismiss that party from the case.
Media access to program.
Yes.
We've registered an objection to him not doing a directed verdict, or sorry, doing a default verdict on that, and therefore increasing damages upon my client if they should be found.
No, if he gets to own his own complaint, so I just have to follow his lead. But I get what you're saying, and
I can argue for mitigation of attorney fees and stuff that he has done.
Oh, if it gets to that, if it gets to that, that's not a part of the jury's of the verdict.
I just have, I'm trying to think a step ahead.
I like that. Off the record, please. Go get him. You would, Mr. Bailiff.
Making me dizzy.
Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about.
Hey, hold on. I told I'm not going to forget. The judge acts like he's trying out for a part in the next video. I know this judge is horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. He needs to be taken off the damn bench. He sucks. Sucks bad. Okay. Here we go. Who's ready for best testimony of all? In his sunglasses. Afroman. Let's get it. Hey, we stopped it. I stopped it right there. Okay, I want to make sure that we get all of it. Okay.
The plaintiff's called Joseph Foreman as if on cross-examination.
We got turned up as loud as we go. All right.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And have a seat.
Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afroman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that
sir.
right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50.
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know. Possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. It's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been performing for 20 or 30 years, is that right?
All my life.
All right. And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 247,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time
Yes, not all the time, just here lately.
because the trial's coming up.
Yeah, all the publicity from the officers lawsuing me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers.
I haven't looked in it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't have wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, for tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had the right to my freedom of speech. After they left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000, but anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of
No, I just know,
4,390?
I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, you know, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right. And the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff's was short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant returned, didn't you? That the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket.
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually
I didn't know
more money.
nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, you know, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you, why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney. So to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the discount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. You know, they turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes to your knowledge?
Yes, they
The
did.
deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Didn't you tell me that in your deposition that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
You talked to Randy Walters on the phone before you got home that evening during the search or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that.
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Oh, that's how you saw it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for a report so you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was?
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved. I didn't.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did
when
your
I got my
attorney
cash.
ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't in it. When I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Klingler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it. Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far, he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity, overrule the objection. And we'll make that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the
I
investigation.
did want to see. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did.
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this go. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I know. I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
That's my whole
isn't
thing.
it?
If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras. None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad
I
about
do
what
care
they
about
did.
if they stole them.
But
Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. This whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the amount.
How about the
got
lady
returned.
admitting that she took?
Could you answer my?
She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip.
Nobody,
Go argue with her admitting that she took my money.
nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, whatever. Go look at her admitting that the bag is short
Mr.
because it
Foreman.
stayed open all weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Cooley just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do it right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes.
So
Nobody
it looked like
admitted
somebody
that they took your money. Correct?
It was short. She admitted, she said that it was short. And usually it's 10, 5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
You posted videos about Brian Newland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact William Newland is a convicted pedophile and Brian Newland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all kind. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adams County Sheriff Department, because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Norwood.
All right. You don't want to answer my question.
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me ask this one again so I can get an answer. Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Newland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true and I can make some money. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do we have a copy, another copy of that? Because I'll show it to you and I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
You're gonna refresh his recollection.
It's
Tree. You then use the screen.
Thank you, Judge. If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I would object to using the screen to refresh his recollection. That's publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him it and then ask him a question, much how we would do in criminal law with the police report. If an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report. We would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage. Just make sure you think he reads it right. Otherwise, I have to wrestle with you about whether he read it right.
Sure.
So just read it. And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in DJ Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips. And that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition, I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition. I had asked you about.
Object, he's testifying.
No, he's using the deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right. So sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question. Would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer. You know, Stephanie said it, and you know, some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something. They shake my hand. Yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question. You don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer. Well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21. Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But
that's my question.
I've always put Brian Newland next to his brother. So that's my basis, and I've always
we noticed that.
Yeah.
And your attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Newland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy's butt. It's too much for me. So if you just use your eyeballs, and then his brother's convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that
Well,
pedophile stuff
hey, you know,
about
I'm just
little
trying to
boys.
figure out. I'm trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude. It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around, possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again to your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But on page 98 of your deposition on that same day, beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Newland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer, no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
What are the line numbers?
Beginning with line 11, ending with line 14 on page 98. You have no evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing objection so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition?
Oh, it's too important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for the witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase, I'll sustain that. You made the conclusion you didn't have memory, so you've got to go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, I she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. I didn't know who took them. So, for all the officers was a suspect in the first, at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Newland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money, but I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras, so all of them were suspects until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out?
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
And is it true that one of your big motivation really in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money.
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really. You know.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today, right? With the new posts and advertisements and things.
It's publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No, publicity. Just me. Just everybody. Thanks to them bringing publicity to this, it's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
And the more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact, they never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact, if they hadn't have came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
You were at Lisa Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office?
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes.
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
Yes.
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
Yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Newland's daughter who came home upset. You heard all that, but you're still posting stuff about
Yeah,
it.
because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You want to continue, I'm sorry, Mr. Osborne. Do you want to continue the direct examination of your client now?
Your Honor, I was going to actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about it.
Okay, so let's just talk about it.
Okay, so I was actually going to not do cross with Mr. Foreman at this time. I was going to hold off until our case in chief.
Yeah, I just offered you the chance to do that. So do you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now?
Not right now.
Like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. If he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now or later. So you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again. This was an examination on the plaintiff's case. You get a chance to hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks, Mr. Foreman. You can stand up.
Plaintiffs rest subject to the admission of all our exhibits, Judge.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with the exhibits on a break. What do you have?
I had no one ready. All my people were subpoenaed to be ready tomorrow. I will have to call them to get them here in the morning.
Don't research, don't think, don't talk. Ruminate in your own mind, maybe, but it can't be any farther than that. The admonition we talked about previously about deliberating as a group and thinking collectively is still in play. And you can't look at anything on.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Michael Eastep,
And Mr. Eastep, how are you currently employed?
Adams County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Over 24 years.
What's your current position with that office?
Road patrol supervisor.
How did you get started in law enforcement?
Through the fire service. Actually, some friends in law enforcement were in the fire service and kind of hung out with them. And that's how I began to take an interest in law enforcement.
You live here in Adams County?
I do.
How long have you been in Adams County?
All my life.
Do you have family here?
I do.
You married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
The children go to school here, did they?
Yes.
You were part of the team that executed the search warrant on Mr. Foreman's home, is that right?
Yes.
Did you steal any money from Mr. Foreman's home?
No.
We've seen, you've been here the whole trial so far, the last day and a half, right?
Yes.
You've seen all the exhibits?
Yes.
You saw the exhibits that were just shown to Justin Cooley?
Yes.
Did the posts that we've been talking about here in this trial have any effect on you?
Yes.
Explain what you mean, please.
People that we deal with in providing services into the community has called us out, called me a thief. We assisted with a search warrant service here with another agency, and the people who was inside the residence looked at us and says, why are they allowed to do what they're doing? And then they look at us and say, well, you done it to Afroman, they can get by with it, they can do it to us.
Did you ever receive any calls?
We're going to stop that. We're getting close to ready up to go with her mom. Okay, we got one more to go over and then that's it. Closing arguments. Ooh. Here we go. This was long, wasn't it? Sure was.
Intentional lies. Sorry, doing the default verdict on that and therefore increasing damages upon my client if they should be found.
No, if he gets to own his
Oops, let's go.
own complaint. So I just have to follow his lead. But I get what you're saying. And
But I can argue for mitigation of attorney fees and stuff that he has done.
Oh, if it gets to that, if it gets to that, that's not a part of the jury's of the verdict.
I just have, I'm trying to think a step ahead.
I like that. Off the record, please. Go get him. You with us, Bailiff?
No, it's time to go. See, I knew that. I waited the extra 30 seconds.
You got 6 minutes for it.
You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it. But I will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you. From me, from the plaintiffs, to you. Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years, risked their lives for this county for years, done their job, been in the community for many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft. He knew there was no sex with Randy Walters' wife. And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably later were lies too. What are we going to do about that? Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand, there's nothing we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech to lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that. And you all agreed that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed. And the judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong. You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed, that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. That's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand from Mr. Foreman the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done. It's imprinted in your minds, I'm sure, like it is in mine, the tears, the agony from some of these witnesses. Don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did. I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agree to be on this jury. You're all here now in this place, in this courtroom, for a reason. And I believe there's a power higher than us that brought you here today to do this job, and that you are the chosen people to do it. Nobody else is going to do it. There's not going to be another trial. There's not going to be a second chance. This is the day to decide whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done and whether these plaintiffs deserve something to make up for what they've been through, and whether the community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay. We talked about different kinds of damages. There's not going to be economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case is to render a verdict of money that somehow stands in, somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs have been put through over 3.5 years. That's all you can do. You can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry. All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost. No one else is going to do it. The judge isn't going to do it. Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your job. And you're the people meant to do it. Now, I told you in jury selection, if we got to this point, I'd try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case. I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula. There's no easy answer, but there is an answer. And it's the answer that you folks decide among yourselves fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered. And I'll start by posing this question. Do you think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you $2 million if you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years? Did you take that deal? Do you think she would have taken that deal? Yeah, $2 million, that's maybe I'll go through that. Of course not. Do you think Randy Walters? Do you think Brian Newland? Do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through? I don't think so. And I think nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And of course, he says he's not going to stop. He says nothing can stop it. Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict that he needs to stop. I'm going to tell you what I believe is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs. And it's up to you, of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you, I'm going to ask you, and there's a verdict form, which, excuse me 1 minute. Folks, I'm going to show you these forms that you're going to be filling out, just so you're familiar with them. This is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs, okay? This one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips. And I believe the evidence is overwhelming that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for defamation, a separate form for defamation, and you'll see the jury instructions. Judge Hine has already talked some about that with you. So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now, there's another form called an interrogatory. And I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips's form. And it says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little description of the kind of damages. And there's a line for your decision, and there's signature lines for each of you to sign. Lisa Phillips. I'm not going to show you every form. Lisa Phillips, folks, I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form. $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through for 3.5 years. Maybe going through for who knows how long. For Brian Newland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million for what he's been through with his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County. For Randy Walters, I'm asking you for a verdict of $1 million. What he's been through, the allegations and vile videos about his wife. For the other 4 plaintiffs, Sean Grooms, Sean Cooley, Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep, I'm asking you for a total for all 4 of them of $400,000 divided among them however you see fit based on their testimony. You, of course, can award less. You can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form based on this testimony. Now, let me close my remarks by looking into the future here and looking at the future if there's a verdict for the plaintiffs and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money. What happens? The plaintiffs are vindicated. The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts. And a verdict for the plaintiff will say they were wrong, he was wrong. A verdict for the plaintiffs will make up in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve, you can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live. That's what a verdict for the plaintiffs will say. Let's look at another possible future if there were to be a verdict for the defendant, or if there were to be a verdict with a small amount of money attached to it. In that case, in that world, in that future, the world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal. We don't really care. We think it's fine. That's what a verdict for the defendant or a small verdict would say. They would go home subject to even more ridicule. You took him on and you lost. See what he did was fine. I don't have to tell you, you know, that's not the message we want to send. It's not the message you want to send. Folks, I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now and asked, what can we do to stop this? And here we are today. I've done what I can. They've done what they can. They've suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time and would have cut out the public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind their case and their right not to be drugged through the mud with lies in the media. They've done all they can. And now I am giving their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide what to say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence, I fully trust you to make the right decision, to make a fair decision. and to come back with a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clementer. You have 11 minutes after that. Final. Go ahead, Mr. Osborne.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. This has been a long 3 days. It took a second for me to even count the number. It's been so long. A lot's happened. You've done your duty as jurors. You've paid attention to the evidence. I'm proud of that. What makes our country great is you have the right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this, weigh the evidence, and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist in a vacuum. Music evolves over time. Take a look at jazz. It's evolved. At one time, it was distinct in a certain subculture, and it has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out as a means for people to express social commentary, opinions through entertainment. Look at the song by NWA, or they call it Fuck the Police. I think I said that right. It's a social commentary on what was going on in their lives, their personal effect, the personal things happening to them, combined with entertainment, which unfortunately is exaggeration. Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, rap songs, while I was pouring a cup of coffee. And the first one was Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory, but then again, I'm not the audience for that song, and I know that. I know nothing in that song. Nothing talking about is true. I know it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a social commentary. But it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration for entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion with Sex Talk. I mean, it just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings, former mayor of Hillsborough, was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny. Some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts. And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand. And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, if we lived in a vacuum, we'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything where we see things. We watch SNL. We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. They picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list, even Teflon Ron was made fun of. So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube, when they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand they're going to talk about it going forward. And if you look at his posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all, you know, a song's catchy, right? It has beat, song, you know, words rhyme. You know, she thinks my tractor's sexy and, you know, sticks with you. When we listen to Lemon Pound Cake, you heard the iteration. You heard how it came together as entertainment. So we don't exist in a vacuum, and a reasonable person doesn't exist in a vacuum. As the judge said, you are a reasonable people. You get to decide what's reasonable, which means you get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened to them. I'm not going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time, public officials made fun of. Let's go back to voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one juror that's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office. She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine, it's a matter of opinion. Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh, wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that. And that's why public officials are held to a higher standard, because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public scrutiny. They all testified that people have criticized their work. I mean, after all, we look at the search. There is, even Mr. Newland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was handled, the investigation. I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have a chain of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Newland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted. And then keep in mind that miscount on those is less than what is alleged to miss here. We got people saying we had a miscount, yet they can't even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Let it run. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all this money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake. I don't know if I call that lazy or what, but I think it goes to what you consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. Fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove that? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. People are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them. What people are expressing is not a literal statement. It is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it? That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to higher standards. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, that's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to be criticized. They've all been called names before. Has it affected them personally? Yes. Ms. Grooms testified it made no difference in her life. Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned. But if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot. I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family. Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest thing's a traffic stop. You know nothing about the person.
I will say this guy is a damn good attorney. I liked him a lot. It's a shame that the judge kept shutting him down and he had to redo everything because the judge kept shutting him down and he didn't want to get a contempt. But this guy was good. Very good. Now, Johnny Cochran good? I don't know. Jose Baez good? Possibly.
You're there by yourself and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared.
Fuck yeah. Whoa.
But
you say
they
fuck
take it
yeah?
seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned. But if I'm going out on a call, I'm worried about getting shot. I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family. Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest thing's a traffic stop. You know nothing about the person. You're there by yourself and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared.
Fuck yeah. What I said. Fuck yeah.
If you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that. If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps towards it. You didn't take the steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person is going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted, probably got dirt all over me. How you would see, that's how you would prove it's an opinion fact. Now, even then, you might say they just fell in the mud. But no reasonable person would take it in a vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to that because that colors how you see it. I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit. Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? I mean, he's like a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful, everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe everything in the newspaper? No. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that No reasonable person would understand, especially not a public official. We see it on TV all the time. We see it on the internet. You see it on Facebook. Sometimes people want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read's fact? I don't even think most of it's fact. I think it's everybody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one and it stinks. But that doesn't mean they can't have them. That doesn't mean they can't express them. And that doesn't mean they can't make a song about it. Truth is a defense. That's why we talked about the theft. That's why we showed all that. Because I wanted you to see how the money was handled. There's a lot of confusion around it. And for that reason. Before I get to another point, I want to address something that's bouncing around my head. Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music artists, comedians to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here. I'm sorry they feel the way they do. But there's a certain amount that you have to take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there's certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job. The plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how they wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit, until after they brought it to court to make it stop. That's what they wanted to. They wanted to make it stop, yet they asked for money. The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Some of these names are not as bad as others, yes, but they're all for artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real light. No reasonable person would think that. It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Newland agreed that when he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman, yes, that is a horrible thing to call a person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was a fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact? Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke, and you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. It may have been a bad joke. It may have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to you? Freedom of speech? What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement. Portrayal of fact. Has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song, it's entertainment, and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, what kind they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact. Fourth element is the proximate cause. It's an interesting question there because you'll get the definition of causation and proximate. And we never talked about that really during the trial. It's going to be something that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those posts. Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Cooley testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a lemon pound cake. These are things that other people have done. Joe never directed them to do it. He didn't cause it. He made a joke. He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause or was it someone else? I want you to understand when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice. Public officials, it's a higher standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard.
Great job. Great job.
Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action. That says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community, feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say, it's a song. It's a joke. I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because we're hurt, but it's a joke. Which one is it? So a reasonable person in the eyes of the community would understand it's a joke. Mr. Estep testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation is clean. Everything you do affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation. They all admitted to that on the stand because I asked that question. They all said it does. How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they did their job and criticize them on it. That's a right we have.
The judge was not thrilled back there.
We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly.
Yeah. So again, this attorney has prepared for this for over 2 years. Okay. And the judge pretty much was on his neck for no reason. So he's had to skip over a lot of stuff that the judge wouldn't let him talk about. He still did a great job. Had to change it on the fly, as he said.
I think as you go back and deliberate, take a look at all the exhibits, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social commentary.
What do you think? You think Afroman ought to do a really good one and put his attorney in it? A good one, though. Not putting him down, a good one. That'd be cool, wouldn't it?
It's not fact.
And if you look at it, you can
Yeah.
see, like I said, it may not be
Yeah.
tasteful,
I agree.
may not be nice.
Put him on a shirt, put him in a
But even
video.
SNL's not nice.
The
South
judge is eating
Park's
his nails
not
back
nice.
there. You see
These
him
things are social
chewing on his
commentaries,
nails.
jokes, entertainment.
This didn't
And
go the
some
way
of
he
them are
thought
not
it
nice.
was, so he's thinking of his last plan.
You
What's he
don't
gonna
have to
do?
like everything.
The judge is gonna get up here and throw in his last digs, trying to tell the jury what they can and can't do. Yeah.
You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for, especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you to deliver a verdict in Joe's favor on all claims.
I'm in favor of Afroman. Let's go.
I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable person could see it as a fact. No reasonable person could see it as even false light. The community, if people called him, that's because the social commentary resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world. We've lived through a turbulent year, so we've all seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country. Social commentary resonates because of that. That doesn't make him the proximate cause. That shows a deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing, not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not. That's what's at issue here. And I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too. And with that, I thank you again for your service, because it is not easy. And what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Mr. Clinton.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nothing Mr. Osborne said about sexually explicit songs out in society refer to specific people in the community, like the songs that are at issue here. It's not the same thing. We all know that. These weren't opinions. Mr. Foreman didn't say, in my opinion, Brian Newland is a pedophile. In my opinion, they're all thieves. In my opinion, I fucked his wife doggy style. He said it like they were facts. And I think Judge Hine is going to instruct you based on everything that's happened.
See, here he is. He's dependent on the judge to tell these jurors what the fuck they can and can't do. This is bullshit. Of course, we know the outcome, but still, this is bullshit.
So far, that these opinions were stated as fact. And your job is to decide whether those facts were true or not. And we know they're not. The case isn't about lemon pound cake. It's about intentional lies designed to hurt people, and they hurt people.
It's about doing a raid that was uncalled for. Come on now.
If somebody in the jury room says, well, what about his First Amendment rights? You know, and the law tells you, that doesn't allow lies that hurt people. If someone tells you it's just artistic expression, he ought to be free to say what he wants, the answer is he's not allowed to wrap up harmful lies into songs, so-called art, put them out there and get away with it. The packaging of the lie doesn't make it okay. The message
really
was clear. And Mr. Foreman doesn't get to wrap himself in the American flag.
Why not?
and say, you can't
Go, Afro
touch
Man.
me. I can say what I want, no matter how untrue it is, no matter how much pain it causes people, no matter how long, because I have freedom of speech. He can't do that. I'm confident you'll tell him he can't do that. Thank you.
So let's see what this asshole's gonna say.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to interrupt you. My thing is I was gonna ask before we leave the jury instructions, if I could use, if we could restroom break for that, because I know it's gonna take some time to read it.
Gotta go to the bathroom. Let him go to the bathroom.
Seat and stretch, nobody's gonna leave the room but you. You're pretty prompt with that, so go for it.
Thank you.
I'll just stand up, blood flow. Oh, you're a mic.
This cameraman. Ugh. I want to look at the wall. David Osborne, he's good. David Osborne for president. Yeah. Here was a little thing I pulled up on chat. You can see about David Osborne. I was trying to see where he went to school at. Very talented, very smart. That he was noted for letting Afroman speak freely and leaning into First Amendment arguments. The case itself was unusual because it centered on free speech versus police reputation. Well, let me tell you what, police don't have the great reputation anywhere anymore. Okay, they're not living up to the standards that a police officer should be living up to, in my own opinion. It says the lawsuit failed because the jury didn't find the content legally defamatory. The raid had no charges filed, which helped Afroman's case. Let's get this. That's not a factoid.
You accept.
This guy's gonna piss me off. I'll mute myself because I'm gonna be cussing like a damn sailor at this judge. I already know I am. He's gonna try to tell these jurors exactly what they have to do. Okay, let's see. It's so hard to move it just a little bit. Put it where we need it. I want everything he says. Here we go.
Often the lawyers start with the jury instructions when the case comes in the door. And then the court refines the instructions to account for the conduct of the trial. So to the extent that they might have gotten the instructions very quickly this morning, it's not that they didn't know it, it's the refinements, the little tweaks along the way. That's what they're talking about. But I want to thank them because they did good work making it possible for me to get to the point where I can give these instructions to you. The court has the legal duty to prepare the instructions of law. You've heard the attorney's statements, arguments, you've heard the evidence from the witnesses. The court's duty is to instruct you on the law. And then you have a legal obligation to accept the instructions the way they're given to you. It's your sworn duty to do that. You cannot apply what you think the law ought to be. You're obedient, as I am obedient, to the rules of the law. A person who claims that certain facts exist, in this case, the plaintiffs have to prove them, in this case, by what's called the preponderance of the evidence. You've heard me say this before. I'm going to try to go over things you know. But the obligations are called the burden of proof. Plaintiffs have to prove their facts by a preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance is more evidence in favor of their position than opposed to their position, tilting the scales in their favor. There's one element that has a different burden of proof. Clear and convincing evidence, a higher amount, a greater weight of evidence has to be proven with regard to the knowledge or the motive for publishing. but generally think, okay, can the plaintiffs prove their case by slightly more evidence in their favor than evidence opposed to them? There's two claims, what we've called defamation, and secondly, false light invasion of privacy. In your deliberations, each of those claims is deliberated separately because there's separate rules for each. I'll give you more, but there's separate law for each of those separate claims. There's 7 plaintiffs, each of whom is entitled to their own deliberation. So when I refer to plaintiff or plaintiffs, what I'm saying to you is that side of the room, but you always have to apply these facts individually and separately deliberate each person's claims. If you rule in favor of one plaintiff, doesn't mean you have to rule for all the rest of them. If you rule against one plaintiff, it doesn't mean you have to rule against all of them. So it's not like an all or nothing verdict. It's 7 deliberations. And I'll use plaintiff and plaintiffs interchangeably, just understand the analysis and what I'm trying to communicate to you. So to go back to burden of proof,
one police
preponderance
officer
is a greater weight of the
now.
evidence that you believe outweighs or is overbalanced by the evidence opposed to it. A preponderance of the evidence is evidence which is more probative, more probable, more persuasive. It has greater evidence value to you. Look at the quality of the evidence, not simply the quantity. If it was only about quantity, there would be more plaintiff witnesses than defendant witnesses. So you'd think, oh, just because of the number of witnesses, someone must prevail, when in fact you look at the quality of the evidence. Don't get hung up on which side called the witnesses. Think about the quality of the testimony, what you took from it, regardless of numbers, regardless of where it came from. If it would turn out in your mind that there's an equal balancing, the evidence opposed to it in favor or equal, then the plaintiffs have not met their burden of proof because they didn't tip the scale slightly in their
I
favor.
agree. Never time.
You could decide a fact or an item in 2 different ways. You have to decide it based upon the facts, not guesswork or coin flips or I don't care. So in those areas where it's hard or it's difficult to resolve, you have to resolve it. You can't leave it up to I don't care and I'll just flip a coin or it doesn't matter. Guesswork's not what you're expected to do. The heavy work of sorting out the facts and deciding which side of the scale they go on is the role of the jury. Now, when we talk about preponderance, slightly shifting, we also have to talk about clear and convincing evidence, a different standard for that one element of motive to publish. Clear and convincing evidence is a higher or greater amount of evidence. You have to be more convinced. Clear and convincing means the evidence produces in your mind a firm belief or a firm conviction that that item is true. So preponderance might be, by example, slightly tipping the scales. Firmly convinced is more convinced, greater evidence offered by the plaintiffs with regard to the motive or the knowledge of publication. What's the evidence of trial? Evidence is testimony and exhibits. Evidence is direct and circumstantial. People scratch their heads on this, but it makes sense later. Direct evidence is when a witness has an opportunity to see or hear those things about which they testify. I sat here, I watched the jury take their notebooks and write in their notebooks. Direct evidence, an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is different. Circumstantial evidence is when you look at the facts and circumstances surrounding something you saw, and then you make a conclusion that something else actually occurred. I saw the jury box empty. I saw the pencils. I saw the notebooks. I saw the end of the day. The notebooks were all open. There were words written there. So it's circumstantial evidence that the jury took notes. I didn't see you take notes. But from the facts and circumstances that I did see, It's a reasonable conclusion
I'm having a
of
hard time
fact that
seeing it through
you
with this
did
judge.
take
Come on,
notes.
just get over
Why
it.
do I tell you that? Most evidence came at you both directly and circumstantially. Things that I personally saw, and then things that happened as a result of what I saw. Circumstantial evidence is fair game as much as direct evidence. Direct evidence isn't better. You might think it's better when in fact it's not always better, because the witness didn't tell you that they were blind when you thought they saw something, or it was foggy, or the lights were bad. So when you think about the evidence and how to weigh the quality of it, what a person saw, what they heard, what the person experienced is good evidence, direct evidence. But so is the circumstances around that testimony. They're both fair game. Often people infer that something exists based upon the circumstances and inferences. I inferred it's a reasonable circumstantial evidence that you wrote in your notebooks. That's fair. But I'm not allowed to infer because you took notes, therefore you also did something else. You can't stack an inference that something else occurred on top of something else you thought occurred, on top of something else that could have occurred. The idea here is what we call remoteness. It gets more and more unreliable the more remote you get from the first circumstantial evidence. If you want to say the circumstantial evidence is reliable, great. If you want to infer that that's reasonable, great. But don't stack another, well, now I suppose something else happened. And if that happened, then something else should have happened. It's stacking, it's called remoteness. Then it gets unreliable. With regard to the exhibits, you saw exhibits, there was testimony related to them. Consider whether the exhibits are in fact what they're portrayed to be. You decide what weight, if any, the exhibits have to have when thinking about the testimony involving them. Exhibits in video can speak for themselves, but sometimes paper and other exhibits don't. So you have to consider what the witness said in light of how the exhibit was portrayed. Don't make inferences or conclusions based upon the number of exhibits. Remember, I want you to look at the quality, not just simply the number. Like theoretically, the plaintiffs had more number of exhibits than the defendant. Don't care, don't count numbers. Look at the quality, make the content important. You'll have like physical, tangible paper exhibits back there. When you get to the video or the data-driven exhibits, you'll have a computer back there so you can use that to look at the exhibits. So if it never works that way, so I always offer the bailiff services that he can come back and, as you saw, make the technology work. So if you struggle back there with plugging in a thumb drive and finding the drive and then turning it on,
I'm struggling with
we
you
would
to hurry
expect
the
that
hell
we'll have to
up.
communicate
Come
with us,
on.
but just ask for help. We'll send back a very capable bailiff and he'll save the day. Evidence is not what the lawyers say. You heard opening statements, closing arguments. That's not evidence. It's helpful, it's necessary, it's built into the system, but it's not evidence. If a statement was asked and the question was not answered, there's no evidence from the question. I did that once or twice to show you how it works. Just, you might have thought the answer was going to be yes because the witness was shaking their head yes. The witness is, yeah, I understand the question, and the answer is no. So you can't use body language to get an answer that wasn't spoken from a record. I don't think that happened too often. Remember where the evidence is. It's the exhibits and the witness statements, not the lawyering side of the case. There was times where I sustained objections and handled the lawyers the way I thought was necessary. I always ask people to apologize or accept my apology if you thought how I handled the lawyers is any kind of a comment upon the quality of the case. Like, I try not to do that. But you might misunderstand that in scolding a witness or handling a lawyer, I was expressing an opinion. I love it when you guys show up because I don't have to decide. It's like I always try to make sure I'm neutral in my facial expressions, my voice tone.
Long way to be
Sometimes I just
neutral.
don't get that done. An important role for the jurors is to weigh credibility. Credibility is assigning believability, assigning weight to the evidence, assigning weight to the witness testimony, assigning weight to the exhibits. When you weigh evidence, you're basically deciding truthfulness.
Yeah, he is trying to
And as
keep
odd
you
as it
jury.
sounds,
I
it's what
agree.
we do all the time. We weigh credibility continuously each day. In weighing credibility, you should consider the appearance of the witness on the stand. Consider the manner in which they testified. Did it seem straightforward? Did it seem honest? Did it seem evasive? What did it seem to you? So you're using your eyes and you're using ears to weigh credibility. Think about how reasonable their testimony was in light of the subject matter of the trial. Consider education, interest, bias. Consider if they were frank with you or not. We use these tests every day to decide whether we want to rely upon or find a person believable or not. As I told you before, every witness took an oath to be honest in their testimony. The oath does not bind you that just because they're talking, I have to believe it. In fact, you have to parse it out because people could very honestly get up and say, I believe this to be true, when in fact they're misunderstood and wrong, not lying. So recognize you can parse the evidence. You can believe everything a witness said. You can believe nothing a witness said. You can pull out the pieces you think are credible and ignore those that you think are not credible. And then you shuffle that entire deck with every witness along the way. As a rule, we want people only to testify, general rule, about things they heard and experienced and saw, firsthand testimony. So that's the general rule. But then we violate that general rule because we let people express their opinions about what the facts or circumstances mean that they experienced. So in deciding what their opinion means and how you weigh their opinion, you do the same thing. You're allowed to hear their opinion. It's evidence. But you have to, again, parse it out in terms of the credibility test. A person can give you an opinion, and you might go, I don't believe that because that's not in their subject matter, or they don't have enough knowledge, or their emotions get the better of them, or they have an interest or a bias or whatever. And you might go, no, it's a completely valid opinion because of whatever credibility factors you have. So we give you direct testimony, we give you circumstantial, we give you opinions, and then tell you to weigh out those things that you find believable, credible, and otherwise. In this process,
I'm gonna have
the jury
fast
sits
forward.
around as
I'm gonna get through his ass.
committee. And it might be that you find a person credible, the other person finds somewhat credible, and the other person finds
I just
not
can't
credible.
do no more.
Expect that to happen.
Cannot.
And then resolve those differences back there. Made or one place where I'm going to tell you, also has the same definitions I gave you. Harm to their reputation, including exposure to public hatred, public contempt, ridicule, or public scorn, and or loss of professional income and or out-of-pocket expenses, and or physical, mental anguish, pain, and suffering, affections. And generally the advice to you is to go back there and start talking about the case, replay the witnesses, but don't just say, I think something ought to happen. When you come out with your first opinion and then start discussing it, a lot of people realize their first opinion is not their best opinion. But once you threw it out there, then you got to figure out how do I get my pride back and retool. So generally, don't go back there and just say, here's what we ought to do. What do you think about this witness and how did this one come across? And do you understand the rules? And start into this discussion.
No, he's not done yet.
However you can do it.
Freaking annoying.
But eventually, then you're going to need to start getting to the point where you see a consensus is being built. Partiality. Because somebody went through a stop sign or had a flat tire on a curvy road. Then all of a sudden you're back, we start all over, and the case gets done. So make sure the bailiff has your phone number.
Yes, I agree.
If you can be within like 15 minutes of the courthouse, I don't know what that means. If you live farther, just make sure Chris doesn't have to drive far to get you. He's not going to anyway. right? But he's big enough, you don't want to cross him, kind of guy. Anything you want me to deal with in the instructions, Mr. Klingler?
I had two minor issues.
Okay, we'll talk over there. Mr. Osborne, you got anything?
I do have something, yes, sir.
Okay, we're just gonna see what I didn't do right. Or we're close.
All right.
Rules, depending on what it did. There's a few typos. It'll be like 5,
Okay.
10 minutes for
Done with him. So they deliberated for 6 hours. 6 hours it took them. Let's get to it. Appreciate everybody being here. I don't know if you would have watched this if we wouldn't have did it live, but it was definitely a good trial to watch. In my opinion, I enjoyed it, even though the judge pissed me off. Okay. Jury gives the verdict. Let's go. There's Afroman coming in. There's some officers sitting over there staring at Afroman. Yeah. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm glad you did too. Really glad. Okay, let's get to the judge. You know, I will tell you, Afroman, his tears was real. And he had tears coming down his face. You'll see. Hawkeye says, I did too. Just go show how corruption works. That's absolutely right. Yeah, sure did. Okay, let's get to the... This is the other thing that bothered me.
go to.
This is the other thing that bothered me. I wish they would have polled the jury, because I would be real curious to see if anybody found him guilty. I know it only takes one to find him not guilty. But I'd like to know, did all 10 think that it was First Amendment rights? I'm just curious. I wish they would have polled, you know, like they do in a criminal case, they poll the jurors. I wish they would have did that here. Okay, here we go.
Me also.
And they kept cutting this in and out on the judge, so I'm just going to skip through it anyway. Like right now, there's no sound.
You just want to move that note. Don't you? Just wait until the judge should give it to him.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. So the court was informed the jury reached a verdict, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you'll hand the verdict forms to the bailiff, he'll hand them to me so I can take a look at them. I looked at the form of the papers, essentially to see if they're properly signed. So that's the next thing that happens. Thank you.
And he licks his finger, I don't know how many damn times. I'm just going to skip over that too. Kept licking his finger.
I don't expect any responses from anybody. It's been an emotional case. It's been a well-tried case. The lawyers did what they should do. Anybody. It's been an emotional. With regard to decorum, I don't expect any responses from anybody. With regard to decorum, I don't expect any responses from anybody. It's been an emotional case. It's been a well-tried case. The lawyers did what they should do. The parties did what they should do. I just want to remind everybody that how the verdict comes out isn't something of public comment. So if you have an emotional attachment to the verdict, don't express it. Wait till you get out of the building before you let your emotions out.
Yeah, I agree. You just can't believe
So the
he's
verdict
found
forms
not
are
guilty.
properly executed, properly completed. Copies will be made available to the parties.
Ooh. Get on with it, dude. What the hell?
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. So the matter will be concluded with defense verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Klingler. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you to the court staff and the Sheriff's Department for security in the building. And we'll go ahead and stand in adjournment. You're welcome.
Very gross. I want you to see he'll have tears running out from under his sunglasses. You see it running down his cheek. And he didn't step back. They tried to shut him up. Afroman said, I'm gonna go harder.
Have the jury go that way. Have them go back into their room.
If you guys don't mind to hang out in there for a little bit, I can get you, okay?
All right.
There's some tears he had.
Thank you, sir.
Waiting for the jury to leave the room so they can leave. The judge has to dismiss them and he don't. Forgets. They're all standing there waiting for him to dismiss them. God. Afroman's ready to, party. Get hot. Smoke him a doobie. Drink a Coke 45. Do the zag. Maybe that's all he needs. After dark, after dark, smoke that tumbleweed. Well, let's have so roll the joint. Pick up seeds and stems. Come on, Judge. Release these people. Dummies. The cops are looking at Afroman.
Everybody is excused.
No.
That's what we're waiting for. Literally, that's what we're waiting for.
That asshole. Literally, that is what they were waiting for. All right, there was one more thing. We're down to one last thing. And here he comes.
Outside this Adams County courthouse, the sound of victory. After jury sided with the musician Afroman, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, after a days-long civil defamation trial. Afroman speaking to WCPO right after the verdict.
I didn't win. America won. America still has freedom of speech. It's still for the people, by the people.
The jury finds in favor of the defendant.
7 Adams County Sheriff's deputies sued the musician. They argued Afroman used security video from a 2022 raid of his home and put it in music videos using deputies' likeness without permission.
There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand.
This raid taking place nearly 4 years ago following search warrants related to possession and trafficking in drugs and kidnapping. The rapper was never charged. Along with using the surveillance, say Afroman called them thieves and pedophiles.
Department.
Wanted to get to this right here.
And sue the police department. I fixed up the damages they made, and I sung songs about them to raise money to do it. They were unapologetic.
The deputies wanted Afroman to pay $3.9 million in damages.
We got about a total of 250 pieces given out. This is the last one, and I'd like to give it to you.
Supporters of Afroman coming from near and far with a message both verbally and symbolically.
For me, this isn't really about Afroman. It's about free speech. So when someone like Afroman stands up for my free speech by using his talents, his musical talents, to fight the corrupt system, we got to come out and support him.
I'm glad things went my way, but if they would have took it off from me, I was happy about all the love I was getting from everybody. After them people kicked my door in.
In Adams County,
When life give you lemons, you make lemon pound cake.
Jay Shakur, WCPL 9 News.
There you go. There you go. We're going to end that. This is amazing. Amazing. It was great. It was a great trial. Glad you guys hung in there with me. Girly girl, you realize that picture that I did, that picture is from May, I think 9th of 2016. And it is one of my favorite pictures. I got one from the front side too. I'm going to send it to you. But yeah. Let's see here. Let me see. What did I do here? I'm missing something. Now I gotta get my glasses on. I can't see shit. I cannot see. Trying to see where my cursor is. Okay, let's see. What is going on? Way back, yeah, way back. I was glad to come across that, as a matter of fact. Sure was. Very glad to come across it. What is going on with this over here? Oh, well, I wanted to share something, but it's not going to let me. And I don't know why. It's like my little cursor thing's gone. Okay, I'll just do it this way. We're out of here, but we're going to play this. Not this guy again. No, I've had all I want of him. If I don't ever see another trial that he does, it's okay. I'll be okay with it. If I never see another one of his trials. Okay, here we go. Yes, awesome pics of awesome friends. Absolutely. Okay. I must be tired because I'm losing track of what I'm All right. Damn, that was crazy. Crazy. Okay, here we go. And that's why I couldn't get that. It's because Afro.
Floating through the sky. Kansas night, stars so high. Let it ride. She got flowers in her hair, moonlight in her eyes. Barefoot in the grass, feeling so alive. Tie-dye dreams that she don't pay pretend. Roll it up slow with all her friends. Windows down, music loud, riding through the plains. Laughing in the wind, don't care about the rain. Free so glow, yeah, she shines so bright. Girly girl 420, living her life. She don't rush, she just vibes. Peace and love, that's her style. From the sunset to sunrise, yeah, we float in tonight. Girly girl 420, yeah, she light it up slow. Fire it up, Kansas, let the whole world know. Puff, puff, pass, baby, don't you hold on tight. We just chasing good vibes under neon lights, yeah. Girly girl 420, yeah, we rolling free. Stars in the sky, that's where we wanna be. Hands to the sky, let your worries all go. Fire it up, Kansas, let it glow, let it glow. So she dancing in the Milky Way, talking to the stars, got a lot to say. Peace signs up, got love in her heart. Every little moment feeling like art. Old school van, painted colors so wild. Laugh like a queen, free spirit child. There's that vibe, let it circle round. No bad energy allowed in this town. No stress, no chains, just love in our veins. Let it ride, let it wave. We ain't Girly girl 420, yeah, she light it up slow. Fire it up, Kansas, let the whole world know. Puff, puff, pass, baby, don't you hold on tight. We just chasing good vibes under neon lights. Girly girl 420, yeah, we rolling free. Stars in the sky, that's where we wanna be. Hands to the sky, let your worries all go. Fire it up, Kansas, let it go, floating, drifting, no gravity tonight. Hearts lifted, souls gifted, everything feel right. Take a hit of freedom, let your spirit fly. Kansas to the cosmos, we touching the sky. Girly girl 420, yeah, we turn it up loud. Fire it up, Kansas, make the people feel proud. Puff, puff, pass, baby, let the good times roll. We just out here rockin' body, mind, and soul. 420, yeah, we living free. Peace, love, unity, that's the energy. Hands to the sky, let your worries all go. Fire it up, Kansas, let it go, let it go. Yeah. Kansas nights are so bright. Pass it to the left, everything alright. Pick up. Hey DJ, turn me up. Hey, DJ, turn me up. Can't fire it up. Hands up, fire it up. Hands up, can't just stand up, never give up. Let's go. Fire it up, fire it up. Fire it up, fire it up. Kansas, turn it up. Fire it up, Kansas, we don't slow it down. Bass hit hard, make it shake the ground. Hands up high when you hear that sound. Rockin' girly girl, yeah, we run this town. Fire it up, Kansas, let the beat go wild. From the front to the back, everybody get loud. No stress, no fear, just a party crowd. We live right now, yeah, we live right now. Step in the spot, yeah, the vibe on 10. DJ spin it back, let it drop again. Girly girl leading, got the whole crew hype. Every single beat got the crowd on fire. From Wichita nights to the world stage, we bring that heat, yeah, we set that rage. If you feel that bass, better move your feet. Rockin' girly girl 420, bring the energy. 3, 2, 1. one, let's go. Fire it up, fire it up. Kisses don't stop, we don't give it up. Fire it up, fire it up, fire it up. Whole squad lit, yeah, we turn it up. Fire it up, fire it up. Kisses don't stop, we don't give it up. Fire it up, fire it up, fire it up. Whole squad lit, yeah, we turn it up. We came to win, we came to shine. Every single moment, yeah, we own this time. Afroman, yeah, we chant his name. Mike in our prayers, we fuel that flame. From the planes to the lights, we rise above. Turn pain into power, turn it into love. If you riding with us, let me hear you shout. Rockin' girly girl 420, let it all out, all out, all out, all out, all out, all out, all out. Friends up, hands up, now drop it. Fire it up, fire it up. Fire it up, fire it up. Yes, yes, turn it up, fire it up, fire it up. Fire it up, fire it up. Fire it up, fire it up, fire it up, fire it up. Kisses don't stop, we don't give it up. Fire it up, fire it up, fire it up. Whole squad lit, yeah, we turn it up. Fire it up, fire it up, fire it up. Kisses don't stop, we don't give it up. Fire it up, fire it up, fire it up. Whole squad lit, yeah, we turn it up. We run this thing, we move this crowd. Fire it up, yeah, we own this night. Together we shine, don't kill our vibe. Fire it up, fire it up. Fire it up, fire it up. Can't sit, don't stop. Fire it up. Fire it up, fire it up.
They have
Hold on.
origins in gospel music. Is
Looks
that correct?
Yes, actually, every member of the band had started in gospel music, and my sister and I, we traveled around for several years. I started traveling, playing gospel music in a quartet. They were called the Singing Sands. I started with them when I was 14,
Drop in and
and here I had just had a birthday the other day. I'm 49, so I've been traveling for 35 years. And I did 25 years of gospel, and now I'm at 10 years of singing country music. So maybe I'll do 25 of each, maybe.
Okay, guys.
Sure.
Hey,
But I have
happy birthday and many more to come. Hopefully you do get there.
Thank you. And having my sister, she recently joined the band last year, and having her come on, and now we have that 3-part harmony. Kind of has, of course, we do outlaw country traditional style, but it has that harmony style of like Lady Antebellum. So it's kind of like that. So it's kind of neat to hear.
How's his daughter?
A lot of people tell us it's kind of neat to hear like a Waylon Jennings song. Ain't Living Long Like This, and we have the 3-part harmony that's going that almost sounds like a gospel style Waylon Jennings hard country song. So it's different, and we bring a lot of high energy to our shows too. My sister's name's Sarah Chapman, and I'm glad she's with us now. Made a big boost to us for sure.
It's good all the time.
No, I mean that's got to be. I mean, I don't have any siblings, but I imagine that being able to do your passion and with your family members and your siblings would be a tremendous thing to be able to do, to live out your dreams with your family. That being said, you did bring in that family style harmony. And you did mention that you all also evolved into the outlaw, more country sounding rock here recently. What would you say about the importance, after 10 years of chemistry within the band, and obviously bringing in a new member, as in your sister, into that chemistry? Because obviously in the industry, music industry is always changing. As you mentioned, bands come and go, they break.
Omar's a lot of fun. Cracks me up. He was doing a boxing thing in Nashville and dancing in front of the camera. It was hilarious on the live. I had a good time watching it. Sure did. Okay, we'll just go out of here with March Madness. Let's go Jayhawks tomorrow. Play tomorrow, our first game. Let's get it. Hold on. Listen, I'm going to play this just because everybody's going to be out and about this weekend. I don't know if it's going to be in your area, my area, but listen, this teen takeover thing, it's real. And if you're a parent, figure out where your kid's at. Figure out where your kids are at. This one might be Atlanta. They just released it 4 hours ago. Looks like it is Atlanta. It's happening everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Let's see here. Here we go. Oh, no.
Ready to take the podium. I want to take you live to Atlanta Police Headquarters, where we begin the 3 p.m. hour today with a critical warning from Atlanta Police. You can see them gathering there, ready to take the podium. Are we ready to listen to this? Because they're addressing these large-scale teen takeovers being organized on social media. And it looks like officials, this is a multi-agency group of folks coming in, demonstrating just how seriously they're taking so-called planned events like this, not only here in the Metro Atlanta area, but elsewhere in suburban Metro Atlanta. So this is at the Public Safety Boards. Let's listen to.
Thank you all for coming today. I'm Deputy Chief Jason Smith with the Atlanta Police Department. And I'm here today with these distinguished public safety leaders behind me. And we want to send a message. We're here about these teen takeovers, and we are all standing together. All public safety agencies in the metro area, we're together on this. These takeovers need to stop. They need to come to an end. They're causing chaos and violence, and we want the public to be safe. Now, we want all young people to enjoy the weekend. We want them to enjoy the weather. We want them to enjoy the city of Atlanta and everything it has to offer. Parks, recreational activities. There's atlyearoftheyouth.com that they can go to for alternative programs. We want them to enjoy these festivities. These are important. It is important for our young folks to be outside and enjoy each other's company. That is not what we're talking about.
Hey, Omar. All is well. Ready for this March Madness to get going. We dropped in. We was on our live. We dropped in on your premiere. Much love to you, brother. Hope you have a great weekend. I've been looking. I'll be watching for you. Bobby G came in today. Thanks for the hookup. Seems like a great guy. Yeah. Much love to you, my friend. This is the teen takeovers. It's happening in Nashville. It's happening in Florida. It's happening in Wichita, Kansas. It's happening everywhere. This is Atlanta.
What we are talking about is criminal activity, and that's not going to be tolerated. These teen takeovers, they started in December of 2025. They started taking over streets, disrupting the flow of traffic. Property was destroyed. Property was damaged. There was fighting. There was assaults. Shots fired were in some cases. Chaos. The most recent takeover was February 28th in the Atlanta Beltline. During this incident that started Saturday afternoon and bled over into Sunday morning, we ended up arresting 13 people between the ages of 13 and 20 years old. 11 firearms were recovered. One of them had a Glock switch. That means it made a semi-automatic handgun into a fully automatic handgun. Very, very dangerous. There were 4 curfew violations. Some teens were charged with aggravated assault, theft by receiving stolen property, reckless conduct, terroristic threats, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Very serious felony charges for young people. That is not what we want to see. That is not the road we want to see our folks going down, especially our young kids. This is a reminder. The city of Atlanta has a curfew. Sunday through Thursday, 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday and Saturday, it is midnight to 6 a.m. We understand there are plans for takeovers this weekend. We want you to know, as me and all these folks behind me, we are ready. We are here. These takeovers are not going to happen. All of us are prepared and ready to interact with any folks that show up for these takeovers, and that behavior is not going to be tolerated. Now, for more A lot of this involves some of our younger folks. I'm going to kick it over to Chief Applin to say a few words.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to talk to our young people and their families. Just understand this. If these events are taking place during school times, you got a couple of issues to deal with. It's not just dealing with the law enforcement. It's also dealing with school, because there are violations in the school district that you may be subjected to if you decide to do this during school hours. You should be in school. This is not the time for you to ruin your future by doing something that just doesn't make any sense at all. We don't want you to regret that. And I know it seems like it may not be a big deal, but it's a very big deal at the end of the day. Many of you are at an age where if you do one thing one night, it can ruin a lot of things for you, especially scholarships. So for those of you that are planning to go to school on scholarship, whether it's sports or athletics, you're gonna run the risk of losing that scholarship. And I don't know about you, but I know if I'm a parent and I'm dealing with a kid who potentially has a scholarship and lose that scholarship, that's a lot of money. Trying to get into college, you're probably trying to get into trade school or even a job. Those are things that are going to be impacted by your decisions. So make good decisions at the end of the day. There are positive ways to have a good time in Atlanta, in school and out of school. For the parents, you need to watch your kids. You need to understand what they're doing. You need to know what they're doing every second of the day. Do not let your child
watch your kids
lose a potential future by doing something that doesn't make any sense at all. Don't let them run the streets when they should be at home. Because of the curfew, you need to be paying attention to that. Be smart, know where your child is, not just this weekend, but every weekend, every day.
Time.
Thank you.
Well, I think the Chiefs have set the ground rules and the groundwork for what weekends to come. Let me start by thanking both Fulton County Sheriff's Office, the women and men that work there, as well as the Metro Sheriff, so DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, Cobb County Sheriff's Office, Henry County Sheriff's Office, as well as Gwinnett County. And we want to emphasize that this is not a heavy-handed approach to our teenagers. This is not a law enforcement heavy-handed approach, but ultimately we want to make sure that our teenagers are safe, that their futures, as you heard Chief talk about, are safe. As a side note, the regional law enforcement community stand as one, and the foolishness will not be tolerated. And simply put, as Chief alluded to, watch your children so we don't have to.
The Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt, in addition to officials from the Atlanta Police Department, with a warning not only to teenagers but to their parents as well. One official saying, as it relates to these so-called teen takeovers, which have been happening across the metro Atlanta area, where social media posts go around, basically marshaling teenagers to come to one area and in many cases cause trouble, something the police don't want to have to deal with. They said sometimes these events get violent, not only here in Atlanta, but in other jurisdictions around the metro Atlanta area, saying that these are not going to happen, in their words, that they are all together, that they cause chaos and violence, and that one night, according to these officials, could impact the rest of their lives, something they don't want to happen if arrests are made.
Crazy, huh?
Tab, honey.
Get that out of there. It's absolutely crazy. Anyway, if you have kids, know where they're at. If you have grandkids, make sure their parents know where they're at. How about that? Here we go. I don't know if you're still in here, Omar, but we'll try it. I made you a couple more songs and I sent them to you through email.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
Balls and butts.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go.
Let's go. Up.
Balls and butts. Run the show.
Let's go. Whoa.
Balls and butts.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Balls and welcome to the show. Ooh.
Oh, I can make your songs 1 minute too for you.
Lights on bright like a championship night. Talking every sport and they do it right. Basketball brackets in the boxing fight. Mama got the mic and the tape so tight.
Snap, snap fingers to the trap beat flow. Deep 808 make the whole room glow. From the court to the ring, they cover it all. Balls and buzz when the big games call.
Crowd get loud when the show go live.
Sports talk energy, feel that vibe.
Every highlight replay slow. Everybody watching the Buzz and Buzz show.
Balls and buzz.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Balls and buzz.
Run the show.
Run the show.
Buzz.
Dance and buzz.
Hey, Buzz.
Sports talk kings when the cameras roll.
Bring the club anthem, feel the soul. Fight night gloves when the bell go ring.
Break it down like a championship king.
March Madness when the bracket explodes.
Talking hoops while the highlights roll. From the court to the cage to the title fight. Every sports fan tuned in tonight. When the play go crazy and the crowd erupt. Everybody watching balls and buzz.
Let's go, more.
Balls and buzz.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Balls and buzz. Run the show.
Buzz.
Buzz and buzz.
Did they do it on both of them?
Sports talk kings when the cameras roll.
Bring the club anthem, feel the soul.
Balls and
This
buzz.
one does it too.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the ring to the hardwood. Balls and buzz. Hey, 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 hey. Balls and buzz. Hey, 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 hey. Fight night lights and the gloves go up. Crowd going wild when the fighters touch. Break it down with the punch by punch. Balls and buzz got the sports world crunch. Snap, snap fingers with the baseline low. Omar on the mic and the tapes all glow. Every
Omar on
knockout
the mic.
replay slow. Everybody tuned to the Balls and Buzz show.
Crowd get loud when the highlights play. Sports talk kings every single day. From the ring to the court, let the whole world know. This the place where the champions go.
Balls and Buzz.
Let's go.
Fight night lights in the show. Balls and
Oh, you know what?
Let's go.
Okay,
March
I get it.
Madness. Still the
I
show.
just now got it. Wait a minute. I'm hitting balls and buds, and it's ball and buds. Okay, that's all I need. Holy crap.
Brackets busted when the
Like that.
ball tip high. Cinderella. Ladies and
I'll
gentlemen,
make it some more. Okay.
from the ring to the hardwood.
I'm doing making them. I am the one hitting balls and buds. Listen,
Fight night lights and the
you gotta
bells go
rethink
up.
that,
Crowd
okay?
going wild.
You got to rethink that because it should be balls and buds. S and S. B, BS and BS, right? See in the chat. Don't you guys think it should be balls and buds? I'm trying to rename your show. I'm just teasing you. But I don't know why. I thought it was balls and buds. That's freaking hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, every one of them I did. I think I did balls and buds. I put the S on there every time. That's crazy. Okay, we're out of here. Here's the It's a Bitch Getting Old. We'll play it.
It's a bitch getting old. Yeah.
I was
Got
changing
queens
your
in the house
branding. I'm sorry. Glad you brought it to my attention, though.
Oh, honey, we old. We just expensive now. Mirror on the wall, girl, don't lie to me. Laugh lines popping, but they look fine to me. Heels still high and the hair still fly. Got that wisdom glow, money came by. Coffee in my cup and my shades on tight. Still run the room when I walk in the light. They say time flies, baby, that's the truth. But I'm aging like why am I losing my youth? Bills get bigger, patience gets thin, but the party still starts when the girls walk in. Little more sass, little less stress. Still got fire in this black dress. It's a bitch getting old, but I'm on in the crown. Still the hottest queen walking into this town. Snap your fingers at the baseline roll. Watch y'all, Krill's got the diamond soul. It's a bitch getting old. Yeah, we laugh at the game. Little more wisdom, little less shame. Shut it up loud. Let the whole world know. Rock y'all, queen still run the show. Hey, 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 hey. Rock top ladies. Hey, hey. Still got that. Stretch Mark stories, everyone a badge. Life tried to break me, but I'm still this bad. Got my girls with me, got ride or die crew. Catch us hot strong when we coming through. He thought I slowed down, boy please. Still dancing all night with my rock chalk queens. Age ain't nothing but a chapter I wrote. And honey, I'm the author of this whole damn show. Yeah, we got wisdom now, baby. Little gray hair, but the vibe still go. Little more savage, the older we roll. That beat, knocking heels, hit the floor. 30, 40, 50, we still want more. The bitch getting old, but I'm loving them right. Rock my sisters right here by my side. Snap, snap, snap. Let the whole world know. Rock chalk, queen still steal the show. Rock chalk, rock chalk. Queens don't stop. Rock chalk, rock chalk. Queens don't stop. Rock chalk, rock chalk.
Right. Queens don't stop. We're out of here, guys. Have a good night. Much love to everybody.
Yeah. Rock chalk queens in the house tonight.